How did you sleep?
Lekker geslaap.
I slept well. Mr. Van Rijn, I will take you a few steps back in your evidence.
Meneer Van Rijn, ek gaan net vir u 'n bietjie terugvat op u se getuienis.
The policeman who gave you lift,
Die polisiebeampte wat vir u 'n lift gegee het of 'n geleentheid,
did they produce, showed you a warrant of arrest?
het hulle vir u 'n dokument gewys wat sê dat hulle die mag om vir u te arresteer?
Nee.
No.
If that is the case, your right to freedom of movement, your right to liberty was taken away from you abruptly.
Is that a question, or because you're leading, it's a leading question, and in any event, it's an opinion. You can argue that, Ms. Kabai.
Thank you, my lord. When you were at Jacob's Bay Beach,
Die tyd wat u by Jacobs Bay strand,
before you were handcuffed,
voor u geboei was,
did this police tell you that you were under arrest?
het hierdie polisiebeamptes vir u gesê u is onder arrest?
Nee.
No.
Did you think that you were treated with respect and dignity?
Dink u dat u was hulle het saam met jou gewerk met respect en met dignity?
Nee.
No.
Now you carried pains and suffering that you endured at Jacob's Bay Beach to seaborder officers.
En die pyn wat u ondergelei het, u het daarvan afgegaan na seaborder kantore toe?
Ja.
Yes.
What happened to the police officers who assaulted you at Jacob's Bay Beach?
Wat het gebeur met die polisiebeamptes wat vir u aangeraan het by Jacobs Bay strand?
Hulle is allemaal by seaborder gewees.
All of them were at seaborder.
When you entered,
Just a moment, how many were they?
Hoeveel was hulle gewees, meneer?
Twee van my by Jacobs Bay betreed, maar hulle was twee vervoerder gewees.
It was two officers at Jacobs Bay, my lord, but there were two motor vehicles.
So in total, how many policemen or persons who you think were policemen? How many of them in total? It was the two that dealt with you, and how many were in the other vehicle?
As u sê daar was polisiebeamptes, nee, u sê die twee het met u gewerk daar in Jacobs Bay en daar was twee voertuie gewees. En so in totaal, hoeveel was hulle gewees?
Hulle was vier, twee vrouwmense en twee mannen.
There were four, my lord, two females and two males.
And did all four of them land up at seaborder eventually?
Het al vier van hulle tot by seaborder gekom.
Dat is correct.
Geëindig. Yes, my lord.
Thank you, Ms. Kabai.
thank you, my lord. When you entered this office, how many police officers?
Die tyd wat u in die kantoor ingegaan het, hoeveel polisiebeamptes was daar gewees?
Sorry, wat ek antwoord nou?
Sorry, which office now?
The office where Sergeant 14 took you to.
Die kantoor waar Sergeant 14 vir u na toe geneem.
6-7.
6-7?
Sergeant 14 has told this court that he has made the environment for your interview comfortable?
Sergeant Fortuin het getuig en gesê die tyd wat u daar was met die onderhoud of die kantore waar u was, het dit gemaklik gemaak vir u.
Ja.
No?
Would you say the office you entered into and you saw 6 to 7 police officers, would you say it was comfortable?
Die kantoor u waar ingegaan het, u die 6 tot 7 beamptes gesien, sal u sê dit was gemaklik vir u?
Ja.
No?
Why do you say so?
Hoekom sê u so?
Want volgens mij is het misschien niet eens zal ze met jou praten en luister naar antwoorden wat ze omgeven voor jou vragen.
According to me, my lord, only one will speak with you and listen and you ask the questions and you answer.
En daar hij jou zal nog wat uitleg moest hoe kom ze hier is
And the person will explain to you as to why you are there
en waar hij zoekt wanneer wat.
and what that person wants from you.
So I don't understand.
Ik verstaan nie, meneer.
Let's take a step back. Let's first deal with the environment.
Laat ons eers praat oor die plek.
So there was a table and there were chairs.
Daar was tafels en daar was stoele gewees.
Can you remember?
That's a
That's
correct.
what you told me.
Dit is wat u vir my gesê het. That's correct.
So that environment, do you think that was comfortable?
So daardie plek op daardie omgewing, dink u dit was gerieflik?
Met die stoelen en die tafel. No?
With the chair and the tables, my lord.
Ja, no?
Yes, sir.
So the environment, just with the furniture and so forth, that's fine. That's comfortable.
So die plek waar u was om die stoele te hê en die tafel te hê, dat was gerieflik.
Dat was gemakkelijk, ja.
Yes, it was.
So I would have been surprised if you had a different view, because my office upstairs here might even be smaller than that room, and it only has a table and chairs.
Ek sal
And
verbaas
it's these chairs, the blue chairs.
Ek sal verbaas wees as u iets anders gesê het, want die kantoor waar ek was, dis net maar kleiner as daardie plek en dit is net stoele en 'n tafel.
So I just want to see whether I understand your answer
Ek wil net sien dat verstaan ek u se antwoord
about the comfortability in relation to what happened there.
die gemaklikheid want wat het gebeur daar.
Are you with me?
Is u saam met my?
Ja.
Yes.
Do I understand you correctly? It's the manner that they dealt with you that made it uncomfortable.
Verstaan ek vir u reg dat die manier hoe hulle u saam met u gewerk het, dit is die rede want u sê dit vir u ongemaklik gemaak.
Dat is correct, ja.
That's correct.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Were you comfortable on seeing 6 to 7 police officers?
Was u gemaklik om 6 tot 7 polisiebeamptes te sien?
Ja.
No?
Captain Lombard testified that the reason for the interview
Kaptein Lombard het getuig en gesê die rede vir die onderhoud of vir die interview
wanted to meet with you because he has noticed some discrepancies in your statements.
Hy wil saam met u gepraat het of vir u ontmoeting want het gesien daar's 'n bietjie verskillende goed in u se weergawe.
Did Captain Lombard or Sergeant Fortin have your statement at hand at that time?
Het Kaptein Lombard of Sergeant Fortuin u se verklaring gehad daardie tyd in die hand op by hulle?
Ja.
No?
I'm referring to the statement that was taken from you by Sergeant Segobe.
Ek praat van die verklaring wat Sergeant Segobe by u gevat het.
Ja.
No?
Do you understand?
Verstaan u?
Ja.
Yes.
Was this statement read to you?
Was hierdie verklaring in u gelees?
Ja.
Are
No.
you, Do you mean at sea border?
Yes, at sea border.
On that day at sea border?
Was die verklaring aan u gelees daardie dag by Seaborde?
Ja.
No?
Captain Lombard testified that Sergeant Fontaine was having a clipboard.
Kaptein Lombard het getuig en gesê dat Sergeant Fontaine 'n klipbord gehad.
Did you see Captain Sergeant Fontaine having a clipboard during the so-called interviews?
Het u gesien dat Sergeant Fontaine het die sogenoemde klipbord gehad die tyd wat hy saam met u gepraat het, die onderhoud gevoer het?
Ja.
No?
Captain Lombard has testified that he has seen Sergeant Fontaine taking down the questions and answers.
Kaptein Lombard het ook getuig dat hy het
No, Sinkabai, that was not the evidence. Captain Lombard never said that Fontaine wrote down the questions and answers.
With due respect, my lord, can the court remind me on that piece of evidence?
No, you ask the questions. I'm not here to tell counsel what to ask. All I'm telling you is that there was no such evidence that you put to the witness.
Captain Lombard has thank you, my lord. Captain Lombard has testified that he thought that Sergeant Fontaine might have been taking notes or writing something down.
Kaptein Lombard het getuig en gesê.
That's more correct. Yeah.
Kaptein Lombard het getuig en gesê dat hy het gedink dat Sergeant Fontaine het notas geneem of goed afgeskryf.
Did you see Sergeant Fontaine write anything?
Het u gesien Sergeant Fontaine skryf enige iets?
Ja.
No?
Thank you.
You didn't see Sergeant Fontaine writing anything.
U het gesien Sergeant Fontaine skryf enige iets nie?
Ja.
No?
Now still in this office,
Nou nog steeds in hierdie kantoor,
can you remember what else happened before you were taken out?
kan u onthou wat het gebeur voor u uitgeneem was?
Ja, kan onthou dat een policeman wat my wat saam met my gepraat het oor my ma se dood.
I can remember, yes, that one police officer spoke with me about my mother's passing.
Dat hy vir my gesê dat hy weet nie hoe weet hy nie.
And he told me that he knows, but I don't know how he knew about it,
Van ek wat nog nie daar gewees by die graf nie.
because I haven't been by the graveside.
En dat hy sal glo blomme koop of iets koop, maar wat hy aan toe sal wat.
That he will buy flowers and take it there.
En dat is wat hy vir my gesê het, maar ek het nie nog gewaarig wat hy sê nie.
That is what he told me, but I still did not worry about what he said.
Maar wat hy gesê het, as hy waar is,
But what he said, it is true.
maar ek weet nie hoe weet hy nie.
But I don't know how he knew about it.
How did you feel when this information was being passed to you in that manner?
Hoe het u gevoel dit daardie informasie oor hierdie goed wat aan u so gesê?
Vir my was dit gewees, hy maak nou joke, hy vat nou gat.
For me, it was if he's making a joke, he's making fun about it.
Yes.
Yes, he was making a joke, he was making fun about it, and how did you feel?
En u sê dat hy 'n joke gemaak oor dit, maar ek gaan van dit, hoe het u gevoel?
Ek het die lekker gevoel want ek myself was nog eens by my ma se graf.
I did not feel fine about it because myself, personally, I haven't been to my mom's grave
Of by the begrafenis.
or even at the funeral.
When did your mother pass away?
Wanneer het u ma gesterf?
Toen 23 7de maand.
2023, the 7th month.
Thank you.
My Lord, my client doesn't look well to me. I know when I was concerned.
No, let me hear from him. Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
do you have a problem?
het u 'n probleem?
Shakes his head
Shakes
left to
his head.
right. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. You may proceed.
Thank you, my Lord. Yesterday you testified that Sergeant 14 took you to the bathrooms.
U het gister getuig dat Sergeant Fortuin het u na die toilette toe geneem.
Is correct, ja.
That's correct, yes.
Can you explain before this court what happened after you were taken to the bathrooms?
Kan u dan in die hof verduidelik wat het gebeur nadat u na die toilette toe geneem was?
Toen ik klaar was met de toilet,
When I was done with the toilet,
toen vatte hij mij naar de andere kantoor toe.
he took me to another office.
Toen de deur opmaak,
When the door was opened,
toen zie ik een boeta hang.
I saw Buddha hanging.
Mr. Van Rijn has a tendency to swallow the last words.
Sorry, my Lord.
So I wasn't sure whether he said hung or dar.
Hang.
Hung. Because the interpreter is very close to you, so she can hear maybe, but when it drops, then I can't make out. So maybe just try and open your mouth when you speak. I know we've got different ways of talking, but try and complete the sentence loud, because I also like to hear the Afrikaans.
Ek sal net vir u kan vra nie, as u praat, ek weet ons praat verskillend nie, maar ek sê dat u het geneiging om u woorde te sluk of u praat binnensmond. Ons wil net u kan bietjie harder praat soos dat die hof kan ook die Afrikaans gedeelte hoor, nee?
Dat is wel even.
That's correct.
Don't panic about it.
Moenie paniekie.
It is just that I can see the interpreter touches you to tell you when to stop and when you can go. But she's very close to you, so she can hear you, and sometimes you turn your head towards her, so she can make out, but I can't. So just relax, don't panic about it. I don't want you to feel that now you've got to do something different. Okay?
Verstaan u die tolk sit baie naby aan u, so die tolk hoor vir u en u soms by u kop na die tolk se kant toe, en ek het ook opgelet dat as u praat die tolk tik net vir u op die skouer sodat u moenie vinnig gaan nie op sy vir kans kan gee om te tolk. Jy moenie paniekie. U moet net ontspan.
Verstaanbaar.
Understood.
That's good. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. That came out
Thank you, my
clear.
Lord. Thank you. You saw Mr. Apollos hanging? Yes, you can continue from there.
U het vir meneer Apollos gesien hang en dan
Ja, maar voor die deur begon het ik gehoord die geschreeuw.
before the door opened, I heard the screaming,
Geraas.
the noise,
Maar ik heb ook niet waar blijven komen.
but I did not know where it was coming from.
Die tijd toen die deur kwam, toen de casinos, ik woon maar daar.
And when the time the door opened, I saw that it's Jacqueline that is hanging there.
you bring your props, Miss Harriman? Yes, thank you.
You can continue, Mr. Van Rijn.
Meneer Van, u kan voorgaan.
Toe ek sien maar Boeta hang daar so,
When I saw Buddha is hanging there,
toe swat ek vir meneer Fortuin. En ek sê vir meneer, ek praat aan die waarheid.
kan u net die, daar is een
Meneer,
woord.
ek praat aan die waarheid.
Sir, I'm telling the truth. My Lord, I don't know whether there's the first part the witness said that I don't know whether it was subat or something. But
Subat, ja.
I begged Mr. Fortuin and said that, but sir, I'm telling the truth.
Maar my het hulle sê my tyd is kom.
And I was told that my time is over.
En hulle sê ek moet daar langs aan die plek gaan staan waar Boeta hang.
I was told to go stand beside the place where Buddha was hanging.
Sorry, Mr. Van Rijn, I'll take you a few steps back. When you are saying you told Sergeant Fortuin that you were speaking the truth, what are you referring to?
As u sê, ek gaan nou vir u bietjie terugneem nie. As u sê dat u het vir Sergeant Fortuin gesê u praat die waarheid, wat het u bedoel met dit?
Van wat hulle my gevra wat gebeur die maandag.
What they asked me about what happened the Monday.
Okay. Who asked you what happened on Monday? And which Monday was this?
Wie het vir u gevra wat het gebeur die maandag en watter maandag is dit?
Die tyd toe meneer Fortuin met die eerste keer kwaal by die kantoor.
The time that Mr. Fortuin came to fetch me the first time at the office,
En hy wil my sê ek moet vir hulle vertel, ek moet vir hom vertel wat gebeur die maandag en die
he told me that I must tell them, or I must tell him what happened the Monday, the 19th.
Did you tell him what happened Monday the 19th?
Het u dan vir hom gesê wat het gebeur die maandag die 19de?
Ja,
Yes.
This 19th one?
Just a moment, listen, goodbye. Is anybody going to use that screen today? Are you going to use the screen?
Later in my evidence, my Lord.
I hope we're not going to rehash things that we already showed. Because the reason why I'm asking is when the sun is where it's now, it reflects on the white screen into my eyes. And so if we can potentially move it away or roll it up, thank you very much. I try and concentrate on the questions, but I also look at the accused. So I've got this white screen behind him, and when the sun shines, it reflects in my eyes, so I can't see his face. I'm looking at his face and I'm looking at his facial expressions at the same time. I'm sorry for the hold-up.
Thank you, my Lord.
Ms. Nkabai.
Mr. Van Rijn, can you give us the full date? It was the 19th of which month and which year?
Kan u vir ons die volle datum gee as u sê dit was die 19de gewees, die 19de van watter maand en watter jaar?
die 19e van die tweede maand 2024.
The 19th of the second month, 2024.
Did you explain to him what happened on that day?
Het u aan hom verduidelik wat het gebeur daardie dag?
Ja,
Yes.
Did he believe what you were telling him?
Het hy geglo wat u vir hom gesê het?
nee,
No.
Did he tell you that from what you were telling him on that day, there are loopholes or there are discrepancies to what you told Sergeant Sobe on the 29th of February 2024?
Het hy vir u gesê dat luister wat jy nou vir my sê, dit is nie dieselfde wat u vir Sergeant Sobe gesê het op die 29ste nie?
Nee.
No?
Sergeant Fortuyn told this court that he asked you repeatedly.
Sergeant Fortuyn het getuig in die hof en vir u aan mekaar gevra.
Your involvement in the disappearance of Joshlin.
U se betrokkenis in die verdwyning van Joshlin.
And that you were giving him one answer repeatedly that you are not involved or you were not involved in the disappearance of Joshlin.
En u het vir hom dieselfde antwoord elke tyd gegee, u het niks te doen nie, u was nie betrokke in verdwyning van Joshlin nie.
Ja.
Yes.
What was your answer when he asked you whether you were involved in the disappearance of Joshlin?
Wat was u se antwoord gewees die tyd wat hy vir u vra, is u betrokke in Joshlin se verdwyning?
Ek het net gesê nee, ek weet nie.
I just said no, I don't know.
Now you are at the door, you are pleading with him, you are telling him you are innocent, and then what happened?
U is nou daar by die deur, nee, u het met hom gepleit en u het hom dit gesê, wat het gebeur?
Vat hulle my om te lank te gaan staan.
They took me and they let me stand next to Buddha.
En halve Buddha af.
They took Buddha down.
Yes.
Ja.
En hulle sê vir my, ek moet my sweater uittrek.
They told me that I must take off my t-shirt,
En my tekkies.
my tackies.
En dan moet ek op my rug lê.
I must lay on my back.
Toe op my, maar hulle is die boeie afgehaal.
But they first took off the handcuffs. Ja.
Toe sê hulle vir my, ek moet op my rug lê.
And they said that I must lay on my back.
Dan moet ek my twee bene so na my bors toe bring.
And they said that I must bring my two legs to my chest.
Can continue?
Gaan voort.
Dan moet ek my twee hande so oor my bene dinges.
I must take my two hands and put it in front my things.
Toe boei hulle my vas.
And they handcuffs me.
Toe druk hulle 'n pyp tussen my onder my knieë deur.
And they put a pipe, my lord, the witness shows, they put a pipe under my knees, the witness shows.
As 'n kurkpyp, aluminium kurkpyp.
It's an aluminium pipe, my lord.
En
The witness is indicating, my lord, as I was told to lay on my back, and I was told that I must pull my legs to my chest, and the witness showed now when he said my dingus or my things, like that, and he said I was told to pull my legs to my chest, and the steel pipe was placed under my knees. He pointed, yeah.
So the interpreter is sitting right next to the witness stand and can see the movement of the hands that we can't see.
Mm.
So she was illustrating by pulling up the knees. When the word duress is used, it refers to the hands, because that's what he shows, and she gave the illustration. That's why I paused. But I just want to clarify something else about the aluminium pipe. When you say crook pipe, what do you mean by that?
As u sê krukpyp, wat bedoel u by dit?
die kurke wat in die hospitaal jou gee.
The crutches that have been used at the hospital, my lord.
The prosecutor didn't bring a prop, so I didn't see it yet. But there's a crutch actually next to the gentleman sitting in the right there. Can you see the crutch lying there?
Kan u dit sien daardie krukpyp wat langs in die oompie sit wat daar die van die voorste ry sit in die hoek?
Ja, maar sy sal wel.
Yes, but it's a silver one.
But that's a blue one, but it's similar to that.
As min of meer dieselfde soos dat.
So dulling maar daai ene feitjies en dis sal wel.
It's the same, like more or less the same, my lord, but that one it's a silver one and it has holes.
The court orderly is going to bring it to you.
Because
I can see that one's also adjustable. I can see it from here and I can see the little holes. Just so that we have a good idea. It's a normal single crutch that's adjustable.
Die onderste deel daar val sy uit. En hulle daai gebruik.
Okay, so it's the one part that you can pull out, the extension piece. So it's a single piece that can be used.
Ja.
Thank
Not
you.
again, my lord.
Anyone of council want to see it? Good. Thank you for assisting. I don't think it was brought deliberate as a prop. Because that gentleman's been here for every day with his crutch. Yes, thank you. So now you've illustrated knees up, hands over, pipe through. That's where I interrupted you.
U het nou vir ons verduidelik dat u was gesê op 'n rug te lê en u het gewys hoe die krukpyp op die pyp on u se knie gesit op bene gesit en dit is waar ek dit in vir een gegaan het.
En ek is opgeloop.
I was lifted, my lord.
En op twee stoele gesit.
I was placed on 2 chairs.
Die een punt van die kar en die ander punt van die kar.
The one point of the crutch and the other side of the crutch.
Van twee stoele wat in die middel is van my. Ek hang tussen twee stoele.
Because as 2 chairs, my lord, and I was hanging in between these 2 chairs.
Are they normal chairs?
Is dit gewone stoele?
Nee, is nie gewone stoele nie. Dis een van die stoele wat op die video is. As ook daar.
No, it's not normal chairs. It's one of the chairs that is on the video, my lord. The witness is referring to the video.
What I mean, normal chairs, normal height chairs.
As ek praat van is dit normale stoele, is dit normale gewone hoogte.
Ja, is die stoel wat ek opgesit het met meneer Sekoe.
It's a chair that I was sitting on with Mr. Sekoe.
That chair has a back, but it's a normal height chair.
So daai stoel het agterrug nie, maar dis maar 'n normale stoel, die hoogte.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct.
That's all I want to know.
Dis al wat ek wil geweet het.
Because I see people want me to watch videos today. I'm not inclined to do that. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kabai.
Thank you, my lord. Please proceed, Mr. Van Rijn.
U kan voorgaan, meneer Van Rijn.
My gehang.
I hanged there.
En vir my was gevra.
I was asked,
Wat het ek gemaak met Joshlin?
what did I do with Joshlin?
Wat het ek gemaak?
Just a moment.
What did we do with Joshlin?
Now remember what I said earlier about swallowing your words.
Onthou u wat ek het vroeër gesê, want u sluk u woorde.
And if you speak that fast, we might lose it.
As u so vinnig praat, ons gaan mekaar misverstaan.
So the first, you repeated the same thing. I want you to relax, don't panic.
Ek wil u moet ontspan.
You repeated the same words. The first time it sounded as if you said what you did with Joshlin, but when you repeated it, it came out as what did we do, wat het ons gemaak.
Die eerste keer het dit geklink soos u het gesê dat wat ek het gedoen En die tweede keer wat het ieder herhaal of weer sê, u het gesê wat ons gemaak het.
Now, it could be that we are wrong because you were speaking fast.
Ons kan miskien verkeerd is, want u het vinnig gepraat.
So, I'm going to clarify that so that my notes can be correct.
Ek gaan vir u duidelikheid vra oor dat my notas kan korrek wees.
What did they ask you?
Wat het hulle vir u gevra?
Hulle het ons nog gevra wat het ons gemaak met Joshlin.
They asked me what did we do with Joshlin.
Ek het wel gesê maar ek weet nie waar Joshlin ek daar nie kennis het.
I told them that I don't know where Joshlin is, I bear no knowledge.
Maar hulle wil nie dit gehoor het.
But they did not want to hear that.
En elke keer ek wil hulle sê maar ek weet nie as dit hulle swart sak om my kop.
Every time I will tell them that I don't know, they will place the black plastic bag over my head.
En as hulle my so druk op my kop,
And they will press me on my head.
dan so agtertoe, vorentoe.
They will push me to the back, to the front, back and front.
Just stop there. The accused illustrated with his hand and his head moving back and forth. Was that now whilst you were hanging?
Het dit gebeur die tyd wat u daar gehang het?
Dis korrek nou.
That's correct.
I'm just making a note. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my Lord. Before you were instructed to take off your sweater and your shoes, who did you see in this room?
Voor u gesê was u moet sy sweater uittrek en die skoene uittrek. Wie was in die lokaal gewees?
Hulle was 'n paar polisiemense daar.
There were few police officials there.
Ek weet die tyd toe ek hang,
I know the time when I was hanging.
Juffrou Johnson was ook daar.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
Juffrou Johnson.
Miss Johnson was there.
En sy is hier toe my gesê, ja, dit is maar.
She's the one that told me, yes, so you are thin.
Ja, dit is maar en sterk, joh.
You are thin and strong.
Why did she say this?
Hoekom het sy dit gesê?
Sy sien volgende kennis hang ek nog al 'n hele tydjie.
According to her information, my Lord, I've been hanging there for some time.
En die sweetkogel stap my af.
And the sweat was coming down.
Now let's go back to where you ended. You were hanging and they were pushing your forehead and you were moving backward and you were moving in front. What happened after that?
Laat ons nou gaan daar. U sê dat hulle het vir u op u kop gestoot, moes nou eet voor en agter beweeg en dan?
Ja, dat sal sy net so agtertoe, vorentoe, sal net so gaan.
It will just go, I'll go swing to the front, backwards.
En die tyd dat hy terugkom nou,
The time when you come back,
Dan sal hy die swart sak weer om jou kop sit.
and they will put the black plastic bag over you.
Maar as jy daai posisie hang,
But when you are hanging in that position,
hang jy nie daai posisie straight af met jou kop nie.
you're not hanging straight down with your head. The witness shows my Lord with the hand.
Van
The witness showed my Lord, you're not hanging straight down with your head.
Showing with a 90 degree to the ground with his hand, yeah.
Ja, gaan voort.
Sy is half, sy's nou gebakken met jou nek en jou rug, sy's gebakken.
You are in a bending position, my Lord. Ja.
So as jy swaar hom tyd dat hy wil as jy stoot voor jou kop en sy gaan agtertoe en vorentoe. As jy swaar hom die swart sak te om jou kop te sit.
So it's not difficult for him, my Lord, because you're in that position, you're moving backward and forward. So it's not difficult for him to place the black plastic bag over your head.
Dan sal ek die sak stukken by.
When I will bite the bag open,
Dan sal hulle weer 2 sakke vat.
then they will take 2 plastic bags.
Dan fold hom dubbel.
They will fold it in double.
Dan sal hulle weer daai ene omsit.
Then they will put that around me.
Dan byt ek hom stukken.
I'll also bite that one also open.
Vat hulle so blink groot houtsak.
They had such a blinking wood bag, my Lord,
Maar nie daai ene met die gaatjies in nie. Daai ene die gaatjies in
but
weet.
not the one with the holes.
Daai is volledige ene.
It's a full one, my Lord.
Did you say houtsak?
It is a
Houtsak.
houtsak. Yes.
Ek sê dis 'n houtsak. Hè.
I'm referring to as a wood bag, my Lord. Wood.
What do you mean by that?
Wat beteken u by dit as u sê houtsak?
Die houtsakke wat die mense in die winkel verkoop.
The wood bags that is being sold in the shops, my Lord.
Maar jy kry mos 'n groot sak ook.
You also get the big bags
Met daai was dieselfde sak soos wat ek nou wat vra.
at the same bag that I'm referring to.
Toe hulle daai ene opsit,
When they placed that one on,
daai ene hom hulle laat sweet.
that one made me sweat.
Van die begin af,
From the onset,
hulle my vra
they will ask me a question.
en ek sê wel ek weet nie.
I will tell them that I don't know.
As hulle besig om my voete en die hande en die knieë te sluit.
Then they will be busy on eating me on my hands, my knees, and my feet.
Van al drie gee ek vir hulle binne die lug. Van die posisie wat ek hang, ek is aan die lug aan met my knieë, my voete en my hande.
Because all three of them, my Lord, in the manner that I was hanging, I was actually exposed in that way, my Lord. Yeah.
En as hulle ek skree
I will scream.
en hulle sê seer maar kry seer,
I will tell them that is sore, I'm getting sore.
hulle sal hom sê ek moet nie kak praat nie.
They will tell me that I don't talk shit.
Ek moet hulle die waarheid sê.
I must tell them the truth.
Ek sê wel ek weet nie wat die waarheid is.
Then I will tell them that I don't know what is the truth.
Ek daar nie kennis nie.
I bear no knowledge.
Ek weet nie wat hulle soek by my nie.
I don't know what they want from me.
Hulle sê ek moet nie kak praat nie.
They will tell me that I mustn't talk shit. Yeah.
Thank you, my Lord. And then what happened?
En wat er gebeur
After
na
that?
dit?
Dat die hele tyd aanhou gaan so.
It went on for some time like that.
So Un tren ek wo parada le wona maka tiena parada tydin moet ek het gehoor paas toe.
Around about that, my Lord, they were speaking amongst each other, and I heard whilst they were speaking about past truths.
Dan toe hoor ek tien sê my maar ek moet nie kak praat, ek het saam met Boeta.
And I will hear the one saying that I mustn't talk shit, I was with Buddha.
Ek het saam met Boeta die kinda, makalima toe gevat.
I took the child with Buddha to Makalima. And I was also asked, do I also know Makalima? I said, yes, I do know her. Kan u weer dit herhaal asseblief? I told him that she lives there in the informal settlement by Buddha then.
Yes.
Were you still hanging at that time?
Het u nog steeds gehang daai tyd?
Ja.
Yes.
Yes, you were still hanging. Please continue. What happened after that?
U het nog steeds gehang. Wat het gebeur na dit? So the hitting continued. They are saying that I walked with Buddha and took the child to my Makalima person. I told them it's not like that. I paid no knowledge of that. And they hit. Till by the point I say I walked with him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, my Lord. You can continue, Mr. Van Rijn.
You can voortgaan, meneer Van Rijn. When I said I walked with him, with Joshlin to Makalima, and at the time they took me off.
Yes.
Thank you, my Lord. Yes, proceed, Mr. Van Rijn.
You can voortgaan, meneer Van Rijn. But before they took me off, I tried by myself to leave or to take myself off from the chase. But I could not get it right. Then I told them that yes, I walked with Buddha and we took the child to Makalima. And they took me off. They got the things in order there, or got the things in order there. I heard them talking about Makalima person. That we're going to be riding with them to go point out Makalima's place. We drove with them. When you say you drove with them, were you all in the same car? As u sê u het saam met hulle gery, was julle in dieselfde voertuig gewees?
Nee, daar was verskillende voertuie.
No, we were in different cars.
Do you still remember in which car were you and with whom?
Kan u nog steeds onthou in watter voertuig was u en met wie?
Ek weet ek wat spere Paulo was.
I know I drove in a white detective Polo.
En die tyd dat ons in Magalima in daai kort straatjie by Magalima gewees het.
Kan u weer herhaal
Die
asseblief?
straatjie van Magalima, daai kort straatjie.
When were they in that short street of Makalima?
Het ek in die een kar gesit.
I was seated in the other car.
Ek was Johnson net links gesit.
Miss Johnson was seated on the left-hand side,
Waar sy my nog 'n skuif gegee het van haar eentjie.
where she still gave me a smoke from a cigarette, a puff from a cigarette.
Do you know who was the driver of the...
The accused used the Afrikaans expression skuif van 'n enkie, which was correctly interpreted for the record. A puff from a cigarette. So I just want to clarify that. Is that what you meant?
Hier
A
maar.
skuif van 'n enkie.
Ja, maar
Is dit wat u bedoel het, 'n skuif van die eentjie? Yes, my lord.
Mr. Van Rijn, can we go back to the motor vehicle
Meneer Van Rijn, kan ons net teruggaan na die voertuig toe?
that you were driven in while going to Makalima's place?
Die voertuig wat u in was, die tyd wat u na Makalima se plek toe gegaan het?
Can you remember who was the driver of that motor vehicle?
Kan u onthou wie was die driver of wie was die bestuurder gewees van die voertuig?
nee, kan nou nog.
No, I can't remember.
Was Miss Johnson in that vehicle as well?
Was mevrou Johnson ook in daardie voertuig?
Ja,
Yes.
How many were you in this motor vehicle?
Hoeveel van julle was in hierdie voertuig?
vier.
I think 4.
What happened at your arrival at Makalima's place?
Wat het gebeur die tyd wat u by Makalima se plek kom?
Ons beide kar het ons buite gestaan, ons sit ons binne in die kar.
The car motor vehicles were outside, were seated inside the motor vehicles.
Ek sit in die kar, kan ek sien dit ook Magalima se hekke.
Where, as I was seated in the motor vehicle, my lord, I could see by Makalima's gates
En dat hulle lig probeer maak met die torche.
that they tried to make light with the torches. The witness also shows, my lord, by the way of hand,
Maar hulle het toe nie antwoorde gekry nie.
but they did not get a reply.
En hulle het Magalima se slot afgeknip.
And they broke or they cut Makalima's lock. The witness shows with the way of hand, my lord,
En dis hoe hulle toe ingegaan alles.
and that's how they went in.
He indicated the motion as you would normally cut with a bolt cutter.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes.
Yes, Makalima's gate is cut. And then what happened after that?
Hulle het Makalima se slot gesny en dan wat het gebeur?
Ek het by Magalima 'n man en 2 kinders gesien. as hulle 'n foto gevat het van haar nie,
I'm not sure whether a photo was taken of them,
maar die foto of sy was gebring na my toe.
kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
Die foto of sy
The photo or her personally was brought to me
om te sê as dit Makalima is.
to say whether this is Makalima.
En ek het gesê ja.
I said yes.
Was Makalima brought to you in person?
Was Makalima na u toe gebring, persoonlik na u toe? Fisies na u toe gebring?
Ja, is seker nie.
At the house, I'm not sure.
Did the police bring Makalima to you, to where you were in the car?
Just one moment. He twice now said, first time he said, he's not sure whether they brought a picture or whether they brought her. Then you posed the question and he said he's not sure whether she was brought to the car at the house. So the follow-up question is disallowed.
Thank you, my lord. And what happened after that, Mr. Van Rijn?
En wat het gebeur nadat meneer Van Rijn?
Na dit is Seaborder toe.
After that, we went to Seaborder.
Yes.
And what happened at Seaborder?
En wat het gebeur by Seaborder?
Ek kom by Seaborder,
Upon arrival at Seaborder,
as ek gelos in 'n kar
I was left in the car.
en nie lang nie,
Not long after,
het hulle my gehaal,
they came to fetch me.
en gevat het by Makalima.
They took me to by Makalima.
Toe ek daar kom,
When I got there,
dus sien ek maar 2 vroumense
I saw 2 females.
as besig met Makalima.
They were busy with Makalima.
Ek is seker, ek dink sy was geboeie
I'm not sure. I think she was handcuffed.
en dat hulle haar met swart sak om haar kop gehet het.
They also had black plastic bag overhead. Wacht, meneer.
Yes.
Gaan voort.
Want sy het my baie te mekaar gelyk,
For me, she looked very confused,
vir alle hare.
especially her hair.
Just one moment. So you went there, you saw what you saw. Was that the only time you were taken there?
U het daar gegaan.
As you just described to me.
U het nou daar gegaan, u het gesien wat u gesien het. Is dit die enigste tyd wat u daar gegaan het?
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. When you say you saw 2 females and they were busy with Makalima, what do you mean when you say they were busy with her?
As u sê u het 2 vroumense gesien en hulle was besig met Makalima, wat bedoel u met dit?
Besig om te martel.
They were busy torturing her.
You said you weren't sure whether she had handcuffs, but she had a black bag over her head.
Hy het gesê, hy is nou nie seker het sy 'n boei gehad nie, maar sy het 'n swart plexiesak oor haar kop.
Oor haar kop gehad, ja.
Yes, over her head.
That's how I noted it, yes. That's why I asked you whether it was only the one time that you went in there.
En dis die rede wat ek het dit so gehad op my notas, dis die rede wat ek vir u gevra het, is dit die enigste tyd wat u daartoe gegaan het?
Because I anticipate some fireworks later about that.
That's correct, man.
Yes, thank you.
And what happened after this, Mr. Van Rijn?
Wat het gebeur nadat meneer Van Rijn?
Dat ek ngwe makalima se, dat ek saam met Boeta, die kind by Joshlin behagelos het.
That I must tell Makalima that myself and Buddha, we took Joshlin, we left Joshlin there by her.
Who told you you must tell Makalima this?
Wie het vir u gesê u moet dit vir Makalima sê?
Ik ken jullie namen niet, maar ik weet dat je mensen wat me afgehaald van die hangen af.
The people that took me off from where I was hanging my load, I don't know the names.
What was Makalima's response?
What was?
Makalima's response.
Manuel Kalima's response.
Wat het Makalima gesê?
Makalima my gevra maar hoekom doen ek dit?
Makalima asked me, why am I doing that?
Did you see Mr. Apollos at that stage?
Het u vir meneer Apollos gesien daardie tyd?
Ja.
No.
Mr. Van Rijn, I'll take you steps back to the first office you were taken into by Sergeant Forte.
Meneer Van Rijn, ek gaan vir u terugneem in die eerste kantoor waar Sergeant Fortuin vir u na toe geneem het.
Is that now before the toilet?
Yes, before the bathroom issues, my lord.
Miss Mkabayi, I can't tell you how to lead the evidence, but it's very difficult if we go back and forth. I would suggest, if it's possible, that we deal with the evidence sequentially. Otherwise we jump back and forth, and it also confuses my own notes. It's 9:30. I'm going to take an adjournment for about 10 minutes.
All right.
When Makalima was being tortured, where were her children?
Die tyd wat mevrou Makalima so gemartel was, waar was haar kinders?
By haar,
With her.
And what happened after that?
En wat het gebeur na dit?
na dit het hulle my gevat na Kelly toe.
After that, they took me to Kelly.
To do what to Kelly?
Om wat te doen bij Kelly?
Om wat Kelly te sê, maar Kelly het ons gestuur om die kind te vat na Magalima toe.
To say.
It's the Yankees. Mr. Yankees, please take over. You heard the answer, so you can do the translation. Yeah. So I'm going to repeat the question, then you can repeat the answer.
Ek gaan die vraag herhaal. U kan die antwoord herhaal.
You were taken to Kelly
U is na Kelly toe geneem
to do what?
om wat te gaan doen.
Om wat te sê dat sy wil my in Boeta gestuur om die kind te vat na Magalima toe.
To go and tell her that she sent me in Buddha to take the child to Makalima.
Yes, thank you.
Ja, dankie.
And did you say that? Did you tell Kelly that?
Het u toe vir Kelly dit gesê?
Is korrek, ja.
Correct, yes.
Yes.
And what happened after that?
Wat gebeur toe daarna?
Nadat is ek weer nie kar gesit.
After that, I was put into the vehicle again.
Yes. Yes.
With whom in the motor vehicle?
Met wie? Wie is nog in die voertuig?
Die laaste wat ek het by jou Johnson gesien.
The last I saw Johnson.
Waar sy vir my weer skryf op hier.
She gave me a puff again.
En waar aan die slaap waar ek in klaar.
And I fell asleep inside the vehicle.
En dat ek geslaap het in die kar en niks open wakker geskryf.
And then I slept inside the vehicle and I got awake the next morning.
En van my was gesê waar, want die manier wat na my toe kom,
I was told that the gentleman that was going to come to me,
dat hy 'n verklaring gehad van my,
that he will acquire a statement from me,
en dat ek net moet,
and that
You can continue.
en dat ek net my samewerking moet doen.
I must give my cooperation.
En hy het gesê, is reg so.
And I said, all is fine.
En die man het al kom,
The man arrived.
Before we go there, Mr. Van Rijn,
Voor ons daarbij kom, meneer Van der Rijn.
I have a few questions to you regarding what you've told the court already.
Ik heb een paar vragen hier raken, net dit wat u vir my gesê het.
Before we go there,
Voor ons daarbij kom,
There is evidence before this court
Voor die hof is daar getuienis
by Sergeant Fontaine
deur Sergeant Fortuin
that you told him
dat iets vir hom gesê
the injuries you sustained is because you fell
die beserings wat hy opgedoen het is omdat hy geval het
from a bakkie over the weekend.
die naweek vanaf 'n bakkie.
What is your comment to the statement?
Wat sê u daarop? Wat is die kommentaar op daardie stelling?
Dat is wat ek hom gesê het, dat is wat hy van my gesê het.
That is not what I told him. That is what he told me.
Dat ek wat die dokter moet sê.
That I must tell the doctor that.
Ja.
Thank you, my lord.
Dankie, u edele.
Now that he told you that, did he give you the particulars of the driver of the motor vehicle or the particulars of the motor vehicle itself?
Nadat u
Of wat motor vehicle?
Nadat hy vir u dit gesê het.
Of what motor vehicle? The bakkie or
The bakkie, my lord.
the bakkie that he allegedly fell
Yes.
from?
Yes, my lord.
Okay.
Gee hy toe vir u die besonderhede van hierdie voertuig wat u na beweer is sou afgeval het van?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Yep.
I have seen this evidence also in your warning statement.
Ek het hierdie getuienis ook in u waarskuwingsverklaring, het ek op hierdie getuienis gesien.
Your warning statement was taken by Sergeant Johnson.
U waarskuwingsverklaring is deur Susan Jansen bekom. Johnson,
yes.
So that was on the 6th.
Of March, yes, my lord.
Die 6de Maart.
Just one moment. I just want to. Was it? Yeah, it's exhibit double N for the record. Yes, thank you.
In that warning statement,
In daardie waarskuwingsverklaring,
it appears that you fell
dit blyk of u geval het
from the bakkie.
van hierdie bakkie af.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg? Is dit korrek?
No, my lord.
Nee, edele.
Just one moment. I'm not sure whether the Mr. Van Rijn understands the question. So let's just clarify it.
Ek is seker of meneer Van Rijn hierdie vraag verstaan nie net
Because
ter klarigheid,
it's put as a positive to Mr. Van Rijn.
want dit word as positief aan meneer Van Rijn oorgedra.
What is reflected in the warning statement?
No,
And then he
it's-
answers no.
Na iets wat in die
So the answer.
waarskuwing.
So let's clarify it so that we don't have any misunderstandings.
En die waarskuwing weerspieël, kom ons kry klarigheid daarop sodat daar nie 'n misverstand ontstaan nie.
So you will recall that you were held at St. Helena Bay.
U sal onthou dat u
Police
was
cells.
die St. Helena Bay polisiesele aangehou
Correct, my lord.
And Sergeant Johnson came there
en Susan Johnson het daar gekom.
on the 6th. That's now the day after all these videos were made.
Op die 6de, nou dit is dag na al hierdie video's gemaak is.
Can you remember?
Onthou u dit?
Ja, my lord.
And
Yes, my lord.
then she completed the form.
En sy het die vorm voltooi
And at one stage,
en op 'n stadium
she asked you to show her injuries that you might have.
Vra sy vir u om aan haar beserings wat u opgedoen het te toon of te wys.
And the form reflects that
En hierdie vorm
you showed a swollen knee and it was bandaged.
dui daarop aan dat iets vir haar opgeswelde knie wat in verbande gewees het.
En 'n verband.
En 'n verband.
Now what is put to you by your counsel
Die stelling deur u advokaat aan u
is that the form reflects
is dat die vorm dui daarop aan
that she asked you
dat sy vir u so gevra het
how and when you sustained the injuries.
wanneer en hoe het u daardie beserings opgedoen.
And the form reflects that you told her
En die vorm weerspieël dat iets vir haar gesê
that you injured yourself where you fell off a bakkie before your arrest on the 4th of March
iets vir jouself.
2024. I'm using different words that's written down there.
Ek gebruik verskillende woorde wat daar geskryf is.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan jy
That's
dit?
that what the form reflects.
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
So that's common cause. That's a document on the court record.
De tyd die hof is in besit van daardie dokument is in besit van die hof.
Okay?
Verstaan jy?
Ja, my lord.
Yes,
So
my
this
lord.
is what we're talking about.
Dit is waarvan ons praat.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord.
En dankie u edele.
In the form that
And-
the court has made reference to,
En die vorm waarna die hof verwys,
your answer is that
u antwoord daarop is soos volg:
you sustain those injuries by falling from the parking.
hoe u daardie beserings opgedoen het, is dat iets van 'n bakkie afgeval.
Now my question is,
My vraag aan u, derhalwe, my vraag aan u is:
did you sustain your injuries by falling from the parking?
is dit hoe u daardie beserings opgedoen het? Is dit omdat u van die bakkie afgeval het?
Ja, my lord.
No, my lord.
How did you sustain your injuries?
Hoe het u daardie beserings opgedoen, meneer?
Aan die martel
During the torture
Seaboard.
at sea border.
And and you testify that Sergeant Fontaine told you
Dit is die getuienis dat Sergeant Fontaine het vir u gesê,
when you are asked how you sustained your injuries, you must say you sustained them by falling from the parking.
wanneer daar gevra word hoe u daardie beserings opgedoen het, moet u vir hulle sê dat u van die bakkie afgeval. Dit sal die antwoord wees.
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Is that the reason why you gave that answer in your warning statement?
Is dit die rede hoekom vir hulle daardie antwoord gegee het in die waarskuwingsverklaring?
Ja, my lord.
The question was leading, but the prosecutors were sleeping.
Dit is 'n leidende vraag daar, maar die stad reageer nie daarop nie.
Why?
We must just be careful. Sometimes parties don't object because they see no sense in it. So that we still keep to the rules. Because if the prosecutors are going to jump up every moment, it will also disrupt the proceedings. So I understand often when counsel, either for the defense or the state, does not object. But it's this witness's evidence. And let's try and stick to the rules. Let's not ask leading questions unless it's things that are not in dispute. This particular issue is in dispute. My normal response would have been, my time as counsel, I would immediately have jumped up and said, my Lord, if my colleague wants to testify, I'm more than happy to cross-examine her. And I'm looking forward to it. And people knew what were waiting for them when I was younger. So, let's just try and keep to it. And no reflection. I said he was sleeping. That was just... and I know it's difficult. We've got a lot of evidence. And we're not sure. So let's try and manage it. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. If you don't understand the question, you must say so.
Meneer, indien jy die vraag verstaan, sê asseblief so.
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
Because it's going to be a long day.
Want dit gaan 'n lang dag wees.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
why did you tell Sergeant Johnson that you fell from the packet?
hoekom het die Sergeant Johnson gesê dat jy van die bakkie afgeval?
Van dat was ook weer gesê om te sê.
That is what I was told to say.
And that was by Sergeant Fortuin, I heard.
Deur Sergeant Fortuin.
Ja, my lord.
Korrek, edele.
Thank you.
Even in your J88 that was completed by Dr. Nell,
Selfs in IJ88 deur Dr. Nel ingevul,
when you were asked how did you sustain these injuries, you say you fell from the back.
toe u gevra word hoe het u hierdie beserings opgedoen, sê u vir hom u het van die bakkie afgeval.
Why did you give that answer?
Hoekom gee u vir hom daardie antwoord?
Ik was al eens die hospitaal toen met nog politiemensen.
I was sent to the hospital together with other police officers
Aan die dokters gaan voor.
in the doctor's rooms.
Politieman nog altijd geweest.
Police officers still there.
Can I just, policeman, man, singular.
Er was 3 wat er zo'n gereden.
3 who transported me.
1 het aangekom.
1 entered, went inside.
Terwijl die dokter van mij was gezet.
Whilst the doctor was examining me,
Zo, ik moet niet die dokter zeggen wat meneer Fortuin nog mij was gezet.
I had to tell the doctor only that which Mr. Fortuin told me,
Dat ik het van die pakje afgevallen.
that I felt off the bakkie.
Van een vriend van mij.
That belongs to a friend of mine.
En ik heb net zo gezegd.
So I did, indeed, I did so.
Van ik weet.
Because I know
Ik ga nu weer terug samen met die man.
I'll be returning back with this guy.
Zo, wat ik nou voor die dokter was gezegd.
Therefore, what I just told the doctor,
Hij had gehoord wat ik de dokter zei.
he heard what I told the doctor.
Zo, hij gaat die boodschap overdragen.
He will relate the message, carry the message over.
De boodschap wat hij nou krijgt dat ik zei.
The message that you would have heard what I said
Voor die dokter.
to the doctor.
Thank you.
Dank u.
Did you at any stage intend to make a statement after the interrogation?
Na die ondervraging het u op enige stadium bedoel om hen verklaring af te lê?
Ja.
No.
If you never intended to make a statement,
Indien dit nie die bedoeling sou gewees het nie om sodanige verklaring af te lê,
how did you end up before Kenneth Clark for a statement?
hoe eindig u dan nou op haar by kolonel Clark om hen verklaring af te lê?
Maar je was al gezegd.
I was told
De andere samenwerking moet gaan.
you just have to cooperate.
En zei niet voor die man wat hij nou was.
Just tell the man what you just told. said.
Ja.
And if I understand what you said, it's what you were told to say.
En die ek vir dit wat u gesê het verstaan, u het gesê dit wat u voorgesê gewees het.
Ja, my lord.
Korrek, die edele.
From the time you were taken at the hiking spot, Vredenberg, Saldanha hiking spot, up until the time you woke up in the morning, did you had anything to eat?
Vandat die opgetel gewees het daar Saldanha Vredenberg railroadpunt tot u wakker geword het u enige iets te ete gehad?
Ja.
No.
State witnesses in this trial within a trial told the court that you were taken to Saldanha police station.
Staatsgetuies in hierdie verhoor, binne verhoor het vir die hof gesê dat u Saldanha polisiestasie toegeneem
after the interviews.
na die onderhoude.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg? Is dit korrek?
Nee, my lord.
Nee, u edele.
No, just to clarify it for the record. And I'm going to simplify it.
Net
so that it's clear what the accused says.
net vir klarigheid
I'm just going to turn it into a question.
vir die rekord en ek gaan dit vereenvoudig en ek gaan dit in vraagvorm omskep.
Were you taken to Saldanha police station at all
Was
that morning of the 5th?
die oggend van die 5de was u enigstens Saldanha polisiestasie toegeneem gewees het?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Thank you.
Dankie.
Yes, Mr. Goodbye.
After you were taken before Colonel Clark,
Nadat u na kolonel Clark toegeneem is,
where were you taken to?
waarna toe is u daarna waarna toe is u?
Before you go on, I said before I took the short adjournment that I like to get the evidence in chronological form so that the sequence follows. Do you recall the engagement you had with Colonel Clark?
Na die kort
That was the
verdraging,
only witness that preferred to stand on his feet whilst testifying.
na die kort verdaging het ek gesê dat ek neem nou hierdie kort verdaging sodat ons nou hierdie getuienis en die korrekte volgorde kan hê. Ek wil by u weet na u gesprek met kolonel Clark, hy is al getuie wat verkies het om staande te getuig. Onthou u wat het gebeur na u by hom gewees het, die gesprek met hom?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
So, if I understand your evidence correctly,
Indien ek u getuienis reg verstaan,
you slept in the car, then you were taken to Vredenburg to Dr. Nell, and then you went to Colonel Clark.
u het in die voertuig geslaap toe u Vredenburg hospitaal toe geneem is, daar vandaan af is na kolonel Clark toe geneem. Seaborder, my lord.
But you saw Colonel Clark.
Toe het sien vir kolonel Clark.
Correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
And everything we saw on the video with Colonel Clark, you've got no problem with that.
En alles wat ons gesien het waarby kolonel Clark betrokke is op die beeldmateriaal of die video, het geen probleem daarmee nie.
Nee, my lord.
None whatsoever, my lord.
And do you remember that well?
En u onthou dit goed.
Ja, my lord.
Except that there was a time when you indicated to him that you had tablets, he saw the tablets.
Behalve dit, dat is 'n stadium wat hy aan hom aangedui het dat hy is op medikasie, tablette, ons het die tablette gesien.
And that you were hungry.
En dat hy honger is.
And of course you couldn't take the tablets unless you've had something to eat.
Natuurlijk, ek kon nie die pille drink tensy iets te eet gehad het.
Correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
And he then, correctly it seems, decided to terminate the engagement with you and said they must first ensure that you have something to eat and so forth.
Hy het toe dan op sy beurt daar besluit om daar onderhoud te staak tensy hy iets het om te eet.
That's correct, my lord.
Correct, edele.
And all of that you remember clearly.
En alles daarin is nog helder in u geheue.
Ja, my lord.
Ja, edele.
Did you understand everything that he did and explained to you?
Het hy alles verstaan wat hy aan u verduidelik het?
Nee, my lord.
Nou, my lord.
So what did you not understand?
Wat is dit toe wat hy nie verstaan het nie?
With Colonel Clark, we're getting to Sekwe later. I'm talking about Colonel Clark.
Fokus asseblief op hierdie stadium na kolonel Clark. Ons gaan later die dag by Sekwe uitkom. Ek is meer spesifiek op kolonel Clark op hierdie stadium.
Das wat jy my wat eintlik wat ek nie verstaan het.
There is what you explained to me that I did not understand.
Maar ek net sê ja.
I just said yes.
Why?
Hoekom?
Van my was ek met samewerking moet doen.
I was told to cooperate, my lord.
In what sense?
In wat is sin?
Net ek met samewerking moet doen.
I must just give my cooperation, my lord.
And what did you understand by that?
Hoe die daardeur verstaan? Hierdie samewerking wat jy moet verleen, wat het jy daardeur verstaan?
Sy sal net antwoord wat hulle vra by jou.
You just answer what is being asked to you.
En verduidelik jou storie.
Explain your version.
Do you see, the reason why I'm asking you is because
Yes.
Colonel Clark never got to any of the contentious issues.
Sien nie meneer, hoekom ek vir hierdie vraag vra? Kolonel Clark het by nêrens op hierdie betwiste faktore uitgekom nie.
Ja, maar
Vraagstukke.
hy moet net verduidelik van die kamer waar ons nou sit
He just explained me as to the room in which you were seated,
en dat er niemand is nie
that there's no one present, no one else is present.
en dat ek my veilig voel
I must feel safe.
en as net ons wat hier is,
It's just the two of us were there, or it's us that were there.
maar in daai tyd
But during that time,
was ek eintlik met hom op 'n visie.
I was not with him.
What do you-
Actually, I was not with him.
What do you mean?
Wat probeer jy sê?
Want ek was honger en ek was moe
Because I was tired, I was hungry.
en onder pyn
I'm in pain.
en dan kom ek maar net vir alles ja gesê.
That is just, I just said yes for everything, my Lord.
Yeah, so now you can move on, Ms. Kabai. You wanted to skip that part.
Juffrou Kabai, kom
So
ons
now
beweeg
you
nou
can
aan.
move on after Clark had excused him and leave the evidence from there.
Kom ons beweeg aan, juffrou Kabai, want ek wil probeer om daardie gedeelte te vermy, want ek het vir kolonel Clark verskoon.
Yes. at the document that was completed by Colonel Clark as part of the record. It's Exhibit HH.
Die dokument wat deur Kolonel Clark ingevul is deel van die rekord, dis bewysstuk HH voor die
And
hof.
it's reflected in the Exhibit 2.
Dit is hoe dit weerspieël in die bewysstukke, dis bewysstuk 2.
That's just for the record.
Net vir die rekord.
Thank you, my lord.
Dankie u edele,
Mr. Van Rijn,
meneer Van Rijn.
after Kenneth Clark left, where were you taken to?
Kolonel Clark is toe weg, waarna toe is toe geneem?
St. Helena by Shalligis.
St. Helena by Herald?
Shalla.
Sels.
Yes.
After you were taken into St. Helena base cells, when were you taken out again and for what?
Is toe St. Helena by se aanhoudingscelle toe geneem, van is toe weer daar uitgehaal en vir watter doeleindes?
Om meneer Seekoei te sien moes.
To go and see Mr. Seekoei,
Maar ek dink dit was dieselfde dag.
but I think it was the same day.
Were you told why you are being brought before Captain Sikwi?
Is u toe ingelig hoekom word u na Seekoei toe geneem?
Ja, maar dat,
Ja, edele.
What were you told?
Wat is toe aan u gesê?
dat ek aan die slaap geraak het die oggend
That I fell asleep the morning
en dat ek nou die verklaring moet gee.
that now I have to make that statement now. To provide them with a statement now.
Yes.
How was your state when you appeared before Captain Sikwi?
U verskyn toe nou voor kaptein Seekoei en wat is toestand is u toe? Hoe voel u?
Tyd wil my behalwe meneer Seekoei, hulle het my gevat vir, meneer Clark het hulle my selletjies toegevat, om te gaan rus.
Maar Captain Clark took me to the cells first to go and rest.
Maar ek het hier, ek kan ook geslaap in die tyd wil my behalwe meneer Seekoei nie.
But then by the time they came to fetch me for Mr. Seekoei, I had not slept. By then.
En ek is na meneer Seekoei toe en ek het die verklaring aan hom wat
I was then taken to
hy het die verklaring gevat van hom.
Weren't you taken to Dr. Zambri first before you went to Seekoei?
Was nie eerste by Dr. Zemrin voor
Ja,
na Seekoei te
ja
gaan?
my lord.
Yes, my lord.
I thought I had asked that we deal with things in sequence. So you didn't sleep in the cells when you went to the cells.
Jy het geslaap by die aanhoudingscelle nie, toe jy na die celle toe gegaan het.
Ek was in die celle, maar ek het nie geslaap nie.
I was in the cells, but I did not sleep.
Did you get something to eat?
Het jy iets te ete gehad?
Ja my lord.
Yes, my lord.
And did you take your medication?
Het jy medikasie geneem of gedrink?
Ja my lord.
Good. Right, thank you, Mr. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Before we go to the office, before we go for the taking of the statement,
Voor ons aan beweeg na die bekomming van daardie verklaring toe.
you were first taken to a doctor.
is eerstens na 'n dokter toe geneem,
Dr. Zimri,
Dr. Zimri,
for medical examination.
vir die mediese ondersoek.
Is that correct?
Reg so meneer?
Ja, my lord.
Korrek, my lord.
She was called before this court.
Sy is na hierdie hof toe geroep
And she told this court that she didn't undress you.
sy het vir die hof gesê dat sy nie vir u ontklee nie.
I was also in court when she testified, so I heard it.
Ek was ook in die hof teenwoordig tydens haar getuienis, derhalwe het ek dit gehoor.
Where's the question?
Wat is die vraag?
When she was examining you,
Tydens die ondersoek deur haar,
were you only with her in the examination rooms, or there were police officers?
was dit slegs u en sy in haar spreekkamer, of was daar nog polisiebeamptes by?
Daar was politieampte by, ja.
There were police officers, yes.
I noticed from the J88 that you didn't tell her that you were pinched from your private parts.
Vanuit die J88 merk ek op dat u nie vir haar daarvan verwittig dat u privaat dele is geknyp nie. U noem dit aan haar.
Ek het nie waar gesê nie, want ek was skaam gewees.
I did not tell her because I was ashamed.
Was that the only reason?
Is dat al rede, meneer?
Ja, en dat ek voilà, alles wat duidelik het.
And yes, and I also did not want to explain everything
Want die polisieman is ook by my.
because there was a police officer present.
Yes.
Why you didn't want to explain your whole injuries in the presence of the police?
Hoekom wil u nie vir haar vertel van u beserings in hulle geheel en die teenwoordigheid van die polisiebeampte? Geheel en al vir haar vertel wat u oorgekom het en die teenwoordigheid van daardie beampte.
Jy was bang om te vertel voor hom.
I was scared to relay in front of him.
Were you given any medication after the examination?
Na die ondersoek het die dokter vir u enige medikasie gegee.
This is now Dr. Zimri on the second occasion. We know that Dr. Nell gave you medication. So, in the afternoon when you went to Dr. Zimri, did you get medication
Die
from her?
middag toe u na dokter Zimri toe is, het enige medikasie ontvang?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Thank you.
And after the examination, where were you taken to?
Na die ondersoek waarna toe is u geneem?
Do you still remember?
Onthou u nog waarheen is toe na die ondersoek?
Ja, my lord.
No, my lord.
Do you know where you saw Captain Sekwe?
Onthou u waar u vir kaptein Sekwe gesien het?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
So you don't know where you were taken, but you know where you saw Captain
Jy
Sekou.
weet nie waarheen hulle vir jou geneem nie, maar jy weet dat dit verseker jy gesien.
As nou met die tweede, as dit nou met die tweede, by die eerste dokter Nel gewees.
Firstly, Dr. Nel,
Toe kom ons weer by die hospitaal,
we
dokter Nel het daar nie.
returned back to the hospital. Dr. Nel was not present.
No.
Toe sien ek by dokter Zimmery.
I saw Dr. Zimmery.
Mr. Van Rijn, just listen to my questions.
Meneer
and
Van
answer.
Rijn, luister asseblief na my vraag.
The reason why I had to intervene here,
Die rede hoekom ek hier ingryp,
because when the prosecutors are going to cross-examine you,
wanneer die staat vir u gaan kry so 'n vraag,
and you say that you didn't know where you were taken after you were at the hospital,
en u sê u weet nie waarna toe is u geneem nadat u na die hospitaal toe geneem is,
they will in all probability ask you, but were you taken to see Captain Sekou?
hulle gaan in alle waarskynlikheid vir u vra, was u na kaptein Sekou toe geneem?
And then you're going to say yes.
Dan sal u sê ja,
And then they'll ask you, but where did you see Captain
en dan
Sekou?
gaan hulle vir u vra waar ek
And then you-
presies
Then
kaptein
you're
Sekou
going to
gesien.
say at sea border,
Dan gaan u sê dat by seegrens,
and then they're going to tell you, why did you just lie to the court?
dan gaan hulle vir u konfronteer en vir hulle vra en vir u vra hoekom het u sopas leuns aan die hof vertel.
So that's why I want to clarify it,
Dit is hoekom ek klarigheid daarop wil hê,
because I can see that either you didn't understand the question,
want ek merk op u het liewer nie die vraag verstaan nie, ieder
because
die vraag
it
verstaan
wasn't
nie,
precise, or you were defensive. That's
Or
not
is-
my job.
or-
That's for the prosecutors to deal with
Or
when
is
they
bloot-
cross-examine you.
verdedigend. Dit is nie my werk nie, dit is vir die staat om daarmee te werk te gaan.
But I want to ensure that you understand the question
Maar ek wil seker maak dat u wel die vraag verstaan
and that I note the correct answer to the question.
en dat ek maak korrekte aantekeninge rakende daardie vraag. Ek notuleer dit korrek gebaseer op daai vraag.
Are you with me?
Is jy by my, meneer?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, ja, edele.
So I'm going to take a step back
Ek neem vir 'n treetjie terug
and we're going to start again after you left. I'm going to ask your counsel to take a step back and start again after you left the rooms of Dr. Zimri
Ek versoek
at
u
Vredenburg.
Ek versoek die regsteenwoordiger om 'n treetjie agtertoe te neem en ons begin by die punt waar u Dr. Zimri se kamers verlaat of spreekkamer verlaat. Nou, ons het by daar begin.
Ja, my lord.
Yes,
And just listen to the question and answer the question.
meneer, luister asseblief na die vraag en antwoord daarop.
Are you with me, Mr.
Is jy by my, meneer Van Rijn?
Ja, my lord.
Ja, u edele.
Now I'm giving you advice when I'm saying this to you.
Dit luister as dit is advies, dit is 'n raad. Ek gee vir u raad, meneer.
And you will realize later on
U gaan later besef
what the consequences are if you don't follow my advice.
die nagevolge van nie ag te slaan op my raad,
Because the prosecutors are going to have a field day.
want dit gaan 'n feesviering wees vir die aanklaers.
If you don't listen and you might have misunderstood a question,
En die in die
But
luister
have given an
dalk
answer.
het jy die vraag misverstaan.
right?
Ja, my lord.
Good.
Yes, ja, edele.
So it's 20. Is it 28 minutes or 29 minutes past? So I've interrupted Ms. Nkabai's chance
Ek het nou
thought.
juffrou
No
Kabai
problem, my lord.
onderbreek.
So I'm going to take a short break
Ek neem 'n kort pause
of 10 minutes
10 minute breek
so that we can just take a step back, take a deep breath, start again.
haal diep asem, neem 'n treetjie agtertoe.
So 10 minutes, it's until 22. It's about 11 and a half minutes. Until 22:11.
Tot met 20 voor 11.
And then I intend taking a half an hour lunch today. But I want to get to a point. First prize for me. And if I have my way, and you might have your say before I have my way, I would like to make a ruling by tomorrow afternoon. I told you yesterday, so we might sit late today. So, warrant officer, if you want to check for accommodation in the meantime, his mom is very fine. You'd have no problem driving after dark. Okay. Court will adjourn till 22.
All right.
Mr. Van Ryn, you're still under oath. Thank you,
Van
Mr.
Rijn is nog
Kabay.
steeds onder eed om die waarheid te praat, meneer.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Have you listened to the advice by the court?
Meneer, het u aangeslaan op die edele raad?
Ja, my lord.
Ja, edele.
Thank you. Mr. Van Ryn, I want you to take us to when you woke up.
Meneer Van Rijn, ik wil u moet alsjeblieft ons nemen naar die punt toe u wakker geworden het.
You told this court that you were sleeping in a white polo.
U het vir die hof gesê dat u in 'n wit polo geslaap.
Is correct.
What happened after you woke up in the morning of the interview?
Are we now back before Colonel Clark again?
Yes, my lord, boss. I want to take him through slowly.
No, we're already at Dr. Zimri. We're not going to walk back again. We were at Dr. Zimri before we took the short adjournment.
Thank you, my lord.
We're not going to repeat things. We've done too much repetition in this trial so far. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Van Ryn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
from Dr. Zimri's rooms,
vanaf Dr. Zimri's spreekkamer,
do you still remember where you were taken to?
onthou u nog waarheen is toegeneem?
Seaboard.
Seaboarder,
Seaborder offices.
seegrenskantore.
Is correct.
Do you know why you were taken there?
Weet u dalk hoekom is u daarheen geneem?
Voor diezelfde verklaring wat ik meneer Clark niet kan voltooien het.
For the same statement which I could not complete with Mr. Clark.
You are just coming from the doctor,
Het so pas vanaf die dokter gekom
and the doctor has noticed injuries on your knees,
die dokter het beserings op die knie opgemerk,
on your feet,
voete,
and on your elbows.
elleboog.
Just one moment. Did you say feet?
Yes, my lord.
Yeah. I know. That's why I'm asking. Did you say feet?
Yes, my lord. Dr. Zimri's J88.
I've got it open in front of me. It's exhibit double L. Injuries noted are the following. Robert Jones bandage on left knee, not removed. Bruising over right knee, abrasions to right shoulder, healing. Abrasions posterior to right elbow, healing. Abrasions to left wrist, healing. No new fresh injuries noted. That's what the exhibit reads like, and that was the evidence. There was no evidence about injuries to the feet.
I will leave that. When you appeared before Dr. Zimri, she has noticed some injuries on your body.
Het sy sekere beserings op je lichaam opgemerk.
Do you agree with me?
Stem u saam met my?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Immediately from the doctor's rooms,
Kort na die dokter se spreekkamer
you are taken before Sikwi
is na Seekooi toegeneem
for the taking of a statement.
vir die bekoming van daardie verklaring.
How was your condition?
En watter toestand is u toe teen daai tyd?
Moe en pijn.
Tired and in pain.
Yes.
Were you in a position to be giving out statement in that condition?
Was hy in staat om hen verklaring te verskaf onder daai toestand?
Ja.
No.
Yes.
Who told you to go before Colonel Secret?
Wie het vir
Captain.
Wie het vir
Captain Secret, for him to take a statement from you?
Wie het vir na kaptein Sekoe toe verwys vir die bekoming van daardie verklaring?
Ek is nie seker nie.
I'm not sure.
Yes.
Was it a police officer from the people who assaulted you the previous night?
Was dit van 'n polisiebeampte van die persone wat die vorige aand aangerand het?
Ja, maar hulle was allemaal deel, ja. Maar dat is het mense wat my gevat en meneer Sekoe as deel van die mense wat op het op seeboorde.
People who took me to Captain Sekoe are people that were with me at Seaborder. They were all part of.
And those people who took you to Captain Secret,
En die mense wat weer na Captain Sekoe toe geneem het,
were amongst those people who tortured you the previous night.
'n deel van die mense wat die vorige aand gemartel het, was deel van die mense wat die vorige aand gemartel het.
Ja, my lord.
No, my lord.
When you say these people who brought you before Captain Suki were part of those people, what do you mean?
As u sê nou die
No. He's just now, he's given two conflicting versions of it, and I've noted it as such. First one was that they were there. They were at Seaborder. And the next question was a statement to him, which he denied. So I've got two pieces of evidence on record in evidence in chief. One is that the people who took him were part at Seaborder. The next one is that they were not. I don't know which one is now the evidence, but it's on record. I indicated earlier about the preciseness of the questions, but it is what it is. Can you remember who took you from Saldanha, from St. Helena, to the hospital?
kan nie onthou wie het vir u vanaf St. Helena na die hospitaal toe gaan neem?
Ja, my lord.
No, my lord.
Can you say the people who took you from St. Helena to the hospital were the same people that were at Seaborder the previous evening, through the night?
U sê die mense wat u vanaf St. Helena hospitaal toe gaan neem het, is dieselfde mense wat by die Seaborder gewees het die vorige aand?
Ja, my lord.
No, my lord.
Do you know whether the people who took you from the hospital then to Seaborder to go and see Captain Sekoe, whether they were part of the people that were there the previous night?
Weet u dalk of die mense wat u vanaf die hospitaal toe gevat het na die Seaborder toe gaan neem het, na Captain Sekoe toe, of het die mense wat daar gewees het die vorige aand?
Ja, my lord.
No, my lord.
Do you know whether, now that we know you don't know whether they were there, whether they were part of the investigating team?
No, weet ons dat u weet nie of hulle nie daar was nie. Weet u of hulle deel van die ondersoekspan gewees het?
Ja, my lord.
No, my lord.
Thank you, Ms. Kabay, sorry.
You said because of pains, you were not in a position to proceed with the taking or giving of statement.
Hy sê as gevolg van die pyn, hy was nie aan staat vir die voorsitting vir die bekoming van daardie verklaring nie.
Is correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
Did you tell Captain Sikwi that?
Het die kaptein Sekwe dit vertel?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Why you didn't tell him?
Hoekom het jy nie vir hom dit gesê nie?
Van
That you were not in a position to continue with the taking of the statement because you are tired and you are in pain.
Dat hy is nie in staat om vir hom 'n verklaring te verskaf nie, want hy is onder pyn en is moeg.
ek het gevoel van hom sien, hy kan sien, hy's 'n groot man, hy kan sien mos.
He is an adult man. He can see. I was of the opinion I am not going to tell him that he can see.
Dat ek net daar is om my samewerking te gee.
I'm only there to cooperate.
En dat is wat ek gedoen het.
And that is what I did.
Yes, thank you.
Now you are before Captain Sikwi.
Nou is hy voor kaptein Sekwe.
Were you before him for the taking of the statement out of your free will?
Is hy daar in sy teenwoordigheid vir die bekoming van haar verklaring uit die eie wil? Hy is gewillig om daar te wees?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Yeah.
Can you explain further on that?
Kan jy asseblief meer uitbrei omtrent daarin? Meer?
Van my wou net gesê, maar jy moet nou samewerking gee.
I was just told you must give your cooperation,
En ek het dit net gegee.
and that's what I did.
What is the cooperation you are referring to?
Die samewerking waarna ek verwys, wat is hierdie samewerking waarna ek verwys?
Dat die man jou verklaring vat wat jy nie vanoggend met meneer Klaar kan klaargemaak het.
That the man will acquire the statement which you failed to furnish Clark with.
I don't think, Mr. Van Rijn, you understand my question.
Meneer Van Rijn, ek dink nie dat u my vraag verstaan nie.
You told this court you were not before Captain Sikwi for the taking of the statement freely. Now my question is, why? Can you explain before this court when you say you were not there out of your free will? What do you mean?
Meneer Van Rijn, iets op pas vir hof gesê dat toe u voor kaptein Sekwe verstaan, u was nie gewillig gewees om daarvoor om te wees. Nou wil ek by u weet, wat probeer u sê dat u was daar onwillig? Wat probeer u sê?
Van, het was uit my eie uit, van my was gesê, maar sy sal dit daar wat die manier sê.
It was not out of my own free will. I was told that this is what you will tell that gentleman.
En dat is wat ek gedoen het.
And that's what I did.
Yes.
I noticed from the video,
Ek het van op die video opgemerk,
a special the last part of the video.
Veral die laaste gedeelte van daardie video.
The last question that was put to you by Captain Sikwe is as follows.
Die laaste vraagie aan u deur kaptein Sekwe is soos volg.
Were you involved in the disappearance of Joshlin?
Was u betrokke in Joshlin se verdwyning?
And your answer was
En die
no,
antwoord daarop
nee, meneer.
is no, sir.
And after that,
Daarna
he signed the document and you signed the document.
onderteken hy die dokument sowel as u.
But after the signing of the document,
En na die onderteken van daardie dokument
I see you
merk ek op u
giving Captain Sikwe some statement.
gee vir kaptein Sekwe nog 'n verklaring.
Why? After you've already said, no, meneer, I was not involved.
Hoekom nie? Want u het al reeds gesê dat nee meneer, ek was nie betrokke nie. Hoekom dan?
Document is signed.
Die dokument is onderteken.
Why now you had something else to add?
Hoekom moet daar nog iets byvoeg?
Ek het vergeet wat vir my gesê was, wat ek moet by eet.
I forgot what was told that I had to add on.
Dat ek die volgende dag na Magalima toe sal gaan vir my kat.
Sorry. Herhaal asseblief.
Dat ek die volgende dag
That the next morning
na Magalima toe sal gaan
I'll go to Makalima
vir my kat.
for my portion.
I could see you from the video when you were giving this piece of evidence. You looked scared.
Ek kon sien tydens hierdie
You looked confused.
byvoeging van die laaste gedeelte dat u blyk bang, dit verskyn bang, u verskyn verwaard.
Before the interpreter interprets the question, I'm going to ask Ms. Nkabai to complete the statement and the question. Don't interpret it yet because it's clear there's going to be an objection. But I can't rule on the objection unless Ms. Nkabai had completed her statement. Yes, thank you. So you say you could see that he looked scared and then your colleague jumped up.
You looked. Can I continue?
Yes,
Hello?
yes.
Thank you. From the video,
Vanuit die video
in the eyes of the defense,
en die verdediging se oordeel
you looked confused, scared,
verskyn
disorientated,
Just
but you kept on.
Just one moment. Mr. Yankees, I said, don't interpret it yet. I first have to rule on the admissibility of it. But I want the statement to be completed, so don't interpret it yet. I want to listen to the question.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, thank you. Yes, you may conclude.
Why did you look in the manner in which you appeared on the video?
It's okay. Is that the question?
Yes, my lord.
Yes, Ms. Swanepoel.
I don't know if my learned colleague at this stage is testifying because she is putting to him how she thinks he appeared and then asks him to comment on that. My Lord, it is for this honourable court to evaluate the real evidence and to come to a conclusion. This is not a question that this witness can answer, as the court pleases.
Objection is upheld for the following reasons. The preamble to the question is suggestive of an answer. 2, it's an opinion of counsel on the evidence presented, which is not the place of counsel. The question, however, and the answer is it will require from Mr. Van Ryn might be important. So I'm going to uphold the objection. I'm not going to ask Mr. Mkabai to rephrase it now, because it's already there. Because despite my request, it was still interpreted. So I'm going to rephrase the question the way I understood it. If I make a ruling in a particular way, I expect everyone to abide. I don't want there to be misunderstandings. So I'm going to rephrase. Now, remember you telling us, and this can now be interpreted. You told us, Mr. Van Rijn, you were disheveled because you were tired.
Meneer Van Rijn,
you had pain. You went through this whole ordeal the previous evening. Why did you still cooperate?
Je moet me samenwerking geven, wel wees, maar ik ging met samenwerking laat ik slaan naar ik aan mij.
I had to give my cooperation and indicate to them that I'm giving my cooperation is to avoid the beatings.
So you can take it further, Ms. Mkabai, if you want to.
You are telling this court that you implicated yourself out of fear of being beaten.
U sê verop dat u self geïmpliseer vanuit die vrees van die slaandery. U is bang vir die slaandery, derhalwe het u vir geïmpliseer.
Let me rephrase this question.
Kom ek vra dit andersom.
That's wise.
Let me rephrase it.
I was waiting for... and yes, he's already told us that. So you don't have to repeat it, and that's most probably why the prosecutor didn't jump up. But it was so leading, but that's what he just told us. And I'm going to summarize why I didn't also challenge you, because in the context, he said, ma'am, you may have a seat. Thank you, because if you're standing there, then I will see you at the corner of my eye and it distracts me. He added on that extra sentence because he realized I was told to say this. And if it's not there now, then the beatings will come. So I take it in that context. So I don't think you need to repeat the question.
Not
Thank
at all.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Rijn. Thank you, my lord.
Dankie meneer Van Rijn, dankie edele.
Now you are before Captain Sigwe.
Nou is u voor kaptein Sekoe.
We've seen from the TV,
Ons het op die televisie gesien.
most of the time you were sleeping,
Die meeste tyd slaap u.
you were drowsy,
Is lomerig,
you were yawning,
gapend.
you will keep your arms up sometimes.
By tye lig u arms op.
Now here is the question.
Die volgende is 'n vraag.
In the eyes of the defense,
En die verdediging sy oë,
every time you were holding that bottle to drink,
elke keer wanneer jy hierdie waterbotteltjie gehad het om te drink,
you will be careful with your elbow. You will hold your elbow like this. Every time you were drinking, you will hold your elbow like this.
is baie versigtig vir u elleboog. Daar was 'n manier hoe u elleboog beheer.
This is in the video and we've watched this video.
Dit is op die beeldmateriaal en ons het die beeldmateriaal besigtig
And this video is entered in court.
en hierdie video is in die hof ingehandig.
Why every time you were taking that small bottle of water to drink, you will be careful with your elbow and try to hold it like
Hoekom
this?
elke keer wanneer u hierdie waterbotteltjie in die hand gehad het te probeer te drink, dat wat jy baie versigtig te werk gegaan met daai elleboog.
Ik kan niet precies zien, maar mijn hele lichaam met op pijn, mijn eiers, mijn been, alles het op pijn.
Say exactly, my whole body was so, my kroonjuwele was onder pyn edele.
Mr. Yankees decided to find a more decent word to translate what the accused refers to in the time of Easter. So he decided to translate it to crown jewels, kroonjuwele. I think he realized he might have got a bit of flack yesterday, the way he translated it. Yes, but it's a manner of speaking here in the Western Cape. That's how it's referred to in Afrikaans. So I'm not taking offense to the way Mr. Yankees puts the translation on record. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Dankie edele.
On 3 occasions,
By 3 geleenthede
and while you were sleeping, on the video,
terwyl jy geslaap het, volgens die video,
Captain Sikri
kaptein Sekoe
was looking at you,
kyk na u. So,
looking at him.
ja.
Yes. And he could see that you were sleeping,
Hy kon gesien het dat u slaap,
but he didn't wake you up.
tog het hy nie vir u wakker gemaak nie.
My question now,
Die volgende is die vraag:
did you follow those proceedings?
het u daardie prosedure gevolg, daardie verrigtinge gevolg?
Ja, my lord.
Nee, edele.
So I just want to advise that I allowed the question, but it will be in dispute whether you were sleeping or not.
Ek het daardie vraag toegelaat, maar dit gaan betwis word. Later gaan dit betwis word of u geslaap het al dan nie.
So the fact that I allowed the question does not mean that I've made a finding on it.
Die feit dat ek daardie vraag toegelaat het, beteken nie dat ek 'n beslissing gemaak daaroor nie.
But I want the proceedings to flow.
Dis bloot dat ek wil hê die prosedure, die verrigtinge moet vloei. Dis hoekom ek dit toegelaat het, maar dit
And you can rest assured the prosecutors are going to cross-examine you on that.
bly verseker dat die staat gaan nie vir u daaroor aanvat, meneer.
You understand?
Dis die verstaanbaar?
Ja, my lord.
Hulle gaan u aanvat daarop.
But I get your answer
Ek kry u antwoord
that there were times that you didn't follow
dat by tye het u nie die verrigtinge gevolg nie,
because it's your evidence that you fell asleep.
want dit is u getuienis dat u in slaap geraak het.
Good?
Ja, my lord. Ja, my lord.
Thank you.
Korrek,
Mr. Kabane.
edele.
My lords, can I ask my learned colleague, Ms. Ramon, to assist my client with a copy of
Exhibit
834 Exhibit JJ?
Exhibit JJ. I have it open in front of me. Which page do you want to go to?
Page
Because then Mr. Yankees can open it straight out there.
Bladsy.
The questions are on page, the one that we refer to is on 21 of 26.
Page 21, my lords. The start of the
What?
page 16, mate. Page 16, 16.
16. Right, 16 is the one with the statement.
With the statement, yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Yankees, it says on top, part G, deel G,
I get it.
and it's typed on top 16 of 26. Just so that we're all on the same page. Thank you. Everybody there that wants to go there?
You testify that Sergeant Fontaine asked you to tell you what happened on the 19th of February,
Dit is die getuienis dat
2024.
Kaptein Fortune het u gevra wat op die 19 Februarie 2024 so gebeur het.
Is that correct?
Reg so?
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, my lord.
And that the statement you gave him, and that he was not happy with the statement that you gave him.
En dat die verklaring wat u vir hom gegee het en dat hy was nie gelukkig met die verklaring wat u vir hom gegee het.
Correct, my lord.
And that a statement was prescribed to you.
En dat daardie verklaring is aan u voorgesê.
You were told what to say.
Ja, is voorgesê wat om te sê.
Correct, my lord.
I want you to read from paragraph 16 to paragraph 17.
You mean pages?
Page
16, my lord.
Pages. The paragraphs. You said paragraph, Mr. Kabai.
Oh, I said paragraph. My apologies. It's page 16 to page 17, my lord.
Your colleagues would be happy if they were paragraphs and not pages. But yes, Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
can you read it yourself?
kan u dit
Or do you
self lees?
want Mr. Yankees to read it for you?
Afrikaans.
In
In
Afrikaans?
Afrikaans. You can
In Afrikaans,
and then I can interpret, my lord.
Okay.
You can read in Afrikaans. I'll interpret it to English, my lord.
Yeah. So read it aloud.
Lees het hardop en hoorbaar, meneer.
Op 19 Februarie maandag,
On the 19th of February, the Monday,
middag ongeveer
the afternoon approximately
1 o'clock,
1 o'clock,
Apollos se woonplek gegaan.
I went to Apollos'
No, you left
There's a,
out.
resident. It oorgelaat.
there's a line.
Het
ek na my vriend. Het ek na my vriend, ja.
Vriend, sorry. Het ek na my vriend Jacquin Apollos se woonplek gegaan
I went to my friend Jacquin Apollos' residence
in Middelpoort Saldanha
in Middelpoort Saldanha.
Bay
Saldanha Bay, thank you.
gegaan.
Yes, I went there.
Jacquin se noemnaam is Boeta.
Jacquin's nickname is Buta.
Boeta het aan my gesê
Buta told me
dat Recollection Smith
that Recollection Smith,
alias Kellen,
alias Kelly,
dat hy vir Joshlin
that he na
Haar.
Joshlin, haar dochter. Joshlin, haar dochter na messe, ja.
Joshlin haar dogter na Miss Makalima se huis moet neem.
That he must take Joshlin, her daughter, to Mrs. Makalima's house.
Ek het toe saam met Boeta vir Joshlin na Miss Makalima se huis geneem.
I then myself, together with Buta, took Joshlin to Mrs. Makalima's house. Makalima word ook.
Makalima woon ook in Middelpoort, nie ver van Boeta
Makalima also resides in Middelpoort, not far from Buta,
se huis af nie.
Buta's house.
Ons het vir Joshlin daar met Miss Makalima gelos.
We left Joshlin with Mrs. Makalima.
Ons het toe daarna 'n microwave wat aan my behoort gaan verkoop.
After which we went to sell a microwave that belongs to me. We went to sell a microwave, my property.
Just hold the document there where you keep it.
I was
Thank you,
the document by email here.
Ms. Nkabai.
Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
do you remember how did you give Captain Sikwi this information? Was he putting questions to you and then you will answer? I'm asking about the part that you've just read.
Hierdie gedeelte, ek vra spesifiek oor hierdie gedeelte wat u sopas gelees het, né? Het u reageer op 'n vraag deur kaptein Sekoe hoe dit te werk gegaan?
Dat is waar hy het my gevra om te vertel wat gebeur het in 19.
He asked me to tell him as to what had happened on the 19th.
En ek het hom vertel.
And I told him.
And already at sea border offices, you were told what to say. When you gave Sergeant Fontaine your explanation about the 19th of February 2024, he was not happy with it.
Alreeds.
Just one moment. So what is that now?
My lord?
What was that now? I can understand you repeating the evidence that he gave. But A, there is no question. B, if it is a question, it's leading. So, firstly, there is no need for us to repeat what's on record. And secondly, if that's a statement put to the witness, it will be inadmissible in law. So, either you rephrase the question or I will disallow the question, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Going back to your statement.
Terug na die verklaring toe, meneer.
The one you just read.
Die een wat u sopas gelees het.
You said, okay, you said Captain Sikwi
Kaptein Sekoe
put questions to you regarding the statement.
het vrae aan u gestel rakende hierdie verklaring.
What is your answer?
Wat is die antwoord daarop?
Ja.
No.
That's also, I understood it. This part didn't come from questions. All he says is that Captain Sekoe asked him to tell what had happened on the 19th. And the evidence he gave was his words that I wrote down. He asked me to tell him what had happened on 19th of February. And I told him. That's how that came about. The questions are the ones that followed later. Because you were told your evidence was with Fontaine them. You were asked to tell them what had happened on the 19th. I heard that this morning.
Is voorgesê wat om te sê wat gebeur het.
No.
Oh. Ja,
We're not even there yet.
Okay.
Remember you told me this morning that they told you when you got there to sea border, they asked you to tell them what had happened on the 19th.
Correct, my lord.
Good. Then you told me that they weren't happy with your explanation.
Correct, my lord.
Then they told you a story.
Correct, my lord.
And everything else that happened there.
Correct, my lord.
Good. So when Captain Sekoe asked you to tell him, you told him what's written here. The stuff you just read. Those are your words. I'm not saying it's your original words, but those were the words spoken by you to Captain Sekoe. Right?
Correct, my lord.
Now the question might be a single question as to where that came from. So I'm going to ask it to you so that we save time. So this is what you told Captain Siekwe. What are you saying? Where does that come from? From your own knowledge or from another source?
As twee parts. Die microwave story is my eerste story.
No, that's two parts. The microwave story, it's my own story.
En die kind na Makolima toe vat as meneer Wotyn is hulle story.
And the taking of the child to Mrs. Makalima is Fortuin and them's own story.
Okay, so there are two parts. The one is your own, which you say is the truth, that your knowledge, and the part where you link to Makalima and the child that came from Mr. Fortuin then.
Correct, my lord.
Good. All right. Now I understand. Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Now I'll go to the question part. Part is page 24, 20,
Page 20.
Page 20.
Mr. Van Rijn, if you're going to read yourself, just give the document when you're done back to Mr. Yankees, and I'll tell you why. Earlier on, when Ms. Nkabai was asking you questions, you weren't concentrating on the questions. You were reading further on in the document. That's why Mr. Yankees, I saw it happen. Mr. Yankees said to you, "Gee dit hierso." Because he didn't, and he told you, listen to the question that your advocate's asking. Right? So after you've read, if you're going to be asked to read now, just rather put it next to you or give it to him.
Correct, my lord.
Because I cautioned you this morning, if you're not going to listen to the questions and the answers are going to come out skew, you're going to have a problem later this evening. And it seems to me they've swapped chairs there for some other reason. So that you now will have an Afrikaans advocate cross-examining you. It looks like it. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. From page 20
Vanaf bladsy 20
to 21.
tot met 21 hoofdstukken bij 20.
I see the taking of the statement now was in a question and answer form.
Ik zie nou hierdie gedeelte nou is in 'n vraag en antwoord vorming.
Do you see that?
Sien jy dit?
Is correct, my lord.
Korrek, my lord.
There's a question I'm going to ask you.
Ik ga vir 'n vraag gevra.
It's on page 20,
Bladsy 20
where it is written,
daar is dit geskryf.
where it is written, vrag.
So it's middle of the
Question.
page. You see that? With the word
Correct, my lord.
vraag is written.
Is correct, my lord.
You want him to read it?
I wanted to put that question. I've changed my mind. I'm no longer going to put question regarding what is written there. My question is, the first question in page 21.
Die eerste vraag, bladsy 21, eerste vraag.
Can you read that question?
Lees asseblief die vraag. Lees self persoonlik die vraag, bladsy 21.
21.
Oh, ja, 21. Sorry.
Top of the page.
21.
Yes, top of the page. First question.
Ja, Boone.
Die eerste vraag.
Ja. First question.
Wat het Kelly vir jou gesê?
What did Kelly tell you?
And your answer?
Any antwoord?
Dat 'n man met 'n rooi T-shirt vir Joshlin.
Dat 'n man with a red T-shirt for Joshlin.
Now, here is my question.
Die volgende is my vraag.
When Captain Sikwi was testifying,
Toe kaptein Sekoe getuig het,
he said he has read the proforma back to you.
sê hy vir of dat hy hierdie vorm of hierdie vorm teruggelees het aan u.
But now, I'm having a problem of this answer. It doesn't make sense.
Maar ek het 'n probleem met hierdie antwoord van de sinvoller nie.
Is it written before you
Soos dit daar geskryf is voor u,
in the proforma? Does it make sense?
maak dit sin vir u, soos dit daar staan.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
In the proforma,
En hierdie vorm
he asked you
vra hy vir u
whether you were assaulted, threatened,
of u aangerand is, gedreig,
intimidated to make the statement.
geïntimideer om hierdie verklaring af te lê.
And your answer was,
En die antwoord daarop is soos volg:
meneer, meneer. Nee,
nee
meneer.
meneer of no sir.
Is korrek.
Correct, my lord.
Why did you say nee, meneer?
Hoekom sê u nee meneer?
Hy vra nou by my as ek enige verserings, gedreigemente, maar hy het my gesien tyd toe ek aankom na hom toe.
He's asking me that now. Any threats, any injuries? But he saw me when I arrived at him.
So dat sê vir my maak nie sin.
Therefore, that tells me that it doesn't make sense.
Vir wat hy my vra,
What he's asking me.
maar hy sien ek sukkel om te loop.
You can see I'm struggling to walk. Ek verstaan nie antwoord die meneer.
Question from your counsel is,
Die advokaat vra vir u.
he asked you and you answered, yeah.
Hy het vir u 'n vraag gestel. U antwoord daar aan hom deur te sê nee meneer.
Now you tell me that he can see.
Nou sê u vir my dat hy kon sien.
Die tyd toe ek inkom by Seaborder kantoor,
Upon my arrival, when I entered the seaborder offices,
het ek gesien hoe die kaptein sit en
I saw the captain sitting
sit nou op my dop terwyl ek instap.
and watching me whilst I was walking in.
So hy kan gesien het dat iets fout is met my.
Therefore, he could have seen that something is not in order, something is amiss with me.
Maar nog steeds vra hy my as ek enige probleme het of
Yet, he's asking me if there are any problems,
en ek het vir hom gesê nee.
and I said to him no.
Question was why.
Die vraag is hoekom? Die advokaat se vraag is, die advokaat se vraag is hoekom sê u vir hom nee meneer?
Van hy kan sien ek is reg by die klomp.
You can see that something is not right.
The question is still,
Die vraag bly staan meneer.
why do you then say, yeah.
Hoekom sê u dan nog vir hom nee meneer?
Ek het net my samewerking gegee.
I just gave my cooperation. I just cooperated.
So why this long answer that you just gave?
No, but hoekom nou hierdie lang antwoord wat u so pas vir hof gegee het?
Ja, my lord.
Sê jammer my sorry my lord.
But that's what I'm asking you. don't understand the answer.
Dis hoekom ek vir u sê, ek verstaan nie die antwoord nie.
Because if that was your thinking,
Indien dit nou u denke sou gewees het,
to answer near here,
deur te sê, deur te regeer, deur te sê, nee meneer,
the first response would be, and you can see.
die eerste reaksie sal wees dat, die eerste reaksie gaat wees, maar jy kan ons sien. You can see.
Do you agree with me?
Stem u saam met my?
Steinbaar, my lord.
Understood, my lord?
Right.
Mr.
Always did it, we got an answer.
Thank you, my lord.
Dankie u edele.
Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
it is your testimony that
dit is u getuienis die dat
a night previous to you giving the statement, you were tortured.
die aand van tevore, of die vorige aand, was u gemartel, meneer?
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele? Meneer Van Rijn, besef u nou,
That I had to go take time to repeat things because you reading that document instead of listening to the question.
meneer Van Rijn,
verskoning, my lord.
besef u nou, dan, in plek daarvan, om na u advokaat se vrae te luister, is dit besig om hierdie verklaring te lees.
Vra verskoning, my lord.
I apologize, my lord. U benadeel uself, u benadeel uself.
Your counsel is trying your best to keep you focused.
U advokaat strewe daarna of probeer haar bes om vir u gefokus te hou of attent te hou.
But if you're going to start reading other stuff, then you're not going to answer the questions.
Maar nou as u nou gaat begin vir u besig deur ander goedjies te lees, dan gaat u nie op haar vrae antwoord nie.
Is correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
So just listen.
Luister asseblief. Luister
I
asseblief.
only realized on the next question that he wasn't looking at us. He was reading the document again.
Luister asseblief na u advokaat se vrae, meneer, want ek het nou,
Thank you, my lord.
dankie u edele.
It is your testimony that
Dit is die getuienis die dat
the night before you were taken to give the statement before Captain Sikwe, you were tortured.
die vorige aand, al voor u na kaptein Seekoe geneem gewees het om daardie verklaring te verskaf, was u gemartel gewees.
Now my question is,
My vraag is soos volg.
when Captain Sikwe was asking you whether you were assaulted or threatened, why you didn't tell him that I
No,
was
Frank.
tortured the previous night?
Nou vra kaptein Seekoe vir u, was u gemartel gewees? Hoekom sê u nie vir hom nie? Hoekom sê u nie vir Seekoe dat hy was gemartel gewees?
Ik was bang dat ik voor hem gaat zeggen, de goed, dan gaat hij de goed misschien wel ook wat, ja.
I was afraid, should I tell him these things? Just now you go tell them these things as well.
Van, ik zei nou dat in...
What I'm telling him, this is what I'm telling him. You just go and tell them that.
My lord, can we have a short adjournment? Yes, my lord.
Then we're going to try and push through one of the officers. If the food's here at 12:30, just give me the heads up. So that we work out the time. So that we have sensible intervals and take the lunch and adjourn then. Otherwise we'll push through until the food arrives and then take a half an hour. And then we'll take it from there.
All rise.
Yes, thank you. We took a few minutes longer as, except for Ms. Nkabai was most probably still busy with a client. I just raised some logistical issues with counsel, and I kept them slightly longer. I'll discuss with Ms. Nkabai later on, but the discussion was whether we could potentially start at 8 tomorrow morning to see whether we can finish slightly earlier, because the traffic is going to be a nightmare for the people driving, and that will be subject to whether SAPS will be able to bring the accused here on time and whether all of us can be available. But just thought I'll place on record that's part of the delay. Mr. Van Rijn, you still under oath?
Correct, my lord.
No reading material with you?
Is daar.
Good. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Mr. Van Rijn, it is your testimony that
Meneer Van Rijn, dit is die getuienis dat
you were forced to give a statement.
is gedwongen om daar 'n verklaring te gee.
Now, here is the question.
Die volgende is die vraag.
When Captain Sekwe
Toe kaptein Seekooi
asked you whether you were influenced to give the statement,
vir u gevra het of u beïnvloed is om daar 'n verklaring te gee,
your answer was nee, meneer.
u antwoord daarop is nee, meneer.
Why did you give Captain Sekwe this answer?
Hoekom hierdie antwoord aan kaptein Seekooi?
Want gee ek vir hom die antwoord, dan kan hy daar die antwoord oordra wat ek vir hom. Wat ek nou wil is so complain.
Should I not give him that answer, then he might relay the answer as a complaint.
Okay. Sergeant Fontaine has testified that at around 11 p.m.
Sergeant Fontaine het getuigenis dat dit ongeveer 11 uur die aand
he has explained to you your constitutional rights.
het hy aan u grondwetlike regte voorgelees of verduidelik.
What is your comment with this?
Wat is die kommentaar daarop?
Nee,
Nou,
Captain Lombard
kaptein Lombard
has testified that at about 2 a.m.
het getuigenis dat ongeveer 2 uur
he has explained to you
vanmôre
your
het hy
cons-
jammer,
he has explained to you your constitutional rights.
het hy aan u grondwetlike regte voorgelees of verduidelik.
What is your answer?
Wat is die antwoord?
kan wees, ek is seker nie.
Can be, I am not sure.
Sergeant Johnson
Sergeant Johnson
has testified that at around 4 a.m. in the morning,
het sy getuigenis dat ongeveer 4 uur die oggend
she has explained to you your constitutional rights.
het sy aan u grondwetlike regte verduidelik.
What is your comment with this?
Wat sê u daarop?
Ek is seker nie.
I am not certain.
You were in the car at Seaboard,
Dan net vir konteks, u was by die seegrens kantore.
Correct, my lord.
and that form was filled in.
Die tyd toe daar die vorm ingevul is of voltooi is,
You were given a copy.
is afskrif gegee.
Can you remember that?
Correct, my lord.
Because later the morning when you were with Colonel Clark,
Wat later die oggend by kolonel Clark,
he did the same thing, but then you gave him your copy.
hy het
Both you and Buta actually gave the colonels the copies that you received from Sergeant Johnson.
het hy dieselfde gedoen en u het u vir hom u eie kopie of afskrif getoon aan hom wat Sergeant Johnson aan u gegee het.
Correct, my lord.
En dis nou beide u en Buta, né?
Now the question is, do you remember that explanation by Sergeant Johnson out of your own, from what you can imagine, he was sitting in that car that morning. Can you remember it?
Die vraag is, kan u nou onthou dit, of Sergeant Johnson dit aan u so verduidelik het, die oggend in die kar gesê het, uit die eie uit, onthou u dit uit die eie uit?
Correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
The reason why I asked you is because you said you're not sure, and I just wanted you to know exactly what we're talking about.
Is onzeker, nou weet ek nie waarvan u praat nie. Ek is nie seker waarvan u praat nie. Want die antwoord hier is dat ek is onzeker.
Good, thank you.
Did you see Captain Lombard
Het jy Captain Lombard gesien?
during the night?
At Seaborder.
At Seaborder, yes, my lord. At Seaborder officers
By seegrense kantoor die aand,
during the night were tortured?
tydens die marteling, die aand van die marteling.
Is correct, ja.
Correct, yes.
But what did he do? What was his part?
Wat het hy gedoen? Wat was sy deelname? Waarmee was hy besig gewees?
Hy het gesê wat dat die mense moet gedonder word.
He said these people must be beaten up.
Were those his words?
Dis hy sy presiese woorde, die mense moet gedonder word, sy
Correct, my
presiese
lord.
woorde.
Correct,
Correct,
my
my lord.
Yes, thank you.
I have no further questions, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Okay, who's batting?
I am.
Good. Just ensure that your microphone is on.
It's on now. Thank you, my lord.
Just before you start, Ms. Swanepoel, Mr. Van Rijn, do you know what's going to happen now?
Meneer Van Rijn, weet jy wat nou gaat plaasvind?
Is correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
So I want you to concentrate,
Concentreer asseblief.
listen to the questions.
Luister na die vraag.
If you don't understand,
En
you
die
tell
nie
us.
verstaan nie,
Is correct, my lord.
Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
leg jy hof aan en die nie verstaan nie. Fokus asseblief.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Van Rijn, just before we start, let me make sure of one thing.
Meneer Van Rijn, net voor ons begin, kom ek maak seker net iets seker te maak.
To me, it appears as if you understood the court proceedings.
Vir my blyk dit asof u volg die hofverrigtinge of u verstaan die hofverrigtinge.
Is correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
And on a number of occasions, I saw that you put up your hand to call Ms. Mkabai so that you could give her further instructions.
En telke male het ek opgemerk dat u die hand opgehef ten einde juffrou Mkabai se aandag te trek sodat u vir haar instruksies kan gee.
Is correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
Can you just pause there? Can you just pause there? And we've observed
Ons het ook waargeneem
also that even though you wouldn't put up your hand,
That's-
Ms. Nkabai would approach you.
dat selfs by tye waar u nie u hand opgehef het nie, dat juffrou Mkabai vir u genader.
Do you agree?
Stem u saam met die hof?
Is correct, my lord.
Correct, edele.
Is your impression also the same as mine? That Ms. Nkabai did meticulous preparation on every single step of the way.
My indruk, sowel as die indruk, is dat Juffrou Nkabai noukeurig en of deeglik te werk gegaan het. Sy het deeglik voorberei of sy probeer om alles te dek.
That also your impression?
Was dit die indruk ook gewees, meneer? Is dit ook die waarneming ook?
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
Thank you. You might not have been here on the day that Ms. Nkabai and I were splitting hairs on the video,
I was here.
which was a clear indication of meticulous preparation.
Indeed, my lord, I was
Good.
here. So, then just for my sake,
Net vir my, ja, vir my, ja, halwe.
am I then correct if I say that up until this point, you are happy with what Ms. Nkabai put to any of the witnesses who testified?
Sal dit reg wees wanneer ek vir u sê dat tot op hede is u tevrede met die manier hoe die Juffrou Nkabai te werk gegaan het met elkeen van die getuies wat by hierdie hof gewees het.
Is correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
In other words, to be more precise,
Met ander woorde, om meer spesifiek te wees,
what she put to state witnesses were in fact your instructions.
wat sy aan hierdie staatsgetuies gestel het, inderdaad was u instruksies. Inderwaarheid was sy instruksies gewees.
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
And am I further correct that nothing that she put to them was incorrect, misunderstood, not your instruction?
Verder sal ek reg wees deur te sê dat niks is aan hulle verkeerdelik oorgedra nie, aan hulle gestel en ook nie instruksies nie. Niks wat sy aan die getuies gesê het nie, kom nie van u af nie.
Is correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
Because if there was anything, please, this is now the time to correct it.
Want wat indien dit nie die geval is nie, dan is hierdie die guldige geleentheid om dit reg te stel.
Is correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
Is there anything you want to correct?
Is daar dalk iets wat u wil regstel?
Nee, my lord.
Nou, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. So I'm going to go to your evidence in chief,
Ek beweeg aan na u getuienis in hoof.
and I might be wrong. Just give me this name of this cousin's boyfriend again.
Ek mag dalk verkeerd wees. Gee asseblief vir my hier die niggie se kerel se naam weer.
Couple.
Kappel.
Couple.
Couple, ja.
Kappel.
Is it couple as in soos 'n skakel or couple as in K-A-P-E-L?
Double P, ja.
K-A-P-P-E-L.
Ja, ja.
Because when it was put to one of the witnesses, it was put, well, I heard it as kapla. That's how I
No,
I
I always had it as couple,
couple.
but I spelled it in my notes C-O-U-P-L-E as couple. And I was wondering, because it's a nickname, do you know why he's got that nickname, couple? K-A-P-P-E-L.
Weet jy hoe skree hulle vir hom kappel? Hierdie noemnaam kappel?
No, my lord.
Nee, edele.
Okay, now I've got it. So it's couple.
Nou
Okay.
weet ek,
If
is
it-
kappel.
If it had one P, it would have been kapel,
Yeah, exactly.
which is also a name for a cobra, a snake.
Yes, indeed, my lord.
Okay.
Okay. So, this white bakkie
Nou hierdie wit bakkie
that gave you the lift,
wat vir u 'n bereigeleentheid gegee het,
who were inside that vehicle?
die insittendes, Wie was allemaal die insittendes in daardie bakkie?
Man en 'n vrou.
Husband and wife?
No, no. A man,
Man and from
and a
man and a
woman.
woman. Man and a woman. Jammer. My eie.
Initially, it was put that they were colored people.
Aanvankelijk was het oorgedra dat hulle is bruin mense.
Later on, it was changed to be that they were black people.
Later, toe verander het na swart mense.
Korrek Malot.
Korrek, Maloud.
So the correct version is they were black men and women.
Derhalwe die correcte weergawe, het was swart paartjie, swart, maar man en vrou.
Korrek.
And were both of them armed?
Beide van hulle bewapen. Beide van
Seker
hulle.
nie.
I'm not sure.
The instructions that were put to Captain Lombard
Die instruksies wat aan kaptein Lombard gestel gewees het,
was that you realized that these were police officers when you noticed that they were armed.
is die dat u kon besef dat hierdie polisiebeamptes is toe u opmerk dat hulle bewapen is.
Korrek Malot.
Korrek edele?
So you saw that they were armed.
Daarvoor u het gesien dat hulle wapens, hulle dra wapens.
Ek korrek Malot.
Hence my question. Were both armed?
Daarom my vraag aan u, beide bewapen?
Dis seker nie.
I'm certain.
What did you see?
Dat het u gesien?
Ek het 'n gun gesien.
Firearm?
A firearm. Where did you see the firearm?
Waar sien u hierdie vuurwapen?
Vuurwapens soos altyd sit in sy holster.
In its holster is always
On whose body?
Just a moment. The witness indicates with his hand towards his right hip as he sits in the witness stand.
As the court please.
Thank you.
On whose body?
op
sir?
wiese persoon,
Aan die man se.
the male.
Did you see a similar firearm on the body of the female?
Het jy die soortgelyke vuurwapen op die vroulike persoon?
Ja.
Nou,
So let me understand this.
kom ek verstaan die volgende.
You say that as you were coming around that circle,
U sê soos u uit daardie sirkel uitgekom het,
you were now coming from Vredenburg direction.
u kom vanaf rigting Vredenburg.
At the four-way circle, then this bakkie made a U-turn and actually returned back into the direction of
By die
Vredenburg.
4 rigting sirkel, hierdie bakkie het nou weer teruggekom.
It went around the circle.
Ja, rondom die sirkel
and
gery.
if it then takes the same route as an exit where it entered the circle, it means it would effectively make a U-turn and go back in the direction it came from, which was the direction of Vredenburg. That's how I understand the question.
Effektief, hy draai gemaak en teruggekeer na die rigting waar dit vandaan gekom het, wat dan op Vredenburg is. Dis hoe die agbare hoofd dit verstaan het.
Dis korrek Malot.
You see, that was not what was put to Captain Lombard as
Sien-
being your instructions.
Sien u nou, dit is nie hoe dit aan kaptein Lombard gestel is nie, soos per u instruksies, meneer.
You see, to him it was put that the bakkie, as it approached this circle,
Aan hom is dit gestel dat hierdie bakkie, soos dit nou hierdie sirkel genader het,
it then took the road to Saldanha.
volg het dan nou die pad Saldanha toe.
It drove through Saldanha,
Dit ry deur Saldanha,
past Deersville
verby Deersville
to Jacobs Bay.
na Jacobsbaai toe.
It's just going to take a short adjournment.
All rise.
Prosecutors putting to you that when Captain Lombard testified,
Die advocaat stel aan u dat die tyd toe kaptein Lombard getuig het,
the route to Jacobs Bay
die route onderweg Jacobsbaai toe
came via Saldanha,
is die
past
Saldanha.
Deersville.
Saldanha, via Saldanha.
You understand that?
Verstaan u dit, meneer?
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele.
Thank you. You may proceed and then pose the question.
Thank you, my lord. So can you please explain this difference?
Kan u asseblief hierdie verskil verduidelik?
Ik weet het als dat was mijn instructie, maar ik procureerde dat ik niet steeds een foto maak.
It was my instruction. Perhaps my advocate or attorney made a mistake.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Ek verstaan nie.
Which one is the correct one?
Wat is die korrekte ene? Wat is die regte ene?
Die prosecutor moet nou maar gesê, ek moet nou wat duidelik wat is die verskil maar nou van die terug returning by die circle mos nou.
The turning at a circle
Van terug Friedenberg toe
back to Friedenberg
en uit Friedenberg uit straight Saldanha Deersville toe.
and then 8 Friedenberg Street, Saldanha via Deersville.
Yes, that's the two differences. I
Is it-
understand that.
Dit is nou die twee verskille, dit verstaan ek.
What I'm asking is,
Wat ek by u wil weet is volgende.
Which is the correct one?
Wat is die regte ene?
Dat hy om die sirkel gegaan het
They drive around the circle.
en dat daar 'n bakkie gewees het gewag het vir
There was
hy,
a bucket that was waiting there.
Yes.
en dat hy terug Vredenburg en weer 'n turn gemaak het.
They returned back to Friedenberg and then came back again.
So, does that mean the bakkie did not travel through Saldanha past Tiasval?
Beteken dit dat die bakkie het nie deur Saldanha verby Tiasval gery nie? Beteken dit
Die bakkie het die sal dan na die asbel gery.
die bakkie traveled past Tiasval Saldanha of Saldanha past Tiasval?
Now I'm lost.
No, is it,
So you were wrong when you testified yesterday and said it returned to Vredenburg.
derhalwe, u was verkeerd geweest toe iets dat dit teruggekeer het Friedenberg toe. U het verkeerd getuig gister.
Die pad wat jy uit die baai bring,
The road that you live, that leads you out of the
ek kan nie
bay.
verkeerd sê.
No.
I can't be wrong. I can't
Okay,
be wrong.
okay, let's get some clarity here.
Net verklaar ek meneer,
Now, when Captain Lombard testified,
toe kaptein Lombard kom getuig het,
I visualized the route.
ek het nou in my verbeelding nou hierdie roete gesien.
Because I have
Visualiseer.
never gone to Jacobsbaai through Saldanha. I don't even know whether a road existed.
Ek weet nie of ek het nie Jacobsbaai Saldanha, ek weet nie of daar pad bestaan nie.
But I realized there is a way through because of other evidence I had here.
Maar ek besef
Because people were walking from here to there.
gegrond op die ander
But be that as it may,
getuienis, gegrond op die ander getuienis, besef ek dat daar is 'n manier om dit te bereik.
the
Het
area,
gesê.
the area where we now here in Saldanha Bay, Diasville is to my left behind you as you sit.
Tiasvel is op my linkerkant agter u soos u sittend is,
Am I right?
regsom,
Korrek maar wat.
korrek edele.
Now, from here to the circle,
Nou hier
from where we sit,
hier vandaan van waar ons sit, sirkel toe.
you have to go past the rugby field and past the school on the left, and then another open piece, and then you get the circle. Right?
Korrek maar wat.
Korrek edele.
So I'm going to just check with you whether my understanding of the lay of the land is the same as yours.
Ek gaan by u probeer verstaan hoe ek nou die land uitleg verstaan of my verstaan van die
Because it's
land
so-
uitleg is dieselfde soos u.
It so happens that every day whilst this case is sitting here, I am driving from the direction of Vredenburg past the circle coming to this venue. And in the afternoons, I go from this venue past the circle and then towards Vredenburg. Past the Jacobsbaai turnoff. Do you understand?
Verstaan u meneer?
Korrek maar wat.
Korrek
So
edele.
I just want to check whether there's no misunderstanding on the lay of the land. So the way I see it, and you can help me if I'm wrong, because I'm a stranger to the area,
Help my reg indien ek verkeerd ek is 'n vreemdeling in hierdie land.
except for this is the 7th week that I'm here. If I come from Vredenburg, past the graveyard, I will get to that intersection where towards the sea is Jacobsbaai. Right?
Volg jy nog?
Is korrek maar wat.
And the road that goes now towards the West Coast Road it goes past the fire brigade and the airport.
It's correct, my lord.
So that's the intersection. And coming from Vredenburg, you then get to the circle.
It's correct, my lord.
You can go left towards Langebaan, or you can come straight into town.
It's correct, my lord.
So coming from Vredenburg, the first exit from the circle will be the Langebaan Road.
It's correct, my lord.
Then go round the circle and go almost straight. That will be the second exit from the circle. That will be the road coming into Saldanha. You said to the Bay, coming into Saldanha Bay.
Yeah, my lord. Yeah, my lord.
Now the first part of that road, the speed is slightly higher, and then it comes down to 80, and then it comes down to 60. As you come into town.
Soos jy die dorp nader, dan verminder die spoed.
It's correct, my lord.
Hoog dan na laag toe.
Then you get to a traffic light
Verkeersligte kry jy.
where Charlie's is on the left and the total garage is on the right.
It's correct, my lord.
Then you get to the area where the banks are on the right. We're driving into Saldanha now.
Correct, my lord.
And there's another fisheries on the left and a BP garage.
Correct, my lord.
Then you get to another traffic light or stoplight where the municipal offices are. Blue building on the left.
Blou gebou op die linkerkant.
And the taxi rank diagonally
Sorry,
across. Then you come up and you drive past the Rastas.
Correct, my lord.
Then you get to the next stop street. That's Diaz Street coming here in front of the court.
Correct, my lord.
Going towards Diazville.
Correct, my lord.
I don't want to get technical, but I actually time myself in the mornings. Because I set my GPS when I leave where I stay, what my expected time of arrival will be at the building. No less than 5 minutes from the circle to here in the mornings. Is that also your experience? Because I'm not exceeding the speed limit, I'm just keeping to the speed. But it's quite a distance, it's a few kilometers. From the circle to the Diaz turnoff. Right?
Correct, my lord.
And then of course if you then have to go up this road, you remember we drove up here, where we eventually turned into Murray and then into Middelpos Reiland to get to Tsitsiratsitsi.
It's correct, my lord.
But then, if maybe you wanted to go to Jacobsbaai, coming from Vredenburg, and you missed the turn off because sometimes the mist is thick in the morning, then you go at the circle, you turn around at the circle, and then you'll turn left towards Jacobsbaai, which will be the first turn off to the left then. Right?
It's correct, my lord.
Now, the road into Saldanha Bay and onto Diaz Road is a very different route than turning around at the circle to go to Jacobsbaai. Would you agree?
It's correct, my lord.
There's no way one can confuse it. You can't confuse the two because it's two totally different things. Right?
Correct, my lord.
Now, I've listened to you yesterday. And I said to myself, well, you got the lift. These people were duping you. Let you mislay. Because now instead of giving you a lift to Saldanha Bay, they turn around because their friends were waiting there, and then they take you to the dunes in Jacobs Bay. That's how I pictured it. And you say that's what happened.
That's correct, my lord.
Now you tell me that that's the prosecutor's question that we're getting to. I just went the long route with you. I took you on a tour. How could it be that on that route that you told us yesterday, one would have gone through Diasville? I'm waiting.
Ek wag vir die antwoord.
Vir wat ek nou sê, van hoe ons daar na Diasville toe kan gegaan het.
What I say that from
Mr.
there
Van
we
Rijn,
go to DSL.
I don't want you to get confused.
Ek wil hê jy moet deur mekaar word, nee. Ek wil hê jy moet verward word.
Just answer my question.
Antwoord asseblief my vraag.
Do you have an answer?
Het jy 'n antwoord, meneer?
Daar's 'n pad wat wil, as jy van die cirkel af,
When you come from the circle, there's a road
sy is nou op die pad wat Burg toe vat.
with the road that goes to Friedenberg.
Dan kom jy op 'n hoe kan ek nou sê, amper so op 'n T-aansluiting.
Yeah, then you arrive at the junction.
Dan is dit links draai,
When you turn
dan is dit weer in die pad wat jou baie toe bring.
into left, and then you get the road that brings you by again, or Saldanha Bay again.
Are you telling me that, so they turned back, they turned off towards Jacobs Bay and then drove back here on another road? Is that what you're saying?
Dis korrek, my lord.
Correct, edele.
Where does that road go? Where does that road go?
As die pad wat daar is, my lord.
Is that die pad wat lig? Is that the
Maar
road?
aan toe gaan die pad vra edele
Die pad bring my tot op die voorweg van Diasweg.
up to DSL's four-way, my lord.
But the point is, that's not what you told us yesterday. Yesterday you told us you turned around at the circle and then they took you to Jacobs Bay.
Verstaan, my lord. Ek het dit direk met
Yesterday there was
I understand,
nothing
my
about
lord. I did not-
Diasville.
I did not explain it correctly, my lord.
Yes, Ms. Nkabai. Sorry?
My client yesterday,
Is what?
my client yesterday told this court that when they reached the sector, this buggy went back to Fredenberg,
That's right.
and there was the other buggy parked there. They drove back to the sector through Saldanha to Jacobs Bay. That was his evidence yesterday, my lord.
Well,
There was a U-turn at Fredenberg.
No,
When
no.
they see this other buggy, they
Let-
turned back
let
to
us-
the traffic section, to Saldanha, and then to Jacobs Bay. That was
let-
his evidence, my lord.
let us go there. Well, I don't know whether you and I were in the same court yesterday, because I have my notes, and my notes confirm what the prosecutor had put to the witness. And I'm going to summarize. They got onto the bakkie. She got out of Vredenburg, Saldanha, the four-way circle. Bakkie turned around the circle, back to Vredenburg direction. And they left couple. And then, of course, what makes it even worse is this story about this other road that's now being testified about. There was also evidence of the route they took to the beach. Because he said, so they went to Jacobsbaai Road and they turned left towards the beach. Objection is overruled, seeing that you object to my questions. You may proceed, Ms. Honorable.
Thank you. So I'm simply going to put it to you.
Meneer, ek het eenvoudig dit aan u oordra.
This whole story
Hierdie hele weergawe
about you getting a lift in a bakkie
oor u hierdie bereigeleendheid deur die bakkie gekry het
and being tortured there at Jacobsbaai
en die marteling te Jacobsbaai
is not true.
is die waarheid nie, meneer.
And that will be our argument.
En ons sal later betoog daaroor.
Do you want to comment?
Wat is die kommentaar daarop, meneer?
Is die waarheid?
It's the truth.
Okay.
Goed.
What was the role of this other bakkie waiting for you at the circle?
Wat is die ander bakkie wat nou daar by die sirkel vir u gewag het? Wat is hulle rol gewees? Wat moes hulle gaan doen het?
Hulle was een mens, hulle was saam.
They were together. One people together.
Met verskillende waarvoor
Different vehicles.
And I take it that inside this vehicle there was also a man and a woman.
Ek aanvaar dat ook in hierdie voertuig was ook 'n man en vrou.
is korrek, my lord.
Korrek, edeling.
And what makes you say that they were together?
Wat maak, hoekom besluit u hulle was saam?
Maar hulle lyk so 'n span.
They look like a team.
Can I just check, where was this bakkie parked?
Waar was hierdie bakkie geparkeer? Waar het gestaan?
And in which direction did it face? Maybe that will help you.
En in watter rigting kyk hulle toe?
Hulle het gekyk vir Vredenburg toe.
Vredenburg direction.
Vredenburg, the road to Vredenburg.
So, do I now understand you? You coming with a bakkie from Vredenburg. You approaching the circle. Did you see the bakkie stand on the other side of the road?
Korrek, my lord.
Because there's this island in between. It's got more than one lane in each direction. The big island in between the two directions. So you saw this other bakkie standing there, facing Vredenburg.
Korrek, my lord.
And then you went around the circle. Almost like a U-turn.
She is a U-turn, maar is korrek, my lord.
Say it's a U-turn that you made, my lord.
Now you're repeating what you told us yesterday, which I was just told that I'm wrong. Did the bakkie that you were in, did it stop next to the other bakkie, or did you just follow each other?
Hy gaan stop agter daai bakkie.
They went to stop behind that bakkie.
Is that where couple got out?
Is korrek, my lord.
Okay, so now you've got the two bakkies, both facing the direction of Vredenburg.
Is korrek, my lord.
Now we've established that the first crossing,
Die eerste kruisiging.
that road takes you to Jacobsbaai on the left.
Daai pad op die
It's a
linker.
tar road.
Wat die Jacobsbaai toe.
Ek weet ek daai pad waar hy nou.
I do not know, I did not ride in that road, my lord.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just move on.
Thank you.
You've made your point.
Thank you, my lord. So, the two bakkies were now both traveling in the same direction.
Nou die twee
to
bakkies-
Jacob's Bay, according to you.
Volgens u beide bakkies ry nou in dieselfde rigting onderweg pad Jacobsbaai toe volgens u.
Correct, my lord.
Korrek edele?
And at Jacob's Bay, it stops.
Dit Jacobsbaai het dit stil gehou.
Correct, my lord.
Were you now still sitting inside the double cab?
Is nog steeds sittend in die dubbele kajuit bakkie.
Correct, my lord.
Inside the vehicle, not on the cab.
Binne die voertuig self. né?
Correct, my lord.
And that's where you are then taken out of the vehicle and put on the back of the bakkie.
Net daar word jy nou dan vanuit die bakkie self en jy word geplaas in die agtergedeelte van die bakkie.
It's correct, my lord.
Is this now by the two people from the vehicle that you were traveling in, the man and the woman?
Is dit deur die twee persone met wie u gereis het, die man en vrou?
Ja, is hier die twee mannen.
Nou, by the two males,
So what did the woman do?
wat het die vrou gedoen?
Hulle was net daar.
They were just there.
Was this other man also armed?
Die ander man was ook bewapen.
Ek is seker nie.
I am not certain.
I want to put it to you that
Yeah,
it was put to Captain Lombard
Ek wil dit aan u stel, dat dit is aan kaptein Lombard gestel.
that there I realized this is police because he could see the firearms plural.
Daar het ek besef, hierdie is polisiebeamptes, want hy kon nie wapens sien. Ek kon die wapens sien, daar het hy besef, dis die polisiebeamptes.
That's correct.
Correct, my lord?
Once again, your instructions to Ms. Mkabai that you saw firearms plural, more than one.
Weereens, u instruksies aan juffrou Mkabai, u het 4 wapens gesien en meer fout. Meer as 1 vuurwapen.
Today you say you only saw one.
Vandag sê u vir hof het net 1 gesien.
It's correct.
Korrek?
Want to explain?
Wil u asseblief verduidelik?
Van hulle was saam, hulle werk as 'n team.
They were together, they were working as a team.
Hy kan ook 'n gun red het,
He could have also carried the firearm,
wat ek hier gesien het.
which I did not see. Antwoord asseblief die vraag, meneer.
The question is,
Die vraag is die volgende,
then I'm going to explain to you.
en ek gaan dan u verduidelik, meneer.
You heard when Ms. Swanepoel started with you today.
U het gehoor toe mevrou Sonnepoel met u begin vanmôre.
Correct, my lord.
Did you realize what she was doing?
Het u besef waarmee sy besig gewees het?
Correct, my lord.
What was she doing?
Waarmee was sy besig gewees?
Met 'n Ferrari miskien. Of ek sou geweet het.
To ask me whether or not perhaps there's something that I forgot.
Have you ever been to sea?
Was jy al ooit te see? Was jy wel die see gewees al?
By die see.
Yeah, on a boat
Yeah.
where people go and fish with a net.
Die seeboot waar die mense vasvang.
Where they use a bakkie to take the net and encircle.
Hulle gebruik die bakkie reensirkel, hulle gaan vasvang daar met die net.
Do you know what they're doing when they do that?
Weet u waarmee is hulle besig wanneer hulle dit doen?
No, my lord.
Nou, my lord,
So the one in the bakkie.
nou die een in die bakkie.
It's called a bakkie. So it's a small rowboat
Oh,
that takes the net around and bring it back. So when it's pulled in, it catches everything inside. Do you grow up in Saldan?
ek moes hier in Satan groot geword.
Correct, my lord.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Nou, jy weet waarvan ek praat.
Correct, my lord.
That's what she was doing with you.
Dit is waarmee sy besig gewees het met u. Dit aan u gedoen.
She asked you all those questions
Sy het vir u al daardie vrae gevra,
because she was spanning that net around you.
want sy was besig om daardie net rondom u te span.
All of those things that you just said, yes, it is so, it is so.
En sover het u elke keer net gesê, ja, korrek, ja, dit is die geval, ja, dit is die geval sover.
Now she says to you,
Nou sê sy vir u,
you've already confirmed.
u het al reeds bevestig,
You've got no complaints.
u het geen klagtes nie.
Everything that was put to the witnesses were exactly only your instructions.
Alles en alles wat aan daardie stad gestel is, was u eie instruksies, meneer.
And she says to you,
En sy sê vir u,
Captain Lombard was told firearms, vuurwapens, plural.
daar was iets gewees met kaptein Lombard, met vuurwapens en meervoud, meneer.
Now you're telling us you only saw one.
Nou sê u vir hof, u het net een gesien.
Do you understand?
Verstaan u, meneer?
Correct, my lord.
Korrek.
Now
Edele,
will you answer a question, please?
sal u asseblief haar vraag antwoord, meneer?
Want dat is al gun wat ek gesien het.
Because that is the only firearm I saw.
So, sir, I put it to you, then your instructions that you gave to Miss Mkabai, that
Derhalwe, meneer, ek stel dit aan u dat die instruksies wat u aan juffrou Kabai oorgedra het,
you saw firearms
dat u vuurwapens gesien het,
was not the truth.
was nie die waarheid nie, meneer.
Sy het miskien 'n fout gemaak.
She perhaps made a mistake.
And why did you not correct that mistake?
Hoekom het u nie daardie fout reggestel nie, meneer?
Want dit was 'n gun.
Because it was a firearm.
I'm going to ask again. Why did you not correct that mistake?
Weer eens, hoekom het u nie vir haar reggehelp nie?
Want ek het vir haar gesê dit was 'n gun.
Because I told her it was a firearm.
I'm going to explain something to you with the leave of the court.
Meneer, met die hof se verlof, ek gaan aan u iets verduidelik.
Please remember that whilst you are there and answering the questions in cross-examination,
Let asseblief daarop, terwyl u sit en is besig om vrae te antwoord te onderskryf ondervraging,
you are being evaluated.
u word geëvalueer, kan nooit hy woord sê nie. Iemand hof vir u dop, u optrede is onder, het word noukeurig dopgehou,
Geëvalueer.
geëvalueer, baie dankie.
And I don't mean to threaten you, not at all.
En dit is nie
Not
'n
trying to
regiment
scare
nie,
you.
dit is nie 'n regiment nie, ek probeer om nie vir u bang te maak nie.
But please remember that at the end of the day, if
Hou-
you don't answer the questions I
Hou-
pose,
O, asseblief in gedagte, indien u vra wat ek aan u stel, ontwyk of nie antwoord nie,
then we are going to argue
dan gaan ons later betoog
that you should not be believed.
dat die hof moet nie vir u glo nie.
Okay?
Reg so?
You understand that?
Verstaan
Maar
u
Lord,
dit?
Now, you are taken out of the bakkie
U word vanuit hierdie bakkie geneem
by the two men.
deur die twee mans,
You were placed on the back of the bakkie.
is in die agtergedeelte van die bakkie geplaas. Of gesit.
What happens then when you are placed in the back of the bakkie?
Wat gebeur toe? Nou dat u nou in die agterkant van hierdie bakkie geplaas is, wat gebeur toe?
vasgeboeie,
Handcuffed,
op my maag laat lê,
laid on my stomach,
my eiers geknyp en in die ronde geklap.
my testicles pinched and smacked around.
Anything else?
Nog iets, meneer?
En weer opgelig uit die bakkie,
Lifted up again from the bakkie, out.
uit die bak uit van die bakkie.
Oh, uit die back portion of the bakkie.
Nog steeds betrayed.
Nog steeds.
Klap in eiers getrek.
Still being pinched on my testicles, being smacked around
Tot die wat bakkie moes gekom het.
until the white bucky arrived.
So where does this happen? I'm sorry, I'm trying. We've heard that we see pictures. I also see pictures. I'm trying to picture this.
Ja, asseblief my reg nou. Waar gebeur hierdie want ons is vertel dat beelde word gesien. Ek sien ook beelde. Ja, vir ons probeer om hierdie prentjie te vorm.
Ek lê agter op die
Ja,
bakkie.
my reg. I'm laying behind the bucky,
Vasgeboeie.
handcuffed,
My hande is voor my. Ek lê op my mag.
with my hands in front of me. I'm laying on my stomach.
En hy knyp my eiers. Waar jy my 2 bene.
He's pinching my legs through both my legs
En klap my in die ronde.
and smack me around
Terwyl ek lê.
whilst laying.
You're referring to hy, singular.
Hy praat in enkelvoud, hy, enkelvoud, hy, verwys na hy in enkelvoud.
Is that correct?
2 manne.
Is dit reg? 2 males,
Een pyjama in eiers en een klap my in die ronde.
one busy with my testicles and one smacking me around.
When you say, okay, one step at a time. So
Een treetje,
these 2 men, are
Hierdie-
they also on top of the bakkie?
hierdie 2 manlike persone is hulle ook op die bakkie.
Hy staan met 'n halflyf.
Oh, he's standing half body.
He, singular.
Weer eens, dis hy in enkelvoud.
Die een het my eiers geknyp het. Ja.
That is the one who was pinching my testicles.
So he's standing on the beach.
Hy staan op strand.
Nie op die strand, op die bakkie so. Daar waar die touba is van die bakkie.
At the bakkie, at the back of the bakkie.
Okay. So from the back of the bakkie.
Just a moment. So I take it this bakkie didn't have a canopy.
Ek aanvaar dat hierdie bakkie nie 'n kapie gehad nie.
Ja, kapie.
Nou,
Now, when you were on the bakkie, on your stomach, because remember you were inside the cabin by the time you stopped there.
onthou
You were sitting inside the double cab
Eet in die dubbele
when you
kajuit
stopped
gesit,
there.
né? Toe julle daar stil hou, toe is u in die dubbele kajuit binne in die bakkie, né?
Skoor ek maar lot.
Korrek eerlik?
And now, first to understand the bakkie,
Ek wil eers net die bakkie mooi verstaan.
take it doesn't have railings on the side. Because you
Ek
would have
aanvaar
told us.
dat's geen reëlings om die bakkie.
Skoor ek maar lot.
Korrek eerlik?
Doesn't have any crossbars across,
Is daar
load bars.
crossbars gekruis?
Nie meer lot.
Nou,
Does it have a tailgate?
het jy 'n tailgate?
Daar's 'n tailgate.
Wat is 'n tailgate?
It's like the door at the back.
O, die deur.
Closes the bin.
Verskoon my die soos die lid, ja.
Skoor ek maar lot.
Korrek.
Do you know what type of bakkie it was?
Weet jy wat soort bakkie, wat is die model bakkie?
Dit's 'n double cab, weet ek.
Maar wat soort bakkie is dit? Wel edele weet.
Ek sê so polisiebakkie.
It's a police bakkie.
So when you were put on the back of the bakkie
Daar's in die agterkant van hierdie bakkie geplaas, meneer.
and you were laying on your stomach,
Jy lê op die mag, meneer.
were you handcuffed before you got onto the bakkie?
Was jy in handboeie voor jy in die bakkie ingeklim het?
Skoor ek maar lot.
Korrek eerlik?
So your hands are cuffed in front of you,
Jy hande vasgeboei hier reg voor u.
and this tailgate, was it opened or closed? Or did it
Die
stay
lid van die
closed?
bakkie is dit oop of toe?
Hy was oop toe maar gelom toe.
Open and then it was closed, my lord.
So was it opened and then you got on,
It was oop en dan toe klim jy op.
Skoor ek maar lot.
and
Yes.
then they closed it.
Toe maak hulle dit weer toe nadat jy opgeklim het.
Skoor ek maar lot.
Korrek eerlik.
So this person, and the reason I'm asking is because he said he stood on the area where the tow bar normally is.
Ja, man, die rede kom ek weer die vra dan die dat's polisie in die area met die Touba.
Some vehicles
It is
have
not
it.
Touba, thank you.
Some vehicles have it on their bumper, some have it under the bumper, some have an extension. You don't know, but you can't stand there if the tailgate is open.
Ik kan niet daar staan nie, as die deksel oop is nie.
As die deksel oor kan staan.
No, you can't stand, ja.
That's why I'm asking you.
Dit is hoekom ek vra.
And then you said he was half body.
En dit
On
is
the
een
bin.
hard body.
So I'm picturing on Ms. Swanepoel's questions, this person standing there, you lying face down,
Ek verbeel my nou,
In
die
the
lê daar
bin.
gesig onder toe.
and he's bending over the tailgate.
En die persoon buig vooroor hier by die einde van die bakkie, by die lid van die bakkie.
Correct, my lord.
Good. Because my bakkie, for example, have a step on the side. So you can step in from the side as well. Okay, so now you have that picture.
I do. Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
And I understand that your head is facing the direction of the cab, right?
En ek aanvaar dat die kop is na die kajuit se kant toe, né? Jy lê met die kop kajuit se kant toe. Die kop kyk vorentoe.
Vorentoe.
Ja, vorentoe, ja.
And are your legs straight?
Is jou bene reg uit.
Ja, bene so by die flap van die bakkie.
Ja, towards
My mom is-
lid op die bakkie.
Okay. Shins.
Sits.
Okay. So this man standing at the back is the one pinching your private parts.
En dan hierdie man wat nou hier agter staan is die een wat u privaat dele knip.
Is correct, my lord.
That's all he does.
Dis al wat hy doen. Dis al wat hy doen. Al waarmee hy besig is.
Dis wat hy wat doen het, ja.
That's what he did, my lord.
Okay. Now, just to complete the picture, so
Net-
what was the other man doing and where was he?
Net om hierdie prentjie te voltooi. Waar is die ander man? Waarmee is hy besig?
Hy moet die manne laat maar geklap het.
He is the guy who smacked me.
Where was he?
Waar is hy? Waar is hy?
Hy was ook daar.
He was also there.
Can you be a little bit more precise?
Wees asseblief meer spesifiek. Of presies.
The een wat jou knyp, the one behind. You say he's where the tow bar is, so we can accept
Die een is
he's
met die touba, dis die een wat
at
jy
the
kry.
rear bumper area.
Is hier by die einde van die, einde gedeelte van die bakkie.
Ja, maar ek is maar uit die bak uitgehaal.
At some stage I was taken out of the bakkie.
But weren't you smacked whilst he was still on the bakkie?
Maar hy was ons geklap geweest terwyl hy nog op die bakkie geweest.
Correct, my lord.
So now the prosecutor asked you, it must be the other man that was smacking you.
Nou die staatadvokaat
And
sê
she
of
wants to
vra vir
know
u dat
where he was.
dit moes die ander man wat u vir u geklap het, maar die staatadvokaat wil by u weet wat is die posisie wat hierdie klapper beklee het, waar presies staan die een wat klap, die posisie van een wat klap, wat die posisie beklee hy.
Ek is seker van sy posisie wat hy kan terrorist het.
I'm not sure as to his position, what side he was. Nee, maar en ja, die posisie wat hy ingeneem het.
Do you know whether he was on or in the back of the bakkie or standing on the ground, standing somewhere? Where
Weet
he
jy of
was?
hy iewers gestaan het? Hy was so in die agter op die bakkie, waar, weet jy waar?
Just hold on before you answer, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. My client has already answered that he doesn't know where this other person was. He's already answered me.
Thank you. The objection is overruled. The accused can answer the question. Ms. Swanepoel, I've noticed earlier, it's now 1 o'clock. So go to a place where you feel comfortable to take the break.
Thank you.
I know that you might have a few questions on this issue, and I don't want to interrupt your line of questioning. But if you're comfortable, then we'll take the break for lunch for the accused.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Please, can you answer the questions?
Kan u asseblief die vraag antwoord, meneer?
Ik kan niet precies zeggen.
I cannot say precisely.
But if he was in the bin, it's called the bin.
Maar indien hy in die bakkie self gewees het, in die bin, Engelse woord in die bin,
Then he would have realized he's there in the bin.
hy sou besef het dat hy daar in die bin is.
Is correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
Because
Want
your legs were slightly angled up against the tailgate because your shins were pushing against it.
bene was deels teen die tail end, want die shins het was door hierdie daar teen gewees.
Right?
Reg
Correct, my
so.
lord.
So he must have been outside of the bin.
Hy
In other
moes-
words, outside the bakkie.
Hy moes buite die bakkie gewees het, in die buitekant van die bakkie gewees het.
Korrek,
Die
my
bin
lord.
uit. Korrek, edele.
Can I just ask you, you said it was a police bakkie.
Kan ek vir u vra, u het gesê dit was 'n polisiebakkie.
Now we have different sizes of bakkies.
Nou, dis verskillende bakkies.
When I
Of
grew up,
groot is.
there was the small Toyota 1200.
Toe ek groot geword het, was 'n kleiner Toyota. Tjie,
You wouldn't know.
ek sal nie weet nie. Ek sal nie weet nie.
Then at some stage,
En
there
op 'n
was
stadium
a Ford Bantam bakkie,
is daar 'n Ford Bantam
which is a
bakkie,
small bakkie.
kleiner bakkie.
And then, of course, you have the mid-size
En
bakkies.
natuurlik 'n side bakkie.
And I think currently there's a Nissan NP200 on the
En
road.
huidiglik 'n Nissan MP2.
And these Corsa bakkies, which also the
Corsa
chef
bakkies
bakkie.
Met 'n
And then,
sekere
of course,
vorm.
you have the ones like the size of the Hilux and stuff like that.
En dan die ene met die heiligste grootte en dis meer.
And these vans that you were brought in the mornings, I think these are Isuzu bakkies or whatever it is, but it's a normal size bakkie.
Dit is 'n gewone groot bakkie, né?
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele.
Now you say it's a double cab.
Nou sê u dis 'n dubbele kajuit.
I've never seen these small bakkies as double cabs.
Ek het tog gesien dat hierdie klein bakkies dubbele kajuit bakkies is. He.
Now I know that you've told me you don't know what type of bakkie it is,
Ek weet iets vir die agbare hof gesê dat u weet nie wat soort bakkie dit is nie.
but maybe in comparison to the police van that you come with every day.
Dalk in vergelyking met die polisiebakkie wat vir u daagliks hof toe bring.
If you can tell us about the size of the bakkie.
En dien hierdie hof kan sê oor hierdie bakkie se grootte.
Daai bakkie het 4 seats wat jy kan insit.
Dit
So
bakkie is
4 mense.
That bakkie has got 4 seats that you can occupy for 4 people.
Maar die 4 deure nie.
But it's got no 4 doors.
Okay. But is it like a bigger bakkie like the one that like the police van
Is
bakkie?
dit so 'n
Size.
groter bakkie soos die polisie van?
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele.
And do you know whether it was a 4x4 that's higher than the normal?
Weet jy of dit 'n 4x4
4x2.
Hoor as 'n normale bakkie? 4.2, bietjie hoor. Is 'n normale bakkie.
Hy is hoor, my lord.
Ja, a little bit higher, my lord.
So slightly higher than the normal.
Deels
And
hoor
it's
as
the
normale.
normal size. And it's not a double cab, although it's got 4 seats. Just so that we can orientate ourselves. Right. Are you You sure about that?
Is jy seker daarvan, meneer?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
The reason why I'm asking you whether you're sure, I think I know where the prosecutor is going. So if you're unsure, you must tell us.
Correct, my lord.
You happy?
Is jy gelukkig, meneer?
Ja, my lord.
Maar ek weet waar jy is aanklaar en die nie seker is.
You want to take the break now, or you want to first?
Now let me ask the question, my lord, please. So, I understand you to say this man standing not in the cab of the bakkie, on the side.
Ek verstaan, jy sê nou hierdie man het nie in die bakkie, op die bakkie self gestaan nie, hy staan langs die bakkie.
And he is hitting and slapping you. That was your
Hy
testimony.
slaan en hy klap vir u, dit is u getuienis.
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
Where?
Waar op die lichaam? Waar?
Ja, my gesig.
My face?
The face that is turned to the bottom.
Die face na onder toe? Is dit dieselfde gesig wat na onder toe wys?
Ja, of course, want ek wil nog self stry hou nie wat miskien so.
Obviously, I'm not going to keep my face the whole time in that position. I will turn it around now and then.
Okay. Can you tell us whether he was slapping you from the right or from the left?
Kan jy vir ons sê, is dit links of rechts? Waar val jy oor? Wat ek kan? Val jy oor links,
Kan nie
rechts?
sê nie.
I can't say.
Maar
Why
alkant.
Both sides.
How is that possible?
Hoe is dit moontlik, meneer?
Alkant, maar kan nie sê wat ek kan dit die eerste was laat hom. Laaste was laat hom.
Both sides, but however, I cannot say what side he started with and ended with.
The picture I have is that this man must either be standing on the left side or on the right side of the bakkie in order to be able to get to you on your face.
Die beeld wat ek het, is dat die man moet ieder links of rechts van die bakkie gaan staan ten einde om u gezicht te bereik.
So, can you help me?
Help me asseblief, meneer.
Kan moontlik is.
It's possible.
Let me help you.
Kom ek help u?
So you have the one person standing at the back, the one that's pinching your testicles.
U het hier een wat daar agter die bakkie staan wat nou besig is om u kroonjuwele te knip.
Now let's accept
Kom ons
that
aanvaar.
he must have been standing on the bumper or on the tow bar, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to reach your testicles.
Touwbaar op die buffer gestaan het ten einde u kroonjuwele te bereik.
Because you're telling us
Want u sê vir ons,
the bakkie is slightly higher than the normal.
die bakkie is deels hoër as die normale bakkie.
So unless it's a very tall person,
Tensy hierdie individu 'n baie
Extremely
lang
tall.
persoon is
and he stood on the ground, he
En op die
wouldn't have
grond-
been able to reach over the tailgate
en op die grond
down
gestaan
to
het,
your testicles standing on the ground.
oor die bakkie se deksel met die arm ten einde die kroonjuwele te bereik.
Talking about the testicles, man.
Ek praat nou van die man wat besig is met die kroonjuwele is die privaatdele.
Are you with me?
Is hy by my, meneer?
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
Do you agree?
Stem jy saam met my? Is jy met eens met my?
That if the tailgate is closed, remember you telling us your shins are against the tailgate.
Ja, hy sê vir ons die
So in
ondergedeelte
other
van
words,
die
your
voete.
knees are on the floor of the bakkie.
Ek knie op die bakkie se vloer. Die nie bakkie se
And then you still have the length of your thighs
dat jy nog die bobene se lengte
going up to your crotch. And then you have the height from the ground
dat is
up
nou
to
die
the
grond.
top of the bakkie. So if he stands on the ground, he
Indeed.
won't be able to reach it, but he will also not be able to be half body in, as you said.
Indien hy staan, sal hy nie daar aanslag om dit te bereik nie. Hy sal ook eers halfpad met sy liggaam oor hierdie kan nie soos wat u sê nie.
That's why I'm saying let's accept he was standing on the tow bar or on the bumper, and now he was lying over and he's
Daarom
pulling
sê
you
ek,
like that.
Kom ons aanvaar het op die buffer op die towbar gestaan het, ten einde u te kan bereik het. Correct, edele.
So if the other person was standing next to him,
Derhalwe, indien die ander persoon langs hom gestaan het,
then I wonder how he could have reached your head.
wonder ek, hoe is het moontlik dat hy u hoof kon
If there
bereik het?
was space to stand next to that person,
Indien daar ruimte gewees het om langs hierdie ander persoon te gestaan
so
het.
it means he would have reached over this tailgate,
Dit beteken dat hy sal oor hierdie lid gerek het,
and then he still had to stretch down
dan moet hy
into the bin, to the floor
en
area.
die bin in vloer gedeelte toe.
Are you still with me?
Dis hy by my nog, meneer? Correct, edele.
And then he has to slap you on your head.
Dan moet hy nog hy
So he's got
opslaan.
the torso, he's got your upper legs,
Het hy mag, het hy
all of that area plus the height, and then he still has to reach there to smack you.
bobene, dan moet
Forget
hy
about the fact that he still has to balance himself as well.
en hy klap. Vergeet van die feit dat hy moet nog balanseer.
Jy-
Sy
jy
hele
hoef
gaan
nie.
balanseer.
You with me?
Is hy by my? Om met my?
And if he stood on the side,
En indien hy in die kant van die bakkie gestaan het,
unless there's a step,
tensy dat daar 'n trappie is,
or he was standing on the tire and lying over,
of hy op die tyre gestaan het en
but then,
oorgeleer het,
but then he would have seen him.
dat dan hy so vir hom gesien het,
Because remember you told us you were tilting your head.
onthou hy draai die kop.
You illustrated. You understand?
Hy het dit gedemonstreer, verstaan jy?
So I'm trying to highlight for you, don't commit yourself to something if you're not sure.
Wat ek probeer om aan u uit te lig is dat moet jy vir u verbind met iets waarmee jy nie verseker is nie. Moenie vir u daartoe verbind nie.
If I told you in the beginning,
Ek
if
het
you're
vir u vroeër
unsure,
gesê,
you tell us. Because the prosecutor is not going to give up.
want die staatsaanklaer gaat hy opgee nie.
And I'm not going to stop them either.
En ek gaan ook nie vir hulle,
As long as the
Stel
questions
maar-
are fair, I'll allow them.
solang as wat hierdie vraag regverdig is, gaan ek dit toelaat.
And they're not wasting my time.
Ek laat dit toe, maar tog is dit tyd, dit mors my tyd.
So, yes, Ms. Swanepoel.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Soos dat die hofpaag edele.
So, sir, can you tell us how he managed to slap you in the face?
Meneer, sê asseblief vir ons, hoe het hy daaraan geslaag om u gesig te bereik en vir u te klap? I do not know how he made it.
I don't know either.
Ek weet ook nie self, ek weet self nie.
My lord, perhaps this is an opportune time.
Okay, it's 12 minutes past 1. I'm going to take the adjournment till 1:45. And then Ms. Swanepoel, I told the witness now that I'm not going to limit you. But don't take that as carte blanche that you can go until tomorrow. Because I want to finish the cross-examination this evening so that the parties can argue in the morning.
As the court pleases.
So you can focus on what you should focus on.
Thank you.
1:45, court adjourned. Mr. Van Ryn, you're still under oath. Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
Thank you, my lord. This incident that you were treated in this way, lying on the back of the bakkie, how long did that take?
Hierdie voorval dat u op hierdie manier behandel het, hoe lang het dit geduur? About 30 minutes.
And after this assault on the back of the bakkie,
En na hierdie aanranding in die agterkant van die bakkie,
what happened then?
wat gebeur toe?
As ek afgehaal van die bakkie af
I was removed from the bakkie
en buitekant van die bakkie,
and outside of the bakkie,
nog steeds my eiers en my geklap
still my testicles and the smacking.
en 'n kan in my mond sit
The firearm was inserted into my mouth
en my gedryf om die seewater en bagarawe.
and the threats about throwing me in the sea and burying in the sand.
Does this all happen there at the bakkie?
Alles en alles gebeur net daar by die bakkie.
Dis korrek.
You weren't taken anywhere else?
Is nergens na elders na toe gaan nie meer.
Net vir my gewys dat die pad wat we op strand toe vat, ja, die pad.
They showed me the route that leads to the strand, not to the beach.
Please answer the question.
Antwoord asseblief my vraag.
Were you or were you not taken anywhere else except there at the bakkie?
Was u iewers heen geneem benewens daar by die bakkie?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
So you were not taken to the water itself?
Daar is die water toe gaan neem nie.
Nee.
Die water self na toe gaan neem. Nou,
Okay. What was put to Captain Lombard indeed was that this beating, and that's all that it was called, the beating happened on the back of the bakkie for
Wat-
approximately 30 minutes.
wat inderwaarheid aan kaptein Lombard gestel is, die geslaanery, dit is hoe dit beskryf is, dis die slaanery, het wel in die agter van die bakkie gebeur.
Korrek, my lord.
Whereafter you were then taken, removed from the back of the van and taken towards the beach, towards the water.
Daarna is u afgehaal van die agterkant van die bakkie en is na die waterkant toe geneem.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Okay, now please explain.
Verduidelik asseblief. Goed. Verduidelik asseblief.
Because you just said you were not taken there.
Want iets sopas gesê is hy daarheen geneem nie.
Ja, maar
Thank you, my lord. The question was not explained clearly to my client. The question was, were you taken from the bakkie, in the bakkie, from the bakkie? That question was not clear. And he answered and said, from the bakkie I was taken out. The question was not clear, my lord.
Yeah, maybe there could be some confusion because what you put to the witness was to say that it was put to Captain Lombard that this occurred, and then he answered correct.
Yes, my lord, but
No. The question that was put to him, you say to him, it was put to Captain Lombard. So the answer, it is correct, can go either way. So let's rather clarify it. I know where you're going. Different way of putting it to the witness, so that there's no misunderstanding, is to say, so if somebody would say that you were taken towards the water from the bakkie after you were offloaded, that would be wrong. Did you follow?
Het jy verstaan, meneer? Indien iemand sal sê dat na die slangery is afgehaal van die bakkie af en na die waterkant toe gaan neem, as iemand dit by die hof sou sê, dan is dit verkeerd.
Correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
Now the prosecutor puts it to you. She says, well, that was how it was put to Captain Lombard.
Die stadsadvokaat het sopas dit aan u gestel en gesê dat in der waarheid, dit is hoe dit aan kaptein Lombard gestel is.
Did you hear that?
Het u dit verstaan?
Correct,
Het u
my
dit
lord.
gehoor? Correct, eerlijk.
So that would then be wrong,
Derhalwe, dit sal dan nog verkeerd wees.
right?
Reg?
Was mos nie na die water toe, streng na die water toe.
No, but
I was not taken straight to the water, my lord.
if somebody says you were taken towards the water, away from the bakkie now, you'd already told me that's wrong, right?
Correct, my lord.
Now the prosecutor says that's the way it was put to Captain Lombard as to how it happened. And you heard that. You've already confirmed with me. Right?
Correct, my lord.
So that would have been a wrong statement of the facts, she says. Are you with me?
Is sy nog met my?
Ja, my lord.
Now she's going to ask you, why didn't you correct it? When you heard it, why didn't you correct it?
Jy het dit nog gehoor, dis hoe die advokaat dit aan kaptein Lombard stel. Maar jy help vir haar reg en nog het mevrou die advokaat vir u vrou, kom het jy nie vir u advokaat reg gehelp toe u hoor dat dit word verkeerdelik oorgedra.
And I'm not reading Miss Swanepoel's mind. That's merely the way cross-examination works, and that's how I used to teach the young lawyers.
En ek bestudeer die mevrou Swanepoel's gedagtes nie, maar dit is maar hoe die advokaat se verstaan werk, want ek het hulle in die verlede opgelei.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
Ja, my lord.
Okay, Miss Swanepoel.
Thank you, my lord. I want to take it one step
Key
further.
is, Miss Swanepoel, we must remember, when your witnesses testified, I said it yesterday, they're police officials. They might not have testified in the High Court, but they used to, and we know the witness only was in standard 4. He didn't pass standard 4. That's his level of education. So let's rather try and simplify it. We ask short questions. I said it to your colleague the other day, I don't know whether you were here, to one of the defense counsel. Try and ask leading questions when you cross-examine. And keep it short, keep it simple, so that there are no misunderstandings.
Indeed, my
And again, I'm going to say to Mr. Van Rijn, Mr. Van Rijn, just listen to the question. She's going to try and keep it short. And if you don't understand it, then you just say, I'm not following. I am very conscious of the fact of your level of education. It doesn't mean that you are not intelligent enough. But I don't want you to trip up because of the setting in the court, and or that we're using long sentences, big words, because your life's on the line here. Literally, your life is on the line. Do you understand that?
Correct, my lord.
Good. Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
As the court pleases, my lord.
You can follow up on that question.
Thank you, my
Thank
lord. I would just like to take it one step further.
Jy wil dit 'n treetjie verder neem.
In fact, what was put to Captain Lombard was that when you were now taken and you were standing next to the beach,
Inderwaarheid wat aan kaptein Lombard gestel gewees is dat toe jy nou daar geneem is en dit staan daar in die nabyheid van die strand.
that is when one of them pinched your private parts.
Dit is die tyd toe een van hulle die privaat dele geknyp het.
Correct, my lord.
And that is also in line with what was said in your plea explanation, Exhibit E,
Ook.
my lord.
Dit staan dan in lyn met u pleitverduideliking, bewysstuk E, edele,
Because even there,
selfs daar,
in paragraph 32,
paragraaf 32,
it ends off with, I was assaulted while lying flat with my stomach.
ek is aangeraan terwyl ek plat op my maag gelê het,
After some time of assault,
na 'n tyd van die aanranding,
I was taken out from the back of the bakkie,
is ek verwyder van die agterkant van daardie bakkie,
closer to the ocean.
naar aan die see of oseaan,
Paragraph 33.
paragraaf 33.
Let's take it one step at a time. Can you remember?
Onthou u dit?
Correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
It was on the 5th of March
Dit was die 5de Maart,
when this document was read out in court.
toe hierdie dokument die in die Openhof uitgelees is of voorgelees is.
You remember that?
Onthou u dit?
Correct, my lord.
And you remember that it was interpreted to you?
Onthou u dat dit is aan u oorgetolk?
Ja, my lord.
That's after your attorney had worked through it with you and it's placed on record?
Dit is nadat u advokaat daar met u daardeur gegaan het. Dit is al reeds op rekord geplaas.
Whereafter I confirmed with you
Daarna het ek met u bevestig voor ek by u
the
geweet het
correctness of it. Can you remember that?
of dit korrek is. Onthou u dit nog?
Ja, my lord.
Was that the day that I asked you what you find amusing?
Is dit die dag wat ek gevra het wat is so lagwekkend? Wat vind u so lagwekkend?
Ek is seker nie.
I'm not sure, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. And this plea explanation
En hierdie pleitverduideliking
continues in the very next paragraph.
gaan voort die heel volgende paragraaf,
Paragraph 33.
paragraaf 33.
They pinched my testicles.
Hulle het my kroonjuwele geknyp.
So what I'm putting to you, sir, is what was put to Captain Lombard
Meneer, wat ek aan u stel, dit wat in kaptein Lombard gestel
is similar to what was your version in the plea explanation.
dit is soortgelyks as u weergawe tydens die pleitverduideliking. Staan in lyn,
But that differs from your testimony here.
tog verskil dit en u getuienis hier, met u getuienis hier.
Do you understand?
Verstaan u dit?
Correct, my lord.
Would you like to explain why it is different?
Wil u graag verduidelik hoekom dan hierdie verskil?
Verstaan nou nie.
I don't understand.
Do you hear the difference?
Hoor u of sien u die verskil? Sien u die verskil of hoor u die verskil?
Ja, my lord.
No, my lord.
So, let me simplify.
Kom, ek vereenvoudig dit vir u.
It's two things.
Dis twee
One
dinge. Een,
is everything happened there at the bakkie.
alles en alles het net daar by die bakkie gebeur.
That's what you're telling us today.
Dit is wat u vir die hof vandag vertel.
Correct, my lord.
On the 5th of March,
Die 5de Maart
it was said you were taken closer to the ocean.
was dit aan die hof gesê dat is meer nader na die see toe geneem, né? Is na die see toe geneem.
Do you see the difference?
Sien u die verskil?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, edele.
Now the prosecutor wants you to please explain to us why there's that difference.
Nou, die aanklaer wil graag hê dat u moet asseblief vir die hof verduidelik hoekom dan nou hierdie verskil? Hoekom verskil dit?
Ek kan nie verduidelik nie, maar wat ek kan sê is dat ek naby die water was.
I can't explain that. All I can say that I was closer to the water.
We will argue that the reason why you can't explain these differences
Ons sal betoog en sê die rede kom dat die rede kom u nie hierdie verskille kan verklaar nie,
is because you're not telling the truth.
is omdat u nie die waarheid vertel nie.
Ek praat die waarheid.
I'm telling the truth.
Yesterday you said you were not wearing a watch nor a cell phone, so there was no way for you to tell the time, correct?
Gister het u gesê dat u die horlosie gedra nie, u die cellulaire foon gehad nie, derhalwe kon nie die tyd kon nie sê die tyd, ja, kon nie die tyd sê nie.
Is korrek, my lord.
So, am I correct if I say you have no idea what time it was when you were taken from Jacobs Bay Beach to Seaborder offices?
So, hy sê dat u geen idee hoe laat dit sou gewees het toe u van Jacobsbaai na seegrenskantoor toe gaan nie is, sal ek kan sê.
Toe ek by Seaborder kom,
Upon my arrival at Seaborder,
voor ons inry, voor die Seaborder se hek kry,
before we reach Seaborder gate,
sjouwers en mense China, 4 o'clock, die middag. Sjouwers, die fabriek sjouwers.
or selfs the factory, the people, they knock off it.
Just give the name of that company again.
Gee asseblief die maatskappy se naam, meneer.
Sjouwers.
Sea Harvest. Sea Harvest.
Yeah, no, it sounded different, although I'm not exactly sure where the Seaborder offices are, but I know in the harbour area there's a big factory called Sea Harvest. So that's why I had to check, because the way Mr. Van Rijn speaks, sometimes you can't make out what he's saying.
I couldn't hear that either, my lord.
So is that how you place the time at?
Dit is hoe u die tyd kon
Hoe jy
bepaal
place
het.
Met sjouwers is werkmense, wat
Ja,
op en af.
Sea Harvest is employees, my lord.
Sorry, and what time did they knock off, you say?
Hoe laat?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
So, because you saw the people leaving, that's why you put it at 4 o'clock.
Omdat jy gesê daar gaan die mense weg, dis hoekom jy nou gesê dit 4 uur.
Ja, wanneer China tyd.
Ja, because that is their breaking up time.
And you would have known that from the start,
Jy sou dit van die begin af geweet het.
that that's the time that you arrived there,
Dat
because
is
you
die
see the
tyd,
people.
dit is die tyd waar jy waar jy aangekom het, waar die daai mense gesien.
Is korrek, ja.
Correct.
Because I just want to put it to you, sir, that to the different witnesses, different times were put as being your instructions as to what time you would have been at Jacobs Bay, how long that assault would have lasted, what time you would be at Seaborder.
Want meneer, ek wil dit aan u stel dat aan verskillende tye is aan daardie getuies gesê hoe laat sou u by Jacobsbaai gewees het, hoe laat sou u by seegrenskantoor gewees het, en dis meer verskillende tye is aan verskillende staatsgetuies oorgedra.
Is korrek, ja.
Correct, yes?
And the only relevance is, for some reason or another, accused one then decides to amend his time to fit in with yours.
Herhaal asseblief, mevrou.
Accused number 1
Beskuldig nommer 1
amends his time to fit in with yours, to be the same as yours.
verander sy tye om in lyn te wees met u tye vir een of ander tersaaklikheid besluit hy die tye moet ook nou inpas met u tye.
Ek weet nie, kan nie sê nie.
I do not know, I cannot say,
Okay.
But you heard him when he testified.
maar u het gehoord hoe hy getuig het.
Yes, my lord.
Right. So, let's get to Seaborder offices.
Kom ons beweeg na die seegrenskantore toe.
What happened to the other bakkie and the 2 females?
Wat het van die ander bakkie geword en die 2 vrolike persone?
Ek weet nie,
I do not know.
maar al twee is in beseeborde.
but both of them entered sea border.
Al twee wat nou?
Al twee
Both of them.
voertuie.
Both vehicles.
And did you see the females again there?
Het u die vrolijke persone weer gesien daar?
Later in die nacht, ja.
Later the evening, yes.
So they remained there.
Derhalve, hulle daar gebly.
Ik kan niet zeggen, nie.
I can't say.
When did you see them?
Wanneer het die vir hulle gesien?
Tijd toe hulle van Makalima op dit.
The time when they hit Makalima?
Wie zou in Makalima is?
The time when they were busy with Makalima?
Are you saying that the two female persons
Sê u die twee vrouens
that were in the two bakkies
wat in die twee bakkies gewees het,
are the same two female persons that assaulted Makalima later on?
is dieselfde vrouens wat vir Makalima later aangerand het?
Een herken ik, ja.
I recognize one, yes.
Now I'm not sure what you're saying.
No, is ek nie seker nie waarvan u praat.
I was asking you about the two.
Ek vra vir een van die twee.
Ja.
Yes.
En twee voertuie wat om my Jackies Baai te gevat het.
It was two vehicles who took me to Jacobs Bay.
Man en 'n vrou, man en 'n vrou.
Male and a female, male and a female.
So die een se gesig ken ek, ja.
The one's face I know, yes.
En waar ek gesien laat die aan saam met Makalima.
And then I saw her later the evening with Makalima.
So did you see the other female?
Het jy die ander vrouwelijke persoon ook gezien? Die ander dame gezien?
Correct, ja.
And where did you see her?
Nou, waar het u vir haar gezien?
In Seaborder Office.
In Seaborder Office.
And what was she doing?
Waarmee is sy toe bezig?
Hulle was besig met Makalima.
Busy with Makalima.
Perfect full circle, and we're back at my original question.
Volmaakte cirkels. Ons is terug na my aanvankelijke vraag toe.
So are you saying that the two females
Sê u die twee dames
that were traveling in the two bakkies
wat in die twee voertuie gereis het,
were the two females assaulting Makalima in Seaborder?
was die twee vrouwens wat vir Makalima te Seaborder aangerand het, seegrenskantoor aangerand het.
Ek herken die een, ja.
I recognize the one, yes.
No, but so you recognize the one
Jy herken een,
as taking part in the assault on Makalima.
neem deel in die aanranding op Makalima,
Yes, my lord.
deelneem.
The other one, when you saw her at Seaborder, what was she busy doing?
Die ander een, toe u vir haar by seegrenskantore sien, waarmee is die ander ene bezig, toe u vir haar sien?
Besig met Makalima.
Busy with Makalima.
Doing what to Makalima?
Wat doen sy aan Makalima?
Praat met haar.
Talking to her.
With the questioning and the assault part of the same activity?
Nou hierdie geslaanery en vra, is dit een aksie?
Is een
Selfde tyd, een
Correct, my
aksie,
lord.
is dit correct, maar no.
So, in order for you to say that she was part of that, you would have recognized her as being one of the people. This is now the second female
Dit is die tweede dame hierdie nou,
that were at Jacobs Bay, and I noticed you call it Yakkies Bay. It's of no moment. So you recognized her as well.
u verwys na haar u verwys na Jacobsbaai as Jackiesbaai, en hierdie dame was vroeger ook in Jackiesbaai om die woord te gebruik, dis ook om u vir haar herken, toe sy besig met Makalima.
Ja, my lord.
Now the prosecutor asked you earlier,
Nou, die staatadvokaat het vir u vroeger gevra,
and then you only mentioned the one.
toe u net die een genoem.
That's why she says, oh, now we've come full circle.
Nou, dit so kom sy sê, nou, kom ons toe voltooi, ja, ons het nou hierdie sirkel voltooi.
Do you understand?
Verstaan u?
Ja, my lord.
And I'll explain to you what she means by that.
En ek sal vir u verduidelik wat probeer sy sê.
Because if you recognized both of them,
Want as u beide van hulle herken,
there was no need for you to tell us that you recognized one.
dit is nie nodig vir u om vir die hof te sê dat u net die een herken nie.
Do you follow?
Verstaan u?
Ja, my lord.
All right. You may follow up, Ms.
Thank you, my lord.
Jonathan.
Thank you. So, what was put to the witnesses
Meneer, wat aan die getuies gestel is,
and what was your testimony
en sowel as die getuienis,
was that two of the persons
is dat twee van daardie persone
from Jacob's Bay
vanaf Jacobsbaai
also went to Seaborder.
is ook Seegrens se kantore toe.
Is correct, my lord.
But now
No.
we realize
No,
that
but-
actually all four of them
Nou besef u dat al vier van hulle
went to Seaborder.
is Seegrense toe.
Is wel so.
So why the difference?
Nou kom hierdie verskil dan. Hoekom verskil dit?
Wat? Wat verskil nou?
Wat is die verskil?
Your testimony was
U getuienis is soos volg:
the two males
die twee manlike persone
that were at Jacob's Bay assaulting you there
wat vir u te Jacobsbaai aangerand het,
also went to Seaborder
is ook Seegrens kantoor toe.
and were part of the torture.
Is goed.
Hulle was deel van die twee, ja.
Okay. That is also what was put to Captain Lombard.
Dit is ook die stelling aan kaptein Lombard.
Two of the people at Jacob's Bay
Twee van die mense te Jacobsbaai
joined the 4 or 5 inside the office.
het die 4 tot 5
Gejoined.
binne die kantoor aangesluit.
Is correct, my lord.
Yes. It was never testified by you
Nooit is dit u getuienis
that the two females
Dat-
also went to Seaborder.
dat die twee dames is ook Seegrens kantore toe nie.
Ek het hulle later die aangesien, my lord.
I saw them later the evening, my lord.
It was not your testimony. Do you agree?
Meneer, dit was nie u getuienis nie. Stem u saam dat dit nie u getuienis gewees het nie.
Verstaan?
Understand?
Nee, ek vra, do you agree?
No, I ask you, stem u saam met my? Stem u saam met dit wat ek nou vir u gesê het?
Ja, my lord.
Okay. I'm also saying that it was never put
Ek
to
sê
any
ook-
of the witnesses.
Dit is nooit, dit sal geen van enige van daardie getuies gestel nie.
That the two females also joined Seaborder.
Dat die twee vroulike persone ook by Seegrens kantore kom aansluit het nie.
Understand?
Verstaan u?
Okay. Do you now see the difference?
Sien u nou die verskil?
Is correct, my lord.
So my question was, can you please explain this difference?
My vraag vroeër was dat, kan u asseblief dan nou hierdie verskil verklaar? Verduidelik.
The accused drops his head.
Sak ek op.
Die tyd toe ons by Seaborder inkom, my bevoer,
Upon our arrival at Seaborder in the vehicle,
was ek na kantoor toe gevat
I was taken to an office
en ek het weer die mense gesien wat in die bakkies gery het.
I did not see
So die vroumense, ek het nie hulle gesien.
those people who were driven in the bakkie like the women. I did not see them again.
At all?
Glad nie.
Later die aand
Later the evening,
het ek weer haar gesien.
I saw her again.
Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
did you understand the question?
het u die vraag verstaan, meneer?
She kan nie die vraag verstaan nie.
Probably you did not understand the question.
So, right through until today,
Dierentyd tot vandag toe,
your version was
u weergawe is soos volg.
that only 2 of the people at Jacobs Bay joined at sea border.
Net 2 van die mense, die Jacobsbaai, het by seegrynskantore kom aansluit.
Now, today,
Nou, vandag,
the latter part of the day,
die later gedeelte van die dag,
we hear
hoor ons
that all 4 of them were
dat
there.
al 4 van hulle was daar.
You've conceded to a question by Ms. Swanepoel
By 'n
that
vraag,
there's a difference.
by 'n vraag deur advokaat Swanepoel, het u toegegee dat daar 'n verskil is.
Now, all she wants you to answer to
No.
is to give an explanation, if you can,
Al wat sy wil
for
weet,
this difference.
gee asseblief hen verduideliking vir hierdie verskil. Verklaar hierdie verskil.
And it's not helpful to repeat your whole evidence.
En dit is nie behulpsaam om u getuienis te herhaal nie.
All she wants is an explanation for the difference.
Al wat sy wil hê, dit is die verduideliking vir hierdie verskil.
Can you give an explanation?
Kan u asseblief hen verduideliking verskaf? Gee.
Ek het nie hulle genoem nie. Ek het nie die 2 vroumense bygesit by die 2 manne nie.
I did not add the 2 females to the males.
You can
Vrouwen
move on.
voor
You
And
can,
apologize for that. And apologize for that.
you can move on. If it doesn't help to try and extract an explanation if the answer that Mr. Van Rijn gives is what he gives. It is what it is.
Indeed, my lord. Indeed. Right.
Can I just... Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
he must, I'm again saying to you, please
Weer eens
listen to
sê
the
ek vir u,
question. Please listen to the question
luister asseblief na die vraag
and answer the question.
en antwoord op daardie vraag.
The prosecutors will argue tomorrow
Môre gaan die stadadvokate betoog
that you were not answering the question
dat u nie hulle vraag geantwoord nie
and you were untruthful.
en u praat nie die waarheid nie. U het nie die waarheid vertel nie.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
Verstaan maar, my lord.
Understand, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
Thank you, my lord. I understand your testimony to be that from sea border,
Ek verstaan die getuienis om te sê dat van
Jacobs Bay.
Seebode,
from Jacobs Bay, I'm sorry, from
Ja.
Jacobs Bay
van Jacobsbaai
to sea border,
na seegrenskantore toe,
you remained handcuffed.
het in handboeie gebly.
As korrek, my lord.
Korrek eerlik.
When you arrived at sea border, you were already handcuffed.
By u aankoms te seegrenskantore is al reeds in handboeie.
Korrek, my lord.
And where were you taken when you arrived there?
By u aankoms daar, waarheen is toegeneem? Waartoe is u toegeneem?
Seabode overs.
Seegrenskantore.
Can you be a little bit more specific?
Wees meer spesifiek, meneer, asseblief. Kan u asseblief wees meer spesifiek?
So inkom by Seabode se eerste gebou.
As you enter Seebode's first building,
Op die linkerkant is 'n gebou en daar is 'n
on the left-hand side is a building. There is,
teenoor die office of wat is dit?
I don't know whether it's the office or what,
Maar ek is daar gevat.
but however, I was taken there.
We heard from the evidence now that there's the FCS offices is the bottom one, and then there's one that's a little bit higher, that's the sea border
Ons
office.
het gehoor van die getuienis dat die FCS kantoor is op 'n laag vlak en dan dis een 'n bietjie hoër en dis die seegrenskantore. Het ons gehoor van die getuienis
Is korrek.
On the same
correctly
premises.
op dieselfde perseel, meneer.
So you were taken to the top office.
Derhalwe was u geneem na die boonste kantoor toe.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Okay. And as you enter that building,
En soos u daardie gebou binne gaan,
you explained yesterday that it's in an L shape.
dit is u verduideliking gister, dat is in 'n L-vorming.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Okay. So now my question is,
Die volgende is my vraag.
were you then taken to what was described by other witnesses to be the boardroom?
Is u dan nou na hierdie gedeelte wat deur die ander getuies as om die Engelse woord as die boardroom, die raadsaal gaan neem, is u toe na die raadsaal toe gaan neem met by monde van die ander getuienis, van die ander getuies?
Korrek, my lord.
Korrek eerlik?
And who took you there?
Wie het vir u daan toe geneem?
Ek weet nie.
I do not know.
The people that came with you?
Die persone wat u saam met u daar gekom het?
Maar polisie, ja.
Yes, but police officers, yes.
And when you arrived at the boardroom, were you the first one?
Nou kom u by die raadsaal aan. Was u die eerste ene?
First,
By that.
my apologies, my lord. First one between you and accused number 1, Buddha.
Die eerste ene tussen u en Boeta. U daarvoor Boeta aangekom? By die boardroom, was u voor Boeta daar?
Daar was niemand daar toe ek daar kom nie.
No one was there upon my arrival.
So you were the very first person,
Derhalwe, u was die heel eerste persoon.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Korrek eerlik?
accompanied by police members.
Vergesel deur die polisiebeamptes.
Dis korrek.
How many?
Hoeveel?
Kan nie presies sê nie.
I cannot tell you the exactly.
Were the two from Jacob's Bay still with you?
Was die twee van Jacobsbaai nog by u, meneer?
Maar ek weet hulle was daar.
I know they were there.
So the answer is yes. They were
Derhalwe,
with
die
you.
antwoord is daar. Die antwoord is ja, hulle was daar.
Korrek.
And then what happened then? You
Wat
now
gebeurt er
arrived
dan?
there. What happened?
U kom nou daar aan, wat gebeur toe verder?
Maar jy was sê ek kon 'n tydjie sit.
I was told to sit for a while.
Sit on a chair,
Op 'n stoel?
Ja.
Yes.
like the stenographer is sitting now on a
Soos
chair
daar wat-
behind the table.
Soos daar wat die operatrice sit, die stoel agter die tafel.
Korrek, 'n stoel, ja.
Yes, a chair.
Why do you use the stenographer, your colleague sitting right next to you on a chair?
My apologies, my
No,
lord.
that's just breaking the ice this time of the afternoon, Miss Monaco.
I didn't mean to pick on the stenographer, not at all.
No. I think I know where you're going.
En
But,
ek dink ek weet waarheen is op pad.
We have lots of people in this courtroom
Ons het baie mense in hierdie
sitting
hofsaal.
on a chair
Al sittend op die stoele,
behind a table,
agter tafels,
including myself.
insluitende die agbare hof.
And I don't know whether you noticed, Mr. Van Rijn, in the last 6.5 weeks,
Ek weet nie of u opgemerk het, die meneer Van Rijn, die 6 tot 7 afgelope weke,
that I sit mostly to the front of this chair.
dat ek meestal sit ek al vorentoe as hierdie stoel meer.
Did you notice
Ek het nie
that?
opgemerk, ek is
Maar
nie
ook-
ja, op die reglene nie.
Because for some other reason, they decided to bring this fancy chair from Cape Town. It's
Voor een
the
of
most
ander rede
comfortable.
het hulle nou besluit om hierdie spogstoel vanaf Kaapstad te bring hiernatoe.
Right?
Regs.
And the reason I'm pointing out to you the different types of chairs
Die rede hoekom ek aan u hierdie verskillende tipe stoele of soort stoele uitlig
and how people sit differently on the chairs
en hoe die mense op verskillende maniere hulle stoele okkupeer of sit.
Miss Harriman is sitting back and lying against the back.
Juffrou
Op die
Herman
chair.
sit agtertoe met haar reg op die rug leune.
Miss Nkabai is sitting on the with her arm on the table,
Juffrou Kabai vooroor met haar arm op die tafel.
and depending on what you do at that time,
Hangende
our positions
waarmee,
might be very different.
hangende waarmee u besig het ten tye, die posisies maak verskil.
Good. Yes, thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
Thank you, my lord. So you were told to sit
Hy is
on
toe
the chair
voorgesê om op die stoel te sit,
behind the table.
agter die tafel.
Dis korrek.
And how long did you sit there?
Hoe lang het jy by die stoel gesit? Vir hoe lang?
Kan ek presies sê nie.
I can't say exactly.
But you were just sitting there.
Net
Nothing was
daar
happening.
gesit. Niks is aan die gang nie, jy sit net daar.
Ja, vir my wat as ek moet sit.
Yes, I was told to sit.
Okay. So when did anything happen there in that office, in that boardroom?
Wanneer het enige iets gebeur in daardie kantoor, in daardie raadsaal,
Toe het hulle wou Apollos bring en wou vra ken hy van my.
that is when they brought Apollos and asked him whether or not he knows me.
En hy het gesê ja, hy ken my, ek is sy vriend.
Then he said, yes, he knows me, I'm his friend.
En hulle het weer geloop.
They left again.
So let me understand this.
Kom ek
Did they-
verstaan dit.
Did the police then bring Mr. Apollos into the same boardroom with you?
Het die polisie toe, vir my polisie na dieselfde raadsaal toegebring waar hy ingewees het.
Dis korrek.
Correct?
Okay. And was he also told to sit on a chair behind the table?
Is hy ook voorgesê om op 'n stoel te sit agter 'n tafel?
Nou, nee maar,
No, my lord.
What happened to him?
Wat het toe van hom geword?
ek weet nie.
I do not know.
No, I don't understand.
Nou verstaan ek nie vir u nie.
He's brought into the boardroom.
Hy is na die raadsaal toegebring.
What happened to him?
Wat word toe van hom?
Hom wat net op vra ken hy van my.
All was asked to him, does he know me?
Yes.
That's all was asked from him.
And he says he knows you, you're his friend,
En
Stefano.
en hy
Yes.
sê toe, ja, ek ken vir hom, is my vriend. En toe, wat gebeur toe?
Daarna het hulle geloop.
After which they left.
Wie's hulle?
Wie is hulle? Wie is die hulle waarna hy?
Mense wat hom gebring het met hom.
Those individuals who brought him.
So do they then leave the boardroom with Buddha?
Hulle
With accused
verlaat,
number one?
hulle verlaat toe die raadsaal met Boeta, verskil nommer 1.
Dis korrek.
And where are they taking him?
Waarheen neem hulle toe vir hom? Waar neem hulle toe vir hom?
Ek weet nie.
I do not know.
So you remain in the boardroom.
Hy bly en hy het agtergebly in die raadsaal.
Dis korrek maar.
Okay. Now, do they bring him back to you again?
Bring hulle toe vir hom terug na u toe.
Ja.
Nou,
So were the two of you and Mr. Apollos not together in the boardroom when Captain Lombard came there?
en nou die twee van u sowel as meneer Apollos, was u nie tesame in die raadsaal nie, die tyd toe Kaptein Lombard daar aangekom het nie.
Just a moment.
Thank you, my lord. My learned colleague must be specific at which stage. There were about 3 stages about the boardroom. She must be specific at which stage.
The question was at the stage when Captain Lombard came there. That was the question.
Dis die tyd toe Kaptein Lombard daar aangekom het, meneer, hy se vraag.
Kaptein Lombard het by my aangekom en meneer Wouter het by my gekom.
Captain Lombard never came to me. Sergeant Fortuin came to me.
Just think about this. In all fairness,
In alle regverdigheid, denk asseblief hieroor.
Just one moment. Were you and Mr. Apollos at any stage in the same room when Captain Lombard was there
Was daar
that evening or that
Ene-
afternoon evening?
op enige stadium 'n tyd waar u beide u en meneer Apollos tesame gewees het in 'n vertrek toe Kaptein Lombard daar gekom het?
Ek en Apollos was net saam, of is in die boardroom, die tyd toe hulle my terugbring.
Myself and Apollos were together at the boardroom the time when they brought me back
Terug na die boardroom toe.
to the boardroom
That's now from the other office.
vanaf die ander kantoor.
Dis korrek maar lord.
But the question is,
Maar die vraag is,
And I'm going to fast forward now on your version.
Op u weergawe, ek gaan dit nou vorentoe skuif op u.
Now you're back in the boardroom.
Nou is jy terug in die raadsaal.
Korrek, my lord.
And that was the only time the two of you were together.
Dit is altyd waar u beide van julle saam gewees het.
Korrek, my lord.
Is there any stage during that period when you were together that Captain Lombard came there?
Was daar enige stadium die tyd toe julle te same gewees het dat Kaptein Lombard die vertrek binne gekom het?
Maar ek kan nou nie.
Not that I can remember, my lord.
Do I understand your evidence correctly?
Verstaan ek u getuienis reg?
That there was never a stage
Dat dan geen stadium gewees het
on that evening at Sea Border
die betrokke aand te seegrenskantoore
where you and Mr. Apollos
waar u
were in the same room that Captain Lombard entered the room.
en meneer Apollos te same gewees het en vertrek en Kaptein Lombard ingekom het. U saam met Boeta in die een kantoor en Kaptein Lombard kom in.
Ek is seker, Captain.
I'm not certain, my lord.
If anything had happened with Captain Lombard, would that give you some certainty?
Indien enige iets met Kaptein Lombard gebeur het, sal u vir u 'n mate van sekerheid gee?
Iets met hom gebeur het.
If he was involved in anything that
En
affected the two of you or yourself,
betrokke gewees het met enige iets met hom, met uself, iets met hom, met uself, iets waarby betrokke gewees het. Sal u dit vir u 'n mate van sekerheid gee?
Is korrek, ja.
Korrek, yes.
I want to refer you to what was put to Captain Lombard.
Ek verwys vir u na dit wat aan Kaptein Lombard gestel is.
Let's start with this last one.
Kom ons begin met die laaste enetjie.
When you were up and down the whole time,
Toe u op en af gewees het die hele tyd.
actually, you were up and down instructing them to assault and beat them.
In der waarheid was u op en af en u het vir hulle instruksies gegee om vir hulle te slaan.
There where the two of them were in the boardroom.
Wat daar wat die twee van hulle gewees het in die raadsaal.
Is korrek, my lord. Ek moes terugkom aan die ander saal.
When we came from another room
Na die saal, na die boardroom toe.
to the boardroom,
So let me understand.
kom ek verstaan vir u reg?
The Honourable Court just asked you,
Die agbare hof het sopas vir u gevra.
I'm going to take a short adjournment of 10 minutes.
All rise.
Mr. Van Rijn, you still under oath?
Meneer Van Rijn nog steeds om die waarheid te praten, meneer.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sonapol. Maybe that was a sign that you must get a move on.
Yes, my lord, because I've completely lost
No.
track of where I was.
It was about what had happened at Sea Border
Yes,
and the involvement of Captain Lombard
yes,
and what was put to him.
yes. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. So, yeah, I just want to put this to you, that it was put to Captain Lombard,
Wat ek aan u wil stel is dat dit is aan Captain Lombard gestel.
that it was whilst the two of you and accused one,
That-
were together in the same room,
Terwyl u sowel as beskel nommer 1 tesame in dieselfde vertrek gewees het.
it was at that stage that whilst Captain Lombard was moving up and down,
Dit is op daardie stadium terwyl Captain Lombard op en af geloop het,
that he was actually the one instructing that the two of you must be assaulted.
dat inderwaarheid hy is wat dat die twee van hulle moet aangeraan word.
And that the assault happened in his presence.
En dan hierdie aanranings het in sy teenwoordigheid gebeur.
Just one moment.
Thank you, Lord.
I can see in the corner of my eye that Ms. Nkabai has an objection. Yes, Ms. Nkabai?
Yes, I've got an objection, my lord. Before the court adjourns, my client has answered to this question.
Ek maak 'n beswaar edele want voor die verdaging my kliënt het op daardie vraag geantwoord edele.
I'm going to allow it because I didn't note the answer.
Ek laat dit toe want ek het geen aantekeninge gemaak daarvan nie.
But that was the time when I felt I was going to cough. And I adjourned for that reason. So I missed that. That's why I had to catch up again.
His answer, my lord, was yes in the
No,
courtroom.
let the witness answer. Objection is overruled.
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
So is that in fact correct?
Is dit in die waarheid reg?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
I'm looking for a specific note in my notes. And it was either this morning or it was yesterday. You will recall that I asked Mr. Van Rijn, with those his precise words, and I wrote it in my notes and I put it in inverted commas. And it was in fact the very last piece of evidence before you started your cross-examination.
Indeed, my lord.
And the words
Die mense moet gedonder word.
The words used by Mr. Lombard was die mense moet gedonder word.
Yes.
So that is why I asked the follow-up question to Mr. Van Rijn to ask whether there's anything specific, if Mr. Lombard did anything specific, whether you would recall. And it was with reference to that,
Yes.
which is in line with
What was put?
what was previously put, which is different to the evidence in cross-examination now.
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah.
Indeed, that's what I'm highlighting, is the difference in version. So, did you follow that, sir?
Het u verstaan, meneer?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Would you like to explain, offer any explanation for the difference?
Wil u graag verduidelik, wil u graag enige verduideliking rondom hierdie verskille aanbied?
Ja.
No?
Okay. It was also put to Captain Lombard
Dit is ook aan kaptein Lombard gestel
that you were never honored to sit behind a table.
Dat u is nooit eerbiedig deur vir u toe te laat om agter die tafel te sit nie.
My Lord, I have an objection.
Yes.
Teken 'n beswaar aan edele.
I knew my learned colleague when I was making a scenario of the choice is going to go there. She must put this question in the context in which I put it.
What is the context?
The context was my client was never given a chair or table for the purposes of interview. He must finish. It was in that context. I put this question to Captain Lombard in the context of him being set down solely for interview.
Yes, thank you. You don't have to reply. The objection is overruled. The accused, Mr. Van Rijn, can answer if he so wish.
Wil jy antwoord? Repeat the question, please.
Anytime.
Enige tyd?
It was put to Captain Lombard
Dit is aan Kaptein Lombard gestel.
that you were never honored to sit behind a table.
U is nooit eerbiedig deur vir u toe te laat om agter die tafel te sit nie.
Maar het was het.
However, hy sit
And you sat behind a table.
en het agter die tafel gesit.
Sorry, correction.
Korrek.
As both Captain Lombard and Sergeant Fortuyn testified.
Soos wat beide Kaptein Fortuyn sowel as Kaptein Lombard getuig het. Hulle het ook so getuig.
Is correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele.
It was also put to Sergeant Fortuyn
Dit is ook aan Sergeant Fortuyn gestel.
that it was when you saw him for the first time,
Is dat toe u vir hom sien vir die eerste keer.
that is when you were handcuffed.
Dit is die tyd toe u gehandboei is. Toe word u gehandboei.
Ja, maar my lord.
Nou,
Are you saying that those were not your instructions?
sê u dat dit is nie instruksies daarin.
Ik was al reeds geboeien.
I was already handcuffed.
Now, I understand that because that's why I asked the question earlier.
Ek verstaan dit. Dis hoekom ek vroeër hierdie vraag gevra het,
Because your testimony today is
want u getuienis vandag is soos volg.
you were handcuffed at Seaborder.
U is te geer,
At Jacob's Bay.
u is te Jacobsbaai gehandboei
Sorry. And you remained handcuffed from Jacob's Bay to Seaborder.
en het in daardie handboeie gebly vanaf Jacobsbaai tot met seegrenskantoor toe.
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele.
That's your testimony today.
Is dit u getuienis? Dit is u getuienis vandag.
Correct, my lord.
Okay. Now what I'm putting to you is what was put to Sergeant Fortuyn
Wat ek aan u stel, dit wat aan Kaptein Fortuyn gestel is,
was that you were handcuffed there at Seaborder when you saw him for the first time.
is
Then you were handcuffed.
is dat u te seegrenskantore gehandboei, toe u vir hom vir die eerste keer gesien, toe word u gehandboei. Dit is aan hom gestel.
My Lord, I object.
Edele, teken 'n beswaar aan.
My instruction and what I put to Sergeant Fortuyn, my client was handcuffed from Jacob's Bay. When he arrived at Seaborder offices, he was already handcuffed. That's what I put to Sergeant Fortuyn, my lord.
I have to go back in my notes. What was the context, Ms. Sonapol?
My Lord, the context was with regards to Sergeant Fortuyn, and let me just get to that specific portion in the cross-examination.
With due respect, my lord, I remember I even asked Sergeant Fortain when he said he could see the hands of my client, but he was not handcuffed because I put to him where he was seated in Seaborder offices, he was handcuffed.
Yes, I'm consulting my notes. If you can give me the context, you've put it as a fact.
My lord, if I may, if you will allow me, immediately after his arrival, he saw you, that is Sergeant Fortain. You will recall that it was put a few seconds after, but that was corrected later, that it isn't a few seconds after. But later, after arrival at the sea border, he was in the company of 2 police officers. This is from Jacobs Bay. It continues. The occupants that severely tortured him, and then on your arrival, he was handcuffed.
Can you, like I say, it will be on the previous section. You can move on with other questions.
I will. Thank you, my lord.
This is not a statement that will break the bank.
No. Not at all. Not at all, my lord.
I'm at the place, but there's a dispute of it, and I'm not going to find it now. So, and it's of no moment in the bigger scheme of things.
No, not at all, my lord. May I continue? I'll leave that. I'm mindful of the time. I see that we are running out of time.
No, you're not running out of time. There are 24 hours in a day. I told you I'm going to sit till we're done tonight.
Thank you, my lord.
Yeah, here it is. It could go either way on the interpretation. It could go either way on the interpretation.
Then I'll leave it.
If you look at the context of where he said it, it's on my book 3, page 245. It was paragraph 62 in that session. On my notes, it's just my notes. Where the question was, he instructs on your arrival, he was handcuffed. Says, incorrect. I saw he was not. He was in chair behind the table with his hands on the table. That's what Fortain testified.
Yes.
But this statement to Fortain flowed from what had happened at Jacobs Bay. So it doesn't mean that what Mr. Kabai meant was that he was only handcuffed at that stage, right? So, yeah, so the objection is sustained.
Ask the court, please.
Thank you.
No problem. Mr. Van Rijn.
Meneer Van Rijn,
Please explain to us.
verduidelik asseblief aan ons.
Because I still don't understand the differences between the different offices.
Want nog steeds verstaan ek wat is die verskil tussen die verskillende kantore.
So just briefly, just give us an idea. You arrive at Seaborder.
Kortliks, né? U kom by Seegrens kantore aan.
You're taken to the boardroom.
Is dat die raadsaal toegeneem?
Right?
Regsom,
Ja, rechtsom.
Nothing happens there except sitting.
niks gebeur daar in benewens die sitry.
Correct, my lord.
Okay. So did any assault then happen there, or were you first removed to the office next door?
Het enige aanranding daar gebeur of is verskuif na die kantore langs aan toe,
Langs aan, ja.
next door.
Okay. And in that office,
En in daardie kantoor
you were alone.
was hy alleen gewees.
I mean, alone. It was only you. Accused number 1, Mr. Apollos was not with you.
Wanneer ek sê alone of alleen, menende dat die medebeskuldigde Apollos was nie by u nie.
Correct, my lord.
Okay. And the assault
Die
that was
aanranding
perpetrated in that office on you,
toegedien op u in daardie kantoor,
according to you,
volgens u.
what was that?
Wat is die aanranding toegedien u op hierdie kantoor? Wat was dit?
Die aanranding het daar gebeur.
Wat was dit?
Aanranding.
How
Assault,
were
huh?
you assaulted in that office?
Sit voor die stoel,
Sit,
voor die tafel. So voor hem sit, so rechtop sit.
straight up sit over the table.
En links en rechts en achter moet daar wat vrouwen staan.
Right, left, and the white woman behind me, standing behind me,
Vragen, waar Joshlin, wat is er gemaakt met Joshlin?
asking questions as to Joshlin's whereabouts. What did we do to Joshlin?
En ik heb wel gezegd, weet je, en dan het me gaan slaan.
I told him I do not know. They started beating me.
What's the purpose of repeating the whole story?
No, my lord, I'm merely trying to just understand. So from there, if I understand it, you were taken to the bathroom, and from the bathroom you were taken back to the boardroom. Is that correct?
Dat is correct, ja.
Okay. And the assault or torture that happened, according to you, in the boardroom, that was when you and accused number 1 were both there.
Die aanranding en die marteling wat in die raadsaal gebeur het. Dit het gebeur het toe u, sowel as beskil nommer 1, in die raadsaal gewees het.
Correct, my lord.
Okay.
So just a moment. So when you entered the boardroom after you've been in the bathroom with Sergeant Fontaine, they were already busy with Mr. Apollos.
Correct, my lord.
You said you heard screams. Did you hear him scream?
Hy het gesê, geskree gehoor, het jy vir hom gehoor skree? Was het hy wat so geskree?
Ik is zeker dat hij was.
I'm not certain whether or not it was him.
Who of the two, between the two of you, were instructed to scream and who were instructed to shake their head?
Wie van julle was voorgesê om te skree en wie voorgesê om die kop te skud?
What were you told?
Wat is aan u voorgesê?
You thinking?
U dink meneer?
Ik denk dat we mij wel eens even schreef.
I think I'm the one that was told to scream.
Yeah, those were your instructions to your counsel, because that's the way it was put to some of the witnesses.
Dit was u instruksies aan u regsverteenwoordiger, want dit is ook op daardie manier van die staatsgetuies gestel, meneer.
And the way I understood the case in the beginning
En hoe ek hierdie saak by die aanvang verstaan het,
was that Mr. Apollos was told to shake his head,
meneer Apollos is voorgesê om sy kop te skud,
and he never screamed.
en hy het nooit geskree nie,
But you heard him scream.
maar u het geskree.
No, you heard him scream.
O, u het vir hom gehoor skree, jammer.
He never said he screamed, but you told us earlier that you heard him scream.
Apollos het nie vir die agbare hof gesê dat hy het geskree nie. Dit is u getuienis dat u vir hom gehoor het skree.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And there were some other instances where it was put that Ms. Smith wanted to run up because she heard Mr. Apollo scream.
Daar's gevalle ook wat aan die gevalle waar het by die van die getuies gestel gewees dat juffrou Smith wel opgehardloop het want soos jy kan hoor hoe skree Apollo daarbo.
Can I just check something with you?
Kom even gou iets met u verifieer meneer.
Because we're now going, I'm asking you this because we're now going into the boardroom.
Want ons beweeg nou na die raadsaal
And you
toe.
told us earlier you heard the screams.
En het was vroeger gesê dat het is geskree gehoor.
So that's why I want to clarify it now.
Derhalwe in die klarigheid, dis hoekom ek dit nou die verduideliking.
You never screamed.
Het nooit geskree nie.
Or did you?
Ja, maar
Oh,
Yes, my lord.
because you were told to scream.
Want u is voorgesê om te skree.
nee maar
Nou,
What were you told?
wat is aan u voorgesê?
If you want to speak. Because the bag's over your head, remember?
Indien u wil praat, want die sak is so oor die kop getrek. Ek het nou hierdie sak oor die kop.
korrek maar
Correct, what?
sak om my kop, dan sal ek sê dan sal ek sê ja, ek wil praat.
Dan with the bag over my head and I'll say,
Not scream.
Yes, I want to speak.
Ek sal skree, ek seker ja.
I would scream
No.
that I'm
You see,
hurting.
I was told that there was this systematic torture.
Ek is hierdie agbare of is vertel dat dit was 'n sistematiese
And you had to,
marteling,
you had to-
stelselmatige marteling.
you had to react in a particular way if you wanted to talk.
U moet op 'n sekere manier opgetree het indien u wil praat.
Korrek maar
Alright, so you go there, you hear, did you hear him scream loud?
U hoor, u gaan daaraan toe, u hoor, het u gehoor, u skree hard.
ek het gehoor skree ja.
Ja, het screams, my lord.
I didn't ask, I'm asking you about Mr. Apollos. Did you hear Mr. Apollos
Ek
scream?
vra, het u gehoor wanneer Apollo skree?
Ek het gehoor skree maar weet jy wat jy sê?
It screams, I do not know whether it, or not it was him.
Yes, Ms. Wanapulima, carry on.
Thank you, my lord. I'm referring you to what was put to Captain Lombard.
Ek verwys vir u na wat aan kaptein Lombard oorgedra is.
From the first office,
Van die eerste kantoor
he was taken to the second office.
is hy na die tweede kantoor toe geneem.
When he arrived there,
By sy aankoms daar,
he had screams.
hoor jy geskree.
He did not know where the screams were coming from.
Hy weet toe nie waarvandaan kom hierdie geskreeery nie.
Then it's repeated. He heard
Dit
the
word herhaal.
screams
Hy hoor die geskree
when he was taken to the second office.
toe hy na die tweede kantoor toe geneem is.
He could see
Kon hy sien
it was number one, accused number one, that
dit
was screaming.
dat dit nommer 1 is. Dit is beskuldig nommer 1 wat skree.
Korrek maar
Korrek, my lord.
Now I don't understand.
Nou verstaan ek nie.
That instruction was very specific. As you came into the office,
Daardie instruksie was baie spesifiek. Ek kom nou, soos wat u by hierdie kantoor aankom,
you see it's accused number one screaming.
u sien of u merk op, dit is beskuldig nommer 1 wat so skree,
ja na die ramen en
hanging,
hoe hy aangegaan het.
how he went on.
No, we're just focusing on the screaming now.
Meneer, ons spits ons toe net op hierdie geskree, op hierdie oomblik. Tans spits ons toe net op die geskreeery.
So when the Honourable Court asked you now
Derhalwe toe die agbare hof vir u nou vra,
whether you know whether accused number one screamed,
of u weet of nommer 1 dalk geskree het,
you said you don't know.
toe sê u weet nie.
Ek het seker as jy sê.
I said I'm not certain it was him.
So what made you so sure to give this instruction to Ms. Mkabai that specifically, as you enter the office, you see it's number one screaming?
Wat maak u so seker om vir juffrou Kabai hierdie instruksie te gee met alle sekerheid dat toe u daar kom, merk u op, dit is hy wat skree.
Niemand anders was hier kry binne nie.
Because it was him hanging, no one else was being hurt in here.
Let me take it one step further.
Voordat een stapje vorentoe.
When you say you see him hanging, what exactly do you see?
Is sien from hang. Wat is dit wat sien u precies? Wat sien u?
Ek sien hom aan.
I see him hanging.
What do you mean?
Wat probeer u sê?
Hang.
He is hanging.
How is he hanging, sir?
Hoe meneer? Hoe hang hy? Hoe hang hy?
Dieselfde posisie wat ek verduidelik het aan u.
The same position as I explained to the board.
And whilst you see him hanging, do you also see him with the bag over his head?
Daar sien u toe from hang, sien u ook toe hierdie sak oor sy hoof?
Ja.
No.
Do you also see him being beaten at the same time as he is hanging there?
Sien u ook dat daar word hy geslaan terwyl hy daar hang?
Ja.
No.
So he's just hanging.
Hy hang net daar.
Ja.
Yes.
And how long did you see him hanging there?
For hoe lang sien u toe from daar hang?
Toe ek aankom toe sê hulle hom nagestaan, daar hulle hom af.
As I entered, they said he must go. They removed him. Wat van staan? Jammer.
Daar langs hom staan, daar hulle hom af.
I must stand next to him. They removed him.
Okay.
Took him off.
So although you saw him in that position, you didn't see the whole torture.
Daarvoor, alhoewel u from in daardie posisie gesien het, het nie die marteling op hom gesien nie.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Okay.
Correct, my lord.
Now, as I understand it,
Nou, hoe ek het verstaan,
when he is now taken down, now you're the one that's going to be hanged.
hier word hy nou afgehaal. Dit is nou u beurt om ook gehang te word.
Dis korrek, my lord.
So does he now stay there?
Bly toe daar, bly jy nou daar.
Ja.
Nou,
What happens to him?
wat word van hom toe? Wat word van hom?
Hulle is besig met hom aan een kant.
They are busy with him there on one side.
No, I don't understand what that means.
Nou verstaan ek nie wat probeer u sê nie.
What does that mean?
Wat is dit nou? Wat sê u nou?
Hulle was besig met hom een kant.
They are busy with him there on one side.
En besig met my aan die ander kant.
Waarmee? Wat is dit wat hulle doen? Hulle is besig met hom. Waarmee?
Ek weet nie wat maak hulle met hom, maar gewoon en hy nega onder hulle.
I do not know what they are busy doing with him. Ek hoor net.
Hy nega en kla onder hulle.
He's complaining, they are nagging there with him.
He's complaining and nagging.
Hy kla. Hy sknaand daar met hulle.
About what is he nagging?
Waar
Hy kry seer.
He's hurting.
So is he now still being assaulted?
Word hy nog steeds aangerand?
Wat ek hoor, ja.
What I can hear, yes.
How is he being assaulted?
Hoe word hy aangerand?
Ek weet nie wanneer ek het hom gesien daai tyd.
I do not know because I did not see him at the time.
But you're saying that he's with you in the boardroom.
Toch sê u, hy is in dieselfde raadsaal as u.
Is dat reg?
Correct?
Because I want to remind you about his testimony.
Ek wil vir u aan sy getuienis herinner. Ek herinner u aan sy getuienis.
He says
Sê,
he was so relieved
hy is so verlig
because they actually took him down,
want
undid the handcuffs or loosened the handcuffs,
uiteindelik het hulle vir hom afgehaal. Hulle het die handboeie losgemaak.
and then the handcuffs were put on you.
Toe word die gehandboei.
Ja.
Nou,
No what?
Nee, wat?
Ik was, wat ik aankom, toen was ik aan, ja.
As I entered, I was already handcuffed.
So that means he was wrong.
Dat is correct.
Okay. And now if I understand you correctly,
Indien ek vir reg verstaan, meneer,
that bottom part, the part that comes loose from the crutch,
die onderste gedeelte, die een wat los uitkom van die kruk,
that part
daardie gedeelte
is now put underneath your knees, your legs.
word dan onder u kniekoppe gesit,
Dat is correct, maar
geskuif. Yes, my lord.
And your arms
En u arms
are tied with the handcuffs on the other side of your legs.
vasgemaak om u bene, met handboeie om u bene.
dat is correct, maar
And this portion of the crutch,
Ja, en hierdie gedeelte van die kerk,
does it now go over your arms or underneath your arms?
waar is dit nou, waar is dit? Is dit nou onder die arms of voor die arms?
dat is boor die arms.
Over die arms.
Over the arms.
It shows in the inside of the elbow. Yes.
My client has never testified that the part of the rod. He has never testified as to the part. He said a silver rod was inserted.
Were you in court this morning, Ms. Nkabai?
I was in court, my lord.
Okay, because we actually brought the crutch to the witness stand. And when it was lifted up by one of the court orderlies at the back there, he said, no, it's the one with the holes. And I still commented, I can see it's got that on it. And then he took it in his hand. And then he showed the bottom part that can slide out. And then he explained.
My lord, with due respect, he didn't say it was the part.
He did.
I'll visit my notes, my lord.
He
Because
did.
I didn't understand it like
Well,
that.
maybe you were not paying attention at the time because you were leading the witness still at the time. When that happened. Unless I was in a different courtroom this morning. But thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord.
Can you remember you had the blue crutch in your hand?
Nou, u het daardie blok kerk in die hand gehad?
Dat is correct, maar
Correct, Edla?
And you showed me the bottom part.
And it
You actually wanted to press the button to take it out.
Die onderste gedeelte gaat toon aan my, u wil die knopje daar gedruk het.
dat is correct, maar
Correct, my lord.
Because we were asking about whether it was the whole crutch and you said it was only the inner part, the part that slides.
En ons het gevra of die hele kerk in sy geheel het gesê dat dit is die inner gedeelte.
Can you recall that?
Correct, my lord.
Yes.
And you are certain about it, sir, that it was only this bottom part
Is u seker daarvan, meneer, dat dit was hierdie onderste gedeelte?
dat is correct, maar
that was used?
Correct, my lord. Wat gebruik gewees het?
Except the only difference was this one was blue and the other one was silver colored.
Agreed, my lord.
The one that belongs to the person sitting at the end of the first row is a blue one.
Indeed, my lord. And if I understand you correctly, that you and this bottom portion of the crutch
Indien ek vir u reg verstaan dat u in hierdie onderste gedeelte van hierdie kerk
was then picked up and put onto between two chairs,
Yes.
similar to those two blue chairs.
is opgelig.
Correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
that blue chair is also part of the record already because your colleague used it as part of her props for a demonstration.
Indeed, my lord, and I'm trying to follow suit. I'll get there. I will not ask the witness to do anything that could harm him in any way. That's not my intention. But I just want to be sure that it's then as you were hanging there on the crutch between the two chairs.
Soos wat u daar gehang het op hierdie kurk tussen die twee stoele.
That's now how you were hanging.
Dit is hoe u gehang het.
That's correct.
And today your testimony was you would then be pushed and swing.
Vandag daar word u nou teruggestoot en geswaai.
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele.
And you're sure it's chairs similar to those?
Is seker dat is soortgelyke stoele?
Correct, my lord.
It's the same height, except the difference was that the chair that was used at the interview for the statement when he spoke to Captain Siekwi, that had a broader and soft back. Yeah.
Thank you, my lord.
But the height, I've actually checked the height.
Yes, thank you, my lord. That's exactly what I'm referring to. That's why
Precies
I'm asking
waarna ek
you to
verwys.
be sure, so it's similar height.
Presies waarna ek verwys, dis hoekom ek vir u vra 'n soortgelyke hoogte.
May I please, my lord, with the leave of the court, ask that that chair just be moved a little bit forward so that the honourable court would also be able to see.
Met die hof se
And-
verlof vra ek dat daar
I can see it. I can see the chair.
Thank you, my lord. I just want to request the witness to just get out of the box where he is now and just to go and sit for a second on the floor next to the chair.
vir 'n sekonde gaan sit asseblief voor op die vloer.
Not on the chair, on the
Gewoon,
floor,
okay.
floor next to the chair.
Op die vloer langs die stoel.
Okay. The witness is sitting next to the chair. Can you maybe pull up your knees as you were told to pull up your knees? Right. There we go. So the knees are pulled up, the hands are clutched over the shins. Yes, can you release from that position? Don't know whether it's uncomfortable.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you.
So I don't have a full view because of the angle I'm sitting at. What I was interested in to see, which I couldn't see from where I sit, was how high above the seat, because I suspect that's what you wanted to illustrate.
Yes.
The inner side of the knee was.
Yes. Indeed, my lord.
But because of the angle from where I am, I could see something, but I don't have a perfect view of it. So maybe if we move the chair here,
Thank you, my lord.
Meneer Van Rijn.
and Mr. Van Rijn does it in front of me so that I can see,
Thank you, my lord.
so that I can place it on record. Okay? So pull up your knees, Mr. Van Rijn. Can we put the chair right next to him as he is currently? Right, so I'm looking at where the elbows would be because he's got a long sleeve on. It's about the height of that seat.
Yes.
I'm being liberal by allowing more space. If the state might be able to argue on what they see, that there's no space.
Yes.
But if there's space, it's at a push.
Indeed, my lord. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Other
Mr.
witness,
Van Rijn.
please. Are you okay, sir?
Sorry?
I didn't mean to harm you or humiliate you in any way.
Leed aan te doen nie, nog minder vir jou vernedering. Wil jy vir jou leed aan doen nie? Of verneder nie?
Now,
Op 'n manier nie?
I need to put it to you, sir,
Ek moet ek het aan u stel, meneer,
that the argument will be
dat die betoog sal wees,
that it's completely impossible.
dat dit is heel onwaarskynlik.
No, onmoontlik.
Onmoontlik, ja.
Impossible.
Onmoontlik, dankie.
That you could have hung in the way that you explained on a chair similar to that one.
Dat u kon gehang het op 'n stoel soortgelyks.
Because there's just not enough space.
Want dit is bloot nie genoeg ruimte nie.
Voor wat? Ik verstaan niet. Voor wat
I don't understand. Vir wat is die ruimte?
So if you are placed, and my lord, may I please, let me take the illustration full circle, if the court will allow me, please.
You're going to do it between two chairs.
Yes, please. May I?
Well, I'm not sure whether that crutch of the gentleman can take the weight.
No.
You're not going to have weight bearing.
No,
Okay.
not at all.
You just want to push the pole through the legs and see whether it goes through the top of over the top of the chair.
My lord, not even that. I merely want to look at the length of that portion of the crutch.
That's if it's the same, right?
Yes.
And we don't know whether the rubber, what the length of the bottom of the crutch to that rubber is. But let's take the full length. 450 to 500. It's about the same size, slightly shorter than what we had the baton the other day. And I estimated that at 450. So 450 to 500 at a push.
That's a good
Not going to say what I'm measuring. But those that know me know that I make furniture, so I'll be. So, but I can't testify. But we're guessing.
Yes.
450 to 500. Can you just show it to counsel as well, please? Mr. Armster wanted to have a look at it as well. He took it away before he could. Don't you have one, Mr. Armster? Good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
are you willing to demonstrate for me again?
is u gewillig om weer eens vir my dit illustreer of demonstreer?
As you did now?
Soos wat u sopas gedoen het?
Ja.
Are you willing?
Is u gewillig?
Can you bring the chair, please?
Kom uit asseblief daar.
And I'm going to explain to you so that you understand why I want the illustration
Ek
done.
sal aan u verduidelik meneer sodat u kan verstaan.
Because the prosecutor says they're going to argue
Hierdie
at the end of the day.
demonstreer.
You can do it in the same position he was in. You don't need two chairs. I just want one. The prosecutor is going to argue that it's impossible.
Die staatadvokaat gaat later betoog en sê dat
And then I will have
onmoontlik.
to just clamp your arms over the legs as you illustrated, right? Now, would it be okay, Mr. Van Rijn, if the sergeant pushes the pole through under your legs? Mr. Van Rijn, is it okay? Thank you. So the pole is put through, and the sergeant, you keep it, I would take it at an angle, if you want to, okay. So on that particular chair, even if Mr. Van Rijn lifts up his legs as he's currently doing, It's below the seat. On the illustration as we have it. Depending, thank you Mr. Van Rijn. Thank you, you may go back to the witness stand. Thank you for obliging the request.
Dankie meneer, dankie dat u daar die versoek gehoorsaam het.
Subject to the length of the piece, there's very little space on the side of the legs as well. But that's this illustration with this chair and that piece.
Indeed, my lord.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Ms. Swanepoel, can you maybe give me an indication? How long do you anticipate you're going to be still? Will you be shorter if I adjourn now and we come back in the morning? Because then you can finish off with one point, then you can maybe go and do the re-examination. Everybody knows what the evidence is. Thereafter we'll do the argument and be done. Because I'm thinking now, if you're another hour from now, we already sitting at 23 minutes past 3. I'm more than happy to go on. But I'm thinking Mr. Van Rijn's been there the whole day. Since this morning. And it is crunch time for him as well.
Yes.
So I want to be fair to him. That we give him a fair opportunity. Mr. Van Rijn.
Meneer Van Rijn.
You remember the other day when we sat so late on Thursday?
Wat is zo laat gezet? Ik denk dat het donderdag, wat is laat gezet?
Staan maar meneer.
One of the reasons I sat because we wanted to help a witness away.
Een van de redenen is waarom ons zo laat gezet het, ons wilde daar getuie weggehelp het.
Correct, my lord.
But you're the one in the firing line today.
But no, is sitting op die stoel.
What would you, if I go on for another hour,
Indien ik nog zal voortgaan van nog een
and you don't have to agree with me,
je hoeft niet samen mee te stemmen.
do you think you'll be able to sit it out, or do you rather want to proceed in the morning?
Verkies je om morgenochtend voort te gaan, of wil je ons nog een uur zitten en voortgaan?
Ik kan niet zeggen. Nie.
Ik kan zeggen,
Hoe voel je?
wat is je gevoel? Wat voel je daarover?
Is hij nog gemakkelijk? Is hij al moeg?
Are
You
you
want to go rest rather?
Are you tired? You want to go in
Take a
rest?
shower, come back fresh in the
Wil
morning.
je gaat stort en dan morgen verfris terugkeer?
Get there and wait there.
Wat zou
I
u
have an
verkies?
answer.
What would you prefer?
Wat verkies je?
Die hof zal besluiten.
The court must decide.
I'm going to rule in his favor.
Ek beslis in sy guns.
I can imagine he's been there since 8:30 this morning.
Ek kan net vir my verdeel, hy sê dat sit er vanmorgen.
And we didn't take much of breaks.
Ons het die baie pauses gaan neem nie.
And in all fairness to Mr. Van Rijn,
En alle rechtvaardigheid aan meneer
I'm
Van
going to give
Rijn.
you an opportunity to wrap up on this issue, unless you have wrapped up. Just on this one issue, you done?
No, I'm not done.
Okay. Wrap up on this issue and then I'm going to take the
Ek
adjourn.
gee vir jy kans om hierdie vraagstuk op te som.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
it was initially
aanvankelijk
put to all the witnesses who testified in this trial within a trial
was dit aan alle getuies wat in staatsgetuies van hierdie verhoor binne verhoor gestel is
before Fortuin,
voor Fortuin,
that in fact,
dat in de waarheid
when you were hung,
toe
like we now explained,
gehang het, soos wat hy so pas verduidelik het,
you were spun around that
hy is
iron rod or
rond
crutch.
omgeswaai oor hierdie metaalkurk of ysterkurk as hy rondgeswaai.
Ja, my lord.
No, my lord.
I specifically recall
Now, just one moment. I'm not sure whether Mr. Van Rijn understands the question. So, you will recall, and I actually did this with my hand. And that's when I said, it used to be known as the helicopter. When I did that. Can you recall that?
Ja, my lord.
Because it was consistently the case that you were spun around this bowl. Can you remember?
Ja, my lord.
Until later on, when Mr. Fortuin came, then it was back and forth. And Mr. Apollos also back and forth. I then compared it to the boat that you get at these fairs, at the playground fairs. You know, when the fair comes to town, they've got that boat going back and forth. That was I was comparing it to. So do you now understand where Ms. Swanepoel is going? Do you now understand what she's referring to?
Waarna toe is die stad nou pad, is waarna die stad nou verwys.
Ja, my lord.
Because we were told, what she's saying, when under the earlier witnesses, we were told you were spun around this pole.
Die meeste staatsgetuies is geconfronteer oor die feit dat is oor hierdie palletjie of esterstaal gespan of geswaai.
Bolle makisi in Afrikaans.
Ja, maar dat is so.
Maar dat was not the case.
That is why when the doctors testified, I asked about the injuries
Dit is hoekom
on the inner arms.
toe die dokters kom getuig het, toe vra ek vir hulle oor die beserings in die binnearms.
Can you recall it?
On
You were sitting there.
Ja, my lord.
Ek het nou daar gesit. Ja.
Carry on.
So, I want to know,
Nou wil ek by u weet,
and I think you're going to agree with me,
en ek dink u sal saam mee stem,
it's impossible
dit is onmoontlik
for you to have spun around like
dat
that.
die Polmakisi so gemaak het in daardie posisie.
If we consider the demonstration that we just saw and
Indeed.
the limited space.
Indien ons na die demonstrering kyk wat die sopas getoon het in daardie beperkte ruimte,
Ek was hier en weer mos in die ronde was waai.
but there was not span around.
Did you hear when Ms. Mkabai put that to the witnesses?
Het jy gehoor toe Juffrou Kabai dit aan die getuies oorgedra het of gestel het?
Aan die swing.
Yes.
Yes.
Spinning. She said spinning.
Ja. Sit die woord spanning gebruik.
Ja, my lord.
In fact, she referred to the second office as the spinning office.
En in der waarheid het sy na die tweede beampte as die
Tweede kantoor.
spinnende, die tweede kantoor, ja, as die spinnende, is die kantoor waar mense gespan word, geswaai word.
Is korrek.
You heard that.
Jy het dit gehoor.
Korrek.
Did you ever try to correct Ms. Mkabai?
Het jy ooit probeer om vir haar reg te help? Juffrou Kabai?
Ek het al die gejaag en ek het dit verstaan soos sy het duidelik swing, nie heen en weer.
When the Honorable Court explained and this to the doctor,
Toe die agbare hof hierdie geswaai aan die dokter verduidelik het,
you saw that.
jy het dit gesien? Het jy dit
Korrek,
gesien?
ja.
Korrek, yes.
Even then, you didn't put up your hand and say, Miss Nkabai, really, that wasn't what happened.
Selfs dan, u hef nie u hand op nie en sê juffrou Kabai nie, dit is nie die geval nie.
Maar ek het my prokureur gesê van dat as jy daarvan val.
But I know, I told my attorney that was
Just a moment, Miss Swanepoel, just a moment. We know that when Sergeant Fortuin came, it changed. That we know. So you did tell her at some stage. Can you recall when Dr. Zimri was here? Can you recall that how I demonstrated to her and explained it to her? Can you recall that I asked her that depending on the position, what will be top or bottom, the pressure will either be on the inside of the knees or on the inside of the elbows? Good. Because depending on what side is then on top, whether it's the knees pointing up or whether it's the elbows pointing up. Can you recall that?
Yeah,
She then told us that if what I'm describing, the allegation is, she would have expected fractures. Can you recall that?
Krake. Indien dit so beskryf word, soos sy verwag het dat sou krake gewees het.
I even gave her your weight.
Okay.
Can you recall that?
Yeah,
Now the question is, from the prosecutor, at that stage, it would have been clear to everyone in the courtroom what the allegation was. And you heard it, you've just confirmed it to me. Why not that time say to your attorney, but you've got it wrong. I didn't spin like a wheel. I was rocking like a boat. Do you understand?
I understand.
Would you answer her question?
Because you're going to understand
Perhaps that you could understand at the time.
Or is that perhaps the reason why your version changed from spinning around to just swinging?
Is dit nie dalk die geval hoekom nou dan die weergawe verander het van hierdie omswaaiery na die
Swaai.
Swaai, ja, jen en voor swaai.
Ja, maar
Nou my lord.
We will argue that it is.
Ons sal later betoog en sê dat dit is wel die geval.
But I want to take it one step further to end this off.
Ek neem dit 'n eentjie vorentoe net om dit af te sluit.
Even
Selfs
your amended version of just swinging
die gewysigde weergawe van net swaaiery,
even that
selfs daarin
would be impossible
sal onmoontlik wees
in that limited space as demonstrated.
en daar in beperkte ruimte soos wat daar gedemonstreer is.
tussen twee stoelen.
Yes.
Between the two chairs, yes.
Dat wat gebeur.
That is what happened.
Remember, it's not the distance between the two chairs so much as the height from the floor.
Let daarop, net dit is niet soos die ruimte tussen die twee stoele, net dit is die hoogte vanaf die vloer, van die grond af.
As mens in twee stoele met die stoel sou rap lening.
Ja, dit is both chairs with the back resting of the chair.
Yes.
So jy is tussen die stoel sou rap lening.
You between the chairs back rest.
What do you mean?
Wat probeer jy sê?
Jam in die middel van die twee stoele.
You hanging in the middle of the two chairs.
Tussen twee rugleunings.
Between the
And
pods, yeah, the chairs.
how far from the ground would your buttocks be?
Hoe ver van die grond af sal die sitvlak wees?
Ek kan nie presies sê nie.
I can't say exactly.
I just want to be sure, my lord, with the leave of the court,
Met die hof se verlof, ek wil graag seker wees, edelik.
because that's why I actually asked you earlier, so I understood that the crutch is between the two chairs.
Dis hoekom ek vir u vroeër gevra het, want ek understand dat hier
Where you sit-
is dit nie.
No, it was rested between two chairs.
Yes.
Right, but on the, if you look at that chair, the blue chair, right, it's got a darker blue cushion area, and then it's got two vertical parts that hold up the back. The way I understand the evidence is, the pole would then rest against the back part. In other words, against the upright, where it forms the 90 degree, to lie in that nook.
On the part that a person would sit on, my lord, in the same level, the same height.
Let your colleague show it to you, because I think she understands what I'm
Yes.
indicating, right?
Yes.
Now, on that particular chair, the one that we used here, it would still not work.
Yes.
On this chair, but we don't know because we don't have that chair.
No, my lord, that's the only reason why I'm asking, because now he refers to the back. So in all fairness to the witness, I wanted to make sure that I understood correctly that it was his testimony that it's on the bottom part, not on top of the backrest.
Because if you look at this particular chair, ignore the cushion. The pole would be on the metal frame.
Yes.
Right. Now you will recall when the sergeant illustrated here, he had to put it up at an angle to get it even above the frame. If he kept it parallel to the floor, it would have gone under on this chair.
Indeed, my lord. That's why I just wanted to make sure that I understood it correctly. Okay. So what I'm putting to you is even the swinging would not work.
Meneer, wat kan nie stel dat self die geswaaiery sal nie werk nie.
Het werk, wat probeer.
Het werk, dit happen.
And furthermore, sir, just to end it off,
Verder-
the injuries
meneer, om dit af te sluit, die beserings
that you had
die beserings wat u opgedoen het,
is not at all reconcilable with your version.
dit is glad nie versoenbaar met u weergawe nie.
And that's not my opinion.
En dit is nie my opinie nie.
That's what the doctors testified.
Dit is wat die mediese dokters oorgetuig het.
Dat is wat probeer.
Maar dit is wat happened.
Thank you, my lord. If perhaps this is an opportune time then,
Indeed, the parties.
to answer my lord's question about time, I do still have a number of issues that I would like to raise with him. I will try to limit them, but I do intend going into the contents of the confession
No,
document.
that's fine. That's fine. But it's always good that if you've got time overnight, you would assess where you are with the witness. It means you might say, okay, now I've covered Yaki's Bay, I've covered this, I've covered that, now I'm going in on this, and that, to my mind, is enough. I'm talking about the cross-examiner. It helps. I just want to check with the parties. I've checked with our staff. Warrant officer, if I say 8 o'clock, can it work? You'll make it work? Thank you. I've checked with the facility. I know the POPs people are here early. I spoke to the colonel also earlier. Prosecution, you can make it work. Ms. Nkabai, 8 o'clock, make it work. Thank you. So we're going to start at 8 tomorrow morning. plan is that I'm going to try and finish everything on this trial within a trial, including argument and my finding. I forewarned counsel early in the week already. I hope that we can leave earlier tomorrow so that people can not sit in the traffic for the long weekend traffic, but I can't promise anything. And I'll explain why. You can go back, Mr. Van Rijn, so that people understand why I'm doing it. Once both the state and defense knows what my finding is on the trial within a trial, everybody can assess. Either way, whether it's admitted or not. At least then the state's case is still ongoing. The prosecutors can decide, how do we strategize? If it doesn't go in, do we still have a case? Or do we now need to try a different angle? If it goes in, what more do we need? It might mean, from a prosecution perspective for the state's case, this matter might, the state's evidence we might be able to finish it early next week. That's why I'm pushing before the long weekend. Once the state has made their decision, because they bear the onus on both the trial within a trial and in the main trial, because I saw some legal experts on the television news say, but the defense bears the onus. Don't know where they come from, but they're South Africans. And then the defense can decide, in the event that the state get beyond an application for a discharge, if there's such, what they're going to do. So now I'm explaining it to the three of you as well, because you might be expected on Tuesday, after you know by tomorrow afternoon how the wind blows on these statements, to consider what instructions you're giving your legal representatives, if there are any witnesses, because we might be on the defense case still in next week. It might be. So think about it on the weekend, telling you now tonight, so that you can tell them tomorrow, this is what we need, this is what we want to do. If you want to arrange special consultations on the weekend so that I can issue all those orders. And I don't want to wait till tomorrow, because everybody goes to sleep on the Easter weekend. And then on Tuesday morning, I get the pressure because I want to finish and people come with requests. Do you understand that, Mr. Apollos? Understand, Mr. Van Rijn, Ms. Smith? And once again, thank you for the sacrifice, for sitting late and offering to start early tomorrow morning. I shall see you in the morning.